Welcome, 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 everybody. Good to see you all for another Stage of Reason. I am JL. Appreciate everybody being here. How is everybody doing? Let's see who we have in the chat today really quick before we start filling out. Already got a pretty solid opening crowd. See Vesuvian Doppelganger is in the house. Good to see us. This Gutsa Gibbon is going to teach Will Duffy the fairy tale of tetrapod evolution. Oh, that should be fun. Let's see if he'll actually listen. Spam Goes Here is here. Good to see you, Spam. Cindy Johnson as well. Good to see you. Jverse, thank you so much for being here. Neck2, good to see you as well. So make sure to annihilate that like, share, and subscribe button. I do appreciate that. Yes, definitely. If you like the stream, be sure to hit the like button. If not, hit the dislike. But of course, leave a comment because that helps to drive us in the algorithm. Canadian Ollie Man is here. Good to see you, Ollie Man. Thanks so much for being here. Let's see who else we got. Ryan Murphy has become a new member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Ryan Murphy, for that support. Please enjoy all the custom emojis and, of course, the channel badge that comes along with that. Thank you so much. And if you'd like to support the channel as a channel member, it's 99 cents a month. It's about as much as I value my content. So you can support my efforts here and keep the content rolling along. So thank you so much, Ryan. I appreciate that. Let's see who else we got. God equals the square root of -1's in the house. Congratulations to God on winning another world hide and seek championship for the 49,013th year running. Yep. Still can't find him. Jessica Transmetal Alchemist is here. Good to see you, Jessica. Says this sounds like the menu music for a Saints Row video game. It kind of does. It kind of does. Very, very stylish. Griff01, good to see you, Griff. Thanks so much for being here. Bill Garrett, good to see you. Says there's a lot of divide out there, and sometimes it feels like the bridge is the Tacoma Narrows, but I'm grateful for the effort. Thank you so much, Bill. I appreciate that. And Akela Gonchik, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Steve6464 is here. Thanks so much for being here, bud. And let me see. Yagi-chan is here. Good morning, good morning. Glad you're doing well. It says JL and Matt plus Justice streaming at the same time. What a night. Yeah, I guess it's middle of the week, and they had the same idea. So I'm hopefully I can draft off that a little bit. Cindy Johnson has been a member of the Godless Army for 53 months. Thank you so much, Cindy. You rock. I appreciate that support. Clive Wells, Dr. Clive Wells with the obligatory alternative energy. Thank you so much, Clive. Appreciate that. Joe Rocker with the obligatory penis. Appreciate that, Joe. You rock, and good to see everyone. I think I got everybody in the chat. Well, welcome, everyone. Oh, and I see D to the Dubs. Good to see you, D. Well, welcome everybody to another Stage of Reason, where we talk to believers about what they believe and why. We cover all manner of topics from philosophy and theology, religion itself, science, you name it. We have multiple topics that are up on the screen that you can choose from, or if you have questions yourself, you're more than welcome to come up and talk to any of us about these things. We love to talk to you about this stuff. The link is pinned in the side chat to come up here on StreamYard and join the panel. Everybody's welcome. It's not like, I kind of like to think of it like Fight Club. If it's your first time here, you have to come up on stage, but you don't have to. But if you do, you don't have to be on camera. So you're more than welcome to just kind of, to hang out, but we do need to be able to hear you. So if you have an argument or something you'd like to present, we would like to hear from you. So just click the link in the side chat and come on up. We get lots of keyboard warriors, so hopefully we won't have that tonight. And if need be, to fill the time, we do have some content that we can review. I do have stuff. Right now, I have yesterday, I scheduled an entire month's worth of content. So I'm happy about that. And the first impressions on part 1 of the look at Lionel Luckhoo have been pretty decent. So I'm hoping those kind of pick up and you guys can get the whole story. It was like I said, it was an hour and a half long video, and I broke it up into 4 segments, pretty much of equal length. So I hope you guys enjoy that. Let's see. Jimmy Hall's here. Says, hey, JL, what's up? Been watching a while. Enjoy the channel. Been a Christian for years, and now I'm skeptical. There you go. Asking questions. That's the important part. That's where you start. When things start not making sense, you start realizing they don't make sense, and then you start wondering what the hell is going on. It's pretty much how it begins. When you realize that it is not a sin and it's not going to hurt. When you realize the truth has nothing to fear from inquiry, and you realize that these things are true as they are being established, then any manner of inquiry will always lead to that. Will always drill. The lines of inquiry will drill down to the truth. And you start asking questions, you realize it's okay to do so. That's typically where it winds up. The kicker is that the vast majority of the time, they don't want you asking those questions. And it's always been kind of like some advice that I've given, that if the authorities around you or the people in charge don't want you to ask questions, or if they're if their directive is to never ask or to stop asking, you better be I mean, you can pretty much be damn certain that that's what they want you to that's what you should be doing. So whenever they say don't ask, you need to be asking, because that's obviously there's information that they don't want you to have, or the stuff they don't want you to think about. So really, really important. All right, we do have a few people in the Discord. I see J Flat and Discord Mod is in there. And Catnip Chronicles says Christianity is indeed a death cult. Yes, it is. It is indeed a death cult. Any group where their salvation and the end result, or the end goal results in their death, whether that be willing or whether it be whatever, but the fact that they long for it so that they can like return to their God, that is a death cult. If death is worked into the end of it so that they can achieve what they want to achieve, that's a death cult, because they long for that end, which means they long for the means to get to that end. So death. It is a death cult. Let's see. It's a warm one today. I was out doing some stuff in the yard, cleared out this massive tree, or it wasn't really a tree, but it was a big ass plant that was growing along the side of my house. And I've been fighting it for a while, and finally just decided, screw it. Of course, on like one of the hottest days of the week, I'm going to bust out the shovel and the spade and go to town on the sucker and finally get at that root system and get it out. And sure enough, it was like I couldn't have done it when it was like cold out. I could, like that, but I had to do it now. But I got rid of it. It was a big one too. It's one of those big ones when you have to take the handsaw and go into the ground to get through the root structures. So, but it was a bit of a beast. Now I don't have to worry about it growing up into the side of the house. I'm really, really happy about that. Yard work, always fun. And I've got the tree guy. I got this tree dude coming out who's going to grind down some stumps for me. I have a special plan for my special lady, for my wife. I have a surprise in store that I don't want to spoil because she might be able to hear me. She's in the next room over, but I have a special thing that I'm going to set up. So it's a little surprise that I have for her, and I think that she will like it. Once I get those stumps out of there. Yeah, fuck life and fuck that plant in particular, JL. Yeah, exactly. You will go now. Juggernaut Jared Reed, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, bud. Appreciate it. Jverse as well, good to see you. Yeah, that's pretty much, yeah. And that plant in particular. See that plant? Fuck that plant. Pain in the ass plant. And these stumps. I got to get rid of these stumps. Got to grind these suckers down so that I can use that topsoil. It's going to require some effort, because once I get the bad boys ground down, then I got to get in there and I have to resupply nutrients to that topsoil, make that topsoil salvageable so that I can use it for growing. And then I'll be able to set up the thing that I want to do for my wife. So just going to take some effort. It's going to take, but hopefully I'll have it done and she'll enjoy it. Andrew says, that's why I picked my own lobster from the tank at the dim sum restaurant. Your time has come. I am a capricious god. Catnip Chronicles says, I live in an apartment where I have no lawn work. The management can do just as bad a job as I can. I know that feeling. I really do. Having worked for an apartment complex for many years, and having to deal with the landscaping myself. Yeah, always fun. All right. Let me check with this guy in Discord, see what's going on there. J Flat, are you there? You said you had an argument for God? So you want to come up on the stage and share it so we can talk about it? Well, let me ask you this. Are you a believer? Do you believe in the existence of a God? Are you a theist or a Christian or something? All right. Well, you're more than welcome to come up on stage. Right now, the Discord stream. So we're streaming it live to the Discord so you can watch it. But we're having the conversations here on StreamYard, and if you want, I can send you the link, and you can join the stage. You don't have to be on camera, but we do have to be able to hear you. It's not so much fame off of you, but it is. I mean, I'm the one. I'm the one. It's my, bringing you onto my channel. Live streams don't really work that way. No, created content works that way because I've been YouTubing for a while. But well, that's what YouTube says. But nonetheless, but yeah, we're talking to believers about what they believe and why. So if you have an argument, we would love to hear it. It's tautological, means nothing. But I tell you what, you have the link. You're more than welcome to come up on stage. All right. If he wants, he can check with Andrew, see if Andrew wants to bring him up. Let me see. Javer says, my partner just sent me a clip from True Detective. I really like Russ's critique on religion. My favorite line was they throw a coin in a well for a wish instead of buying food. Yeah, his critique on religion is Russ Cole's critique on religion is pretty savage. When they're standing outside the they need to talk to the revivalist preacher, and they need to see about a potential an individual who was there, like who may have attended there, and they're trying to track down the perpetrator of the crime that they open up the series with. And so he's sitting there like surveying him, and Woody Harrelson's just like, because Woody Harrelson sees the positive, he sees the positive aspects of it, the social aspects of it, and Russ is just like completely destroying it. Just a symptom of how ridiculous human beings can be. Such a good freaking series. Season 1 was the best. I enjoyed season 2 just because I like Colin Farrell so much. Yeah, it's one of my favorite ones of his lines. If the only thing keeping a person decent is the expectation of divine reward, then brother, that person is a piece of shit. That's one of my favorite quotes.
I'm not so convinced by that. I'm kind of a fan of, if you're familiar, shopping cart theory.
One second. Robin Hood. Yes. Yes, this panel is actually open. The link is pinned in the side chat. So Robin Hood, the answer to your question. And you're right, Joe. Yeah. The previous generation did it to us. You got it. The shopping cart theory. That's the idea of one person puts it up, and then other people seeing that they put theirs up as well, or
this is where it's kind of like a litmus test for people. Like the idea of the person who will go do the right thing, regardless of it not having any direct benefit for them.
Right, putting up a shopping cart,
sitting like in the middle of the parking lot, like blocking cars, or whatever. And you're just like,
or crashing into other people's parked cars, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like there's a certain baseline, I think, that's kind of baked into where we're at now, and I can't say how long it's been, but it's where we're at.
Let's see the core premise of that, looking into it, just so I know I'm articulating it correctly, is it's kind of like a combination philosophical concept and internet meme that suggests a person's moral character can be judged by whether they return their shopping cart to a designated corral. Because the act requires minimal effort and yields no reward or punishment, it is considered a litmus test for civic responsibility and self-governance.
Yep, there you go. So the mere fact that people do follow it is kind of a statement.
Yeah, some say it's kind of a flawed litmus test, like it's an oversimplification of morality. I think that I think that's kind of like an interesting indicator because it's such an innocuous decision, It's such an innocuous decision, and you kind of make it impulsively in the moment. Like
I've got,
you have
I've
it
got
there.
a caveat. I got a caveat. It's not it's not an immediate litmus test. It's more like a general observation that just kind of proves the human isn't just all bad.
Right.
Yeah,
I'd say that.
It's
Yeah.
it's not an individual statement for me. It's a statement of going, hey, you know, all those people who will do that, it just happens. It's just there.
You see, I see kind of an overlap with the red button, blue button moral dilemma. You've heard of it. You've seen that on the internet, right?
I'm not certain.
So there was an internet meme that was running around, and the red button, blue button dilemma. And essentially what it was, it's a kind of a viral philosophical thought experiment where the entire world of all individuals, the entire world's population of individuals who are cognitively capable of understanding the question are required to vote by pressing one of two buttons: the blue button or the red button. If less than 50% of people vote blue, if greater than 50% of people vote blue, if 50.1% of people vote blue, everyone survives. If less than 50% vote blue, only the people who voted red survive. The red button guarantees your own survival regardless of what anyone else chooses. So like if 51% of people vote blue, all the blues and all the reds survive. But if less than 50% of people vote blue, only those who vote red survive. And so it poses the issue being that red, blue, which one would you vote? Now, the outcome of this was kind of fascinating because it was plastered all over the internet in a number of places that have enormous engagement, upwards of like 100,000 to 500,000 interactions were calculated pretty much across the board. And but then again, there were small places that put it up, like I put it up, that only had like a few hundred interactions. Okay, so then you get, this is what's really weird. Even the channels the places that were really small and had very, very limited interactions had the exact same outcomes as those who did like 100,000 or more interactions, which is statistically wise is a pretty damn good sample size. And the results always came out roughly the same. 85% of respondents chose blue. Roughly 15% of respondents chose red. No matter where you put this thing, it comes out. It would be 86 and 14, 83 and 17, but either way, it was always around there. 85% and 15 was the average of like those who would choose blue versus those who would choose red, which I found really, really fascinating. And it's kind of the same idea there, because it's the immediate thought of like, save myself at the potential expense of everyone else, or anyone I might know and love who may vote blue that I don't know, or put blue and factor myself in with everyone else and put those lives ahead of my own. And do I want to live in a world where of only people who would look out for themselves? So it's kind of like that metric.
Okay, this is a funny thought out there. It's like one. Okay, let's see. Technically, the side that picks me and mine survive. That's the Reds, right?
Wait, say it again one more time. I got distracted by the chat.
And the ones who choose the thing are the ones who survive regardless. Right? Which color was that?
Okay, so let's
blue
just say
everybody lives.
Hang on a sec. The idea is this: if there was 100,000 people who were qualified to vote, if 50,001 person chose blue, everyone lives, regardless of what they pressed. Red and blue all live. But if 49,999 people choose blue, which is less than half, then only the red voters survive.
Yeah, there's kind of a guaranteed survival factor. If everybody understood that there's a guaranteed survival factor, everyone should be picking red by that math. Just to guarantee that it's not a fraction. It's like you think you want everybody to live, but see, if everyone chooses red, everyone lives.
If 100% of people chose red, then yes, 100% of people would live.
Yes.
The thing is, are you willing to gamble? Are you willing to take the position that your life is more important than the potential of someone else not choosing red? Are you willing to put your life ahead of every single? If you're willing to put your life ahead of, like, from one person to half of all respondents, to a little less than half of all respondents, how far are you willing to go on this? Or are you willing to be like, I'll choose blue because if more than half do it, then everybody survives regardless. So I'm willing to put I'm willing to put other people's best interests ahead of my own.
Well, that's the thing is that anybody picking red can live. So why would anybody not pick red?
Can you guarantee? Because there might be an individual who will choose blue because they don't want to live in a world of people who would only pick red, because those people are only looking out for themselves first.
But at the same, that's kind of a funny thought though, because it's one about guaranteeing that outcome in survival. So it's like the few people who don't see, like, red is a guarantee of life. So would you not want to guarantee your life? Now, if you have that understanding and go, oh, well, blue does sound nice, but if everyone just picks red, we all win anyways, forcibly, rather than,
Yeah, okay, so, and Joe's saying, but red is the most logical for self-preservation. Yes, it's putting yourself ahead of everybody else. It's putting your best interests ahead of everyone else. Is that the kind of, and that's just the question. That's literally what it's boiling down to. Are you the kind of person who put yourself ahead of everyone else? Is that the kind of person that you are?
Well, it's not everybody else. If everyone else has the equal opportunity to pick red, knowing that it's a guarantee of the outcome. See, you could vote blue and then wonder about those people who go, well, red's a guarantee regardless. So why shouldn't everyone just take the guarantee? If everyone takes the guarantee, everyone's red and we all
because
win.
They don't want to be that individual who sacrifices another person just to save their own life.
No, but I'm asking, like, what would the person who just picks the blue would be potentially sacrificing their life?
No, they would potentially, yes, because they would want to ensure that other people regardless of red or blue, would have the opportunity to live, and you only need to get to above half.
Yeah, like there's the ideal world thing, and then there's the thought where we could forcibly at least guarantee a lot. It's like, if we all understood the math of the red's a guarantee. If we all pick the guarantee, nobody has to lose. So nobody's actually voting anybody else out. Somebody else is just not going, hey, please join us.
But then if I found out 100% of people on the planet chose red, is that the kind of world that I want to live in? When it comes down to it, when it comes down literally to human survival and measuring that people will always put themselves first, regardless of anybody else. Which is why I'm a midwit at best. Come on up, Erdy.
Yeah, I've got a mixed feeling on that, because it's the lack of, like, if there was more extenuating circumstances, I'd be more on board with it. It's just the fact that there's no other thing to force you to pick that potential failure. Everyone knows they have the opportunity to pick red and do the guarantee. There's not a losing scenario for doing it.
It's a guarantee. No. It's a guarantee for It's a guarantee for you. It's not a guarantee for everybody else. Because it's an emotional response, so you can't bank that everybody is going to think in those terms.
That is the question.
Was the response going to be, well, I guess that's their problem?
No, well, this is just down, like I said, that's assuming the person wouldn't come to that same mathematical conclusion where, hey, technically if we all pick red, we all win anyways. It's the same thing as all picking blue. Why would I?
1 second, Andrew. Erdy, like, if you're just gonna come in and run your mouth, there's no point in you being here. So just either come up on stage and defend your position, like actually bring the goods, or my mods are just gonna handle you. Okay? The shit talk is kind of pointless. Because as Spam points out, it sounds like cowardice to me. Like, you got attention. You have my attention. You want to come up here and maybe you are more philosophically sophisticated than I am. Maybe you are. Come on up here and show it. Teach me something. Throw it down. Teach me something. I want you to come up here and learn me. I mean, you're here. Yeah. And thank you so much, Point Relative, for the $1 super chat. I do appreciate that. Got plenty of keyboard warriors in the house.
Hey, JL.
Yeah.
Do you know what else is sophisticated?
Huh.
Rube Goldberg machines. They're also fucking useless.
They don't do nothing. Let's see.
Oh no, they do nothing in a very complex way.
So, Robin DeHood, are you planning on popping in? I see you in the chat. The stage is open. I want to make sure that we, and I see you in Caligon Chick. It's that we had somebody who's wanting to come up on stage. I want to make sure that we get to him in time.
I'm gonna load up on the caffeine as we prepare. Right back.
Come on, Erdy. Come up here and teach me things. Learn me that philosophicalness. And I see Robin Hood is here. And okay, yeah, definitely in Caligonchik. We'll get your input on that. We definitely will. All right.
Hey, sorry, what was the I mean, I literally just came in and I immediately got attacked by your mods, so yeah, so what's the subject?
So the subject of the stage, the topic of the stage is atheism is more rational. If you have a response to that, or you think it's not, we'd love to hear that. Or if you want to address one of the topics on the screen, there's plenty of options. Or if you have something yourself, a question you want to ask,
really. Not right now. But I'm just saying that how atheism just seems to me to cut off a large amount of information which doesn't quite comply with atheism.
How so?
Well, you see, like synchronicities, stuff like that. There's problems with. There's a lot of issues with atheism that I just don't agree with.
Let me real quick.
Yeah, go on.
In your own words, what do you think atheism is?
Just a belief there's no creator.
Right. Yeah. Like, I don't believe that there is one. I don't believe that one exists. I'm not convinced that this proposition is true. So, but. And really quick, thank you so much, Wicked Pissa, who has been a member of the Godless Army for 24 months. I appreciate that support. You rock. The key on this is that atheism in and of itself is a position that addresses one question. So going from there, but it doesn't logically entail any other philosophical or scientific positions. Like, there's nothing that's logically entailed from that. So how does it cut off any other information?
Because it means that nothing was created; it just became,
or it simply is. Like it's like a brute fact.
Oh yeah, but that again, where did it come from? If it is,
no, it didn't come from anywhere.
So it's always been.
Right.
And that is what atheism is.
Not necessarily.
Then the conversation's over. Then
not really, because
it's always been, it always ever has been, and it always ever will be.
Not really. It's about.
Then where's it come from?
My position personally, because now we're not talking atheism. We're talking cosmology. So it's two different subjects on that. It's like what is does the universe itself have an origin point? And my position from the evidence, the answer is no.
What about people?
What do you mean people? People are probably
when were people brought in? Because people are the people that witness.
We're products of the system.
We're products of the system, but at which point did we come in?
Our species entered the fossil record roughly 300,000 years ago,
as science says. Yeah. So
that's when our
witnesses.
Well, hang on a second. Do you know why scientists say that though? because you say that with a tone
Enlighten me.
you say that with a tone of incredulity.
Yeah, because I have a reason for that. Yeah.
Anatomically modern Homo sapiens, which are different from the anatomical other members of our genus, because there are like 12 other members of our genus, and anatomically modern Homo sapiens entered the fossil record roughly 275 to 300,000 years ago.
Were they having conversations like this?
Probably not as in depth, but they probably did ask questions of each other and look at things and wonder about stuff. But back then, we're talking like systems of like formal logic had not been articulated, and to be passed down generation to generation, propositional logic, stuff like that. So those things came along actually in the scope of human history,
soon, isn't it?
In the scope of human history, roughly pretty
around
recently,
10,000 years. Yeah.
Is when people started asking like these deeper concepts. So, or like
getting into
the
quickening.
Concepts, so.
Why did the quickening happen? You know, why did we suddenly start asking these questions?
Well, I think that they're progressive. They're built upon more foundational, more rudimentary questions. So, like for example, the deeper questions we get into now would be akin as to like when we were in our ancient times living in tribes. 100,000 years ago, looking up at the sky and seeing the lights in the sky and wondering what those lights were.
It took a long time, didn't it?
Right. So I think that it's a progression. It's one set of questions leading to another set, leading to another set, leading to another set, so on and so forth.
An incredibly short amount of time, yet a long amount of time if you don't count the amount of time in which we start asking where we came from.
So it just seems to be that, I mean, given our brains, given how our brains evolved, it tracks. We weren't the only species.
I see.
We weren't the only species to ever do this. We do know that other members of our genus were also had like similar ideas amongst their cultures, such as like spiritualism, burying their dead with relics, funeral rites. So, but I mean, that's just human beings. Ultimately, it's about pattern solving. It's about pattern recognition and trying to derive values to the patterns that we see.
But this whole awareness situation came in very early, as far as records account. Back to where I think the earliest I would say would be the Egyptians. As far as I can remember from what I was reading.
Well, I'd say probably 100,000 years ago with the development of concepts.
Well, that's like way more than what we have written.
Hang on a second. Within developments of yes, as far as written records go, but we can see the evidence of like spiritual thinking and ritualistic behavior in our
walls.
Hang on a sec. Yes. And we see these things passed down through generations. And so we can trace these things back roughly to about 100,000 years when what we would call primal animism kind of like entered into the cultural zeitgeist of Homo sapiens. So different forms of it, but the same basic kind of ideas. What is it that makes human beings, or makes our species up and go? And you look at the patterns, fire is what we use to keep ourselves warm. Human beings are warm, but when the fire dies, the log, the wood in the fire pit goes cold. And when humans die, we go cold. So what makes the fire in a person to make them move around? Because when they die and the fire and they get cold, they no longer move around anymore. So then we cut open their dead bodies. We don't see any fire. And then, of course, so what is it that makes these things? And you wonder the questions that they would ask from this stuff. It's kind of like it's pattern seeking. They're looking for, they're seeing commonalities.
I know.
That's pretty much it.
I know. And where does the pattern stop as we look back?
What do you mean? It's
around 10,000 years. That's as far as we can follow this.
No, we have evidence of human civilization.
Years?
We have evidence of human civilization going back 60,000 years. I mean, the Aboriginal culture goes.
Where's that?
Australia.
Yeah, I know, and they've been keeping going back every couple of years. They keep saying the Aboriginal culture goes back another 10,000 years, and another 10,000
I've been doing
years,
this for quite a
and another
while.
10,000
They
years.
roughly have about 60,000 years. It's been
Yeah,
that.
I know, and it's going to keep increasing. So keep watching.
It hasn't increased in the past 20 years that I've been doing this.
But yeah, keep watching though. Ironically,
Well, that's neither here nor
when-
there. The whole point is like ultimately, what is it getting to? Because you made a
prison
statement
colony.
about atheism, and
A
atheism
prison
doesn't.
colony that
You made a
achieved
statement.
nothing.
I'm trying to get back on track. You made a statement about atheism that seems to imply that the position entails other philosophical or scientific positions, which it doesn't. So, what's the issue with not being convinced that a God exists?
Well, I'm not convinced that there is a God exists. I'm just saying, where did it begin? Like when you write something, it begins somewhere, doesn't it? When you
So-
make something,
Well,
it begins.
do we
somewhere.
have to write it first, or just simply the ideas come up in human culture?
So, are you saying that it always existed?
The universe?
Yes.
I hold yes, I hold it is. To put
So
it
it
quite
will
simply,
never end.
to put it well, okay, so it changes, but it changes, but I don't believe that it will have an end.
Well, actually, we might agree on something then.
We simply get to a point where work is no longer possible anymore, which would be thermal equilibrium.
Ah, I see. So you believe that we're going to slowly separate to the point where there is no heat.
Well, that's what we observe with the expanding universe.
Well, I've got pieces
yeah.
that are kind of
Well,
counter.
before we dive on, before we dive off something else, I want to make sure that we put the period on it. The idea being that there's no other philosophical scientific positions that are logically entailed by the position of atheism. Atheism is a response to one question: do you believe that a God exists? And so, I'm not convinced one does, and there's been no sufficient evidence or argumentation presented to warrant belief. So believing in it would be irrational. Believing the proposition is true would be irrational. Thus, obviously, atheism would be more rational than theism.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you. All I want to know is, like, where did we come from?
Humans?
Well, not us, but like the universe itself. Did it come out of nowhere?
Didn't come from anywhere.
And I agree with you.
Right. There wasn't a creation event.
There wasn't a creation event, which has always been there.
The Big Bang was the origin point of observability for our universe. But I don't hold that that's the beginning of the universe.
That was a slang term in the beginning.
I don't hold that the universe has a beginning. So
we're always there. The sun always rose from the east and set to the west.
And there'll be a point in time when the sun swallows the earth. So
apparently.
So what do we? Well, life on the planet will be long dead before that happens. So,
which is really convenient, isn't it, for those that are trying to prove this point? So,
well, the sun's luminosity increases every year,
and decreases and increases.
Well, no,
yes.
As the sun goes through its cycle, because the sun will eventually die, and it will eventually expand into a red giant. But before that, we know these things happen. We observe them in the universe. So when the sun, when that chemical, when that interaction, when the fusion interaction occurs, like when it gets to a certain point, doesn't matter. During that process, the sun's luminosity will increase. And I believe it's like 10% every 100,000 years or every million years. I think it might be 10% every million years. At a certain point, the sun's luminosity will become so extreme that the planet will no longer be able to sustain water. And then all life will eventually die off the planet. So
I know. This is so easily read from a textbook.
Well, that's where the math goes. So
math. Where's the math come from?
Math is an abstract concept that we created.
I know. No. Don't get me wrong.
Wait. No, Robin. If you're gonna ask me a question, you got to let me answer it, dude.
All right. You continue.
Math is a language. Math is a language. It is an abstract concept. It is a language that we invented, that is subjectively derived, that we apply axiomatically to describe the objectively perceived reality. That's the application of the
continue.
language. That's it. That's what math is.
Continue with how that has anything to do with what is currently happening with the sun.
It allows us to make predictions that come true.
Okay, so when's that happened?
It hasn't happened yet, but the predictions. But
that's a shame, isn't it?
But so hang on a second. So I get it, Leo. It isn't a really language more than it is a formal schema. Semantics, but
it's actually a way of proving things.
Nonetheless,
it's a form of science.
We can make predictions using it, and in small scales, those predictions come true. There's no evidence or no rational reason.
There is no evidence. You're right.
There's no. Can you let me finish?
No. Yeah.
There is no rational reason to think that these things will suddenly change in the future. There's no evidence to indicate that they will. So if the math holds, these are the predictions we can make. What's the issue here?
They won't.
They won't what?
Change.
We don't expect them to.
I know.
So then if they don't change, then the math will hold.
If they don't change, then the math is just about as useful as observation.
No, because we can make predictions about what will happen in the future, like we do with climate change currently.
So they will change.
Climate change. We use math as a part of those predictive models, and then we see those things coming true today.
All right.
So, are we solid on the atheism issue?
Well, when it comes to atheism, I just think that I believe that somebody who believes in atheism doesn't believe in a beginning.
They're two separate things. One's cosmology, one is belief about the existence of an external entity that created everything.
I agree.
It's two completely different topics.
You've split hairs there.
No, it's not. It's two completely different topics.
It's split hairs there.
It's two completely different topics. One is cosmology. The other one is cosmology, and the other one is belief in the existence of an external entity that has intention and
created things. You know,
yeah. So
just perfectly enough that human beings can exist, think
perfectly enough for a tiny window. Perfectly enough for a tiny window of time that is cosmologically speaking closing very quickly.
And that happens because
with this funny choice of words. Perfectly enough, as if the word perfect was actually useless in that sentence.
Yeah,
stuff seems to have a way of being.
The conditions on the planet. The conditions on the planet are suitable for life now. At a previous time in the past, they were not. There will be a time in the future when they will cease to be sufficient for life.
For people that are able to think like us, and yet we've never met any other creature that is able to think like us.
So? Who says it doesn't mean that there's nothing out there like us or anything out there that can reason like us?
And they've never met us.
They're probably, imagine this. Another species as intelligent as we are, thinking the same things, having the same conversations, are sitting on a planet 100 light years away or 100,000 light years away, saying, "But we've never met anyone like us." Come on, dude. The very mathematics of the universe.
But what are the chances are there
the very mathematics of the universe virtually guarantee that we are not alone, but they also virtually guarantee we will never encounter them. So what's the issue?
Really? Okay, math says we will never see anybody who's 100, maybe 200,000 years more ahead of us.
There's the mathematics of the universe virtually guarantee that we are not alone. But those same maths virtually guarantee we will never encounter them, because in order to traverse the scales of the universe, in order to traverse the scales of the universe to survive, in order to survive the scales of the universe, you'd either have to find a way around physics that we currently don't have the capacity to do, or conquer biology.
I honestly hope you grow up one day, and maybe one day you'll realize just the amount of bullshit that you're talking. But
name one thing I said.
Name
one thing I said. Well, before you run away, name one thing I said that was Name one thing I said that was bullshit.
One, you believe that time has always existed, i.e.,
no, I don't.
No different.
No,
okay,
I don't.
So when did it start?
Okay, so it doesn't effectively have a beginning. Where is
So
the
it
beginning?
never started then?
So Rob, let me ask you this: where is the beginning of a circle?
I don't know. Where is the beginning of a circle? What, 1 degree?
Where's the beginning of a sphere?
Fuck knows, because the sphere is like the most complex object.
Okay, so in these in like looking at it from this perspective, can we say where there's
Well, all
effectively
you're
a
doing
beginning
is just mixing things up.
No,
You're
I'm
making
not.
things
And
more
I'll
complicated than
tell
they
you, I'll tell you
should
what,
be.
and I'll tell you what, Rob. No, I'm not, because as PhD Tony, who's in the back right now, or Professor Clive Wells, both of whom know physics, will tell you the concept, diving into these concepts, is way more complex than the vast majority of people think it really is.
That's
Okay.
great.
As far as
That's handy, isn't it?
cosmological models, the conversation
handy.
I wanted to have with you I think we've already covered it. We've come to a logical terminus.
Lower your intelligence to my level, then.
No, I think
Let's
we've come
lower
to
your
a logical.
intelligence.
You got to stop interrupting me, dude. We've come to a logical terminus in that no, there are no philosophical or scientific positions that are logically entailed by being an atheist. And getting to a point, whether it be in cosmology or something else, where I say I don't know, or I hold a position that is simply backed by the math, is literally more parsimonious than believing that there's a creating entity or some sort of a god. So my position has parsimony on its side, and it is more rational.
Is it okay to talk now?
Yeah. So name one thing that you said that you said I should grow up. Name one thing I said that was bullshit.
Well, the fact that if something takes a really long time to happen, therefore it may happen.
What are you talking about specifically?
Like the death of the sun.
Okay. So we know what these processes are. We've observed them occurring elsewhere in the universe. We know how the chemical compositions, we can predict them based upon their mass. Upon their so we make a prediction based upon the math, and we have a rough estimate as to when it will likely occur. So what's the issue here? It's not saying it absolutely will happen. It's saying the math indicates that this is what will likely happen.
Oh, it will likely happen. That's not the same.
But that's what we say. We say, if the math holds and our understanding of it is correct, we predict that this is what will happen. We could be surprised and something else could happen. But there's no rational reason to think that anything else will happen because the math thus far has held up. So unless you've got evidence you want to present that says it's completely wrong or that the math is wrong, feel free to present it.
Has anything changed from the observations of the sun for the past 10,000 years? That could actually hold up to this change, or is it just too much of a small amount of time? Is that what it takes? Because it seems whenever the science has an issue with something that they can't prove, something is either too far away, or it's too much of an amount of time in order for it to actually show a change.
No, because we have since we've been able to track the sun and its chemical composition and its mass, we've seen the incremental changes in the sun.
So for certain
the increase in its luminosity,
Excellent.
And various effects of its ongoing cycle. So, and we're just taking that math and we're projecting it outward to get an idea as to what will likely happen. Before the sun begins its death, it is more like just before the sun goes into its death cycle, when it expands into a red giant and consumes the first planets in our solar system and throws everything else off. Before that happens, life on this planet will most likely be dead because there are other forces at work that can make life on this planet inhospitable. Like, for example, the sun's luminosity. That's guaranteed. That's good. That will happen if the increase of its luminosity stays on track, which as far as we can tell is happening. But then there's a number of other things. A giant asteroid could come out of nowhere that we haven't seen, smash in the Earth and just kill all life down to the bacteria. The planet could get hit by a gamma ray burst and fricassee everything on the planet. and then everything's dead. So there's a number of things that could happen.
Hey, call me when something like this happens. I'm about to drop out and let your friend PhD Tony come in, because
Well, before
obviously
you
you
do-
guys have got a lot more to say, because I don't believe in any of this shit, because there is nothing to actually. There's no.
Wait.
There's
Hang
no.
on a sec.
There's no.
You don't think gamma ray bursts
You
are real?
say I'm interrupting you.
No, do you think? Wait, you say you don't believe any of this shit. You don't think gamma ray bursts are real?
When did it happen?
You. How do you think we know what a gamma ray burst is?
It happened. It must have happened.
Right. And they happen at random. We know where they're sourced from.
Okay.
And we know what they could do. So
okay, what did they do, and where were they sourced from?
Okay, so detectable gamma ray bursts. So this is just going to come down to just scientific illiteracy on your behalf.
Thank you.
Is that pretty much what it is?
Well, yeah, you can belittle me like that, but go ahead.
So detectable gamma ray bursts gamma ray bursts are detected by things like the Fermi Observatory and China's Einstein probe.
Excellent.
And we know where they source from. So they're the most I think they're described as the most energetic explosions in the universe, typically lasting milliseconds to minutes. And I believe the source of them are neutron stars and potentially black holes. So what's the issue here?
Where's the nearest black hole?
The nearest to us would be Sagittarius. The nearest to us would be Sagittarius A.
Did it affect us?
Sagittarius A is the black hole, is the supermassive black hole that keeps our galaxy
together.
Did
it affect us?
Sagittarius A is the supermassive black hole that keeps our galaxy.
Did it affect us?
It does. Yes, it has a constant effect on us. Sagittarius A is the supermassive black hole that keeps the Milky Way galaxy together.
Oh wow, that's amazing, isn't it?
So is this just you and your scientific illiteracy, or is this all this is?
Yeah. I don't read books and such. So
that much is absolutely transparent. You cast skepticism on stuff without having the slightest idea what the observational evidence is. For instance, your skepticism about runaway greenhouse. JL was wrong. The sun's luminosity increases at about 10% every billion years.
Billion years? Is it a billion?
Yeah.
That's a really amazing amount of time.
In about a billion years, the radiation impacting Earth's surface will cross the Kobayashi-Ingersoll limit, which is the limit at which surface water will
where did you find that?
Lead to we've seen it happen on Venus.
Sure.
What is the surface? What is the surface? Here's a question for you. What is the surface temperature of Venus?
I don't give a shit.
Okay, so you don't give a shit what the observational evidence is. So you don't give a shit about the validation of the science. So you're here expressing skepticism about science where you don't know the theory and you don't know the observational evidence that supports the theory, and you're saying, well, that's just incredible.
Why did it affect
Venus? You don't know what the
Venus?
data is, you don't know what the evidence is, but you're saying, I just don't believe it. So you're a personal incredulity machine who specializes in making outrageous and inflammatory statements and wasting everybody's time.
I can kind of see why the mods don't like you, Robin.
Well, they don't like me because
if this is the crap that you spew in the side chat. I mean, if you have questions, let me just say this: if you have questions, that's fine. There are people who can answer them. If you want to learn this stuff, there are places you can go to learn it. The topic of this stage, just to keep things on track, is about predominantly we want to talk to believers about what they believe and why.
I know you want to believe, and you want to speak to believers. I know that's what you want.
Well, I want to know what's true.
Yeah, I know you do, but you believe in believers. That's your problem.
No.
That is demonstrably untrue. He believes in people who have evidence. He believes in things that are warranted. He believes in things for which there is supporting evidence. You don't. You don't care about the evidence. You just
what
believe.
Are you talking
what
about?
you
You say I don't believe.
You just believe on stuff based on personal.
No, I don't believe.
probability distribution functions where you just say,
Yes.
I don't believe that, therefore it's improbable.
I don't believe
And
that.
I don't believe it
therefore,
because it's improbable.
I don't believe that. Therefore, there has been no change in written history for how long?
Now, you understand that written history is just history, right?
Oh, so we're just gonna dump history in the bin.
Well, no, hang on a second. No, hang on a second.
History is the study of written sources.
Yeah, so
that's why there is a thing called.
Hang on a second.
That is why there is a thing called prehistory that covers what happened before people were able to write stuff down.
Well, no, Robin. That's when we said beyond the written word, when human beings began to write things down to pass that information on to the next generation. Information was still passed, but it passed between cultures. But typically, it was through oral transmission. We just talked to each other. Now, but there is still evidence of the things that people believed then and how they interpreted the world, and we see that through archaeology and anthropology. So there are still fields of science that deal. There are fields of science that deal with the history of our species beyond just those who look at what we wrote down.
Look, before you continue that sentence, Robin, why the fuck should we care what you see? Because you are immune to evidence. You are immune to logical argument. You are immune to theory, and therefore, your opinion is entirely circular. It's based on what you think is plausible and best accords with your preconceptions. So why the fuck should anyone care what you think about anything if it isn't externally validatable?
What is my preconception, Tony?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Well, why the fuck
I don't care what your I don't care what anyone's preconceptions are. I don't give a rat's ass. What I care about is what they can demonstrate with evidence. You don't care about evidence, so I don't care what you think.
We talk about evidence.
I don't think anybody else should care about. I don't think anybody else should, and I don't think anybody else should care about what you think either.
So Robin, I have to ask. So what brought you up on stage?
Well, I thought we were talking about atheism, but now we're talking about scientism.
You're the one who took it into cosmology with your questions about
scientism.
The universe. Scientism is just a term that refused.
It is a term to use to the people.
You've got to shut up and let people finish the statement.
Yes, I'm going.
Scientism is a term. If you need to run away,
you're going to mute me. Then I'm going to go
because I'm answering a question.
Good riddance. Fuck off.
Yeah,
fuck off. We will all be better off once you have left.
When you say science,
fuck all the way off, Robin.
Hang on, Tony.
Nobody wants to hear from you.
When you say scientism, you're using it. You're trying to use it as a pejorative. The term itself just refers to individuals who do science. So. When we're talking, ultimately, you're the one who took the conversation into cosmology, which is the field that studies the universe, literally the study of the cosmos, with questions about how the universe came about. These are valid questions, but they don't have anything to do with atheism. Atheism is a position of simply not being convinced that the proposition regarding a God is true. So, what is the issue that you have with being an atheist?
I don't actually have that much of an issue with an atheism. The only question I had was, if atheism is true, that means there must have been a beginning.
No. Hang on, Tony. Because the cosmological point that you're talking about is not entailed by atheism being true. Atheism being true is simply talking about my personal position. It's not a comprehensive worldview. It's my position regarding this one proposition. That's what atheism is. For non-theism to be true, for that to be an aspect of the universe, but even if there was no God, that would not entail that any one specific cosmological model is the correct one. These are things that need to be parsed out on their own. Okay? Because there could be no gods, which you don't seem to have a problem with, but that still wouldn't entail that any one specific cosmological model is the case. We're still working on which one of those it might be. There are many different ones. So again, this is
And
into
can
cosmology.
I
It has
just
nothing
point
to do
out,
with
and can I just
atheism.
point out, in addition to being utterly pointless, utterly ignorant, and pathetically stupid, you are also a liar. You said you were going to leave. You said
Well, I tried.
Well, what stopped you?
Because
All you
Dale
have to
wanted
do, there's a
say
little
something.
red button. There's a little red button with an open
I'm
door.
sorry.
With an open door at the bottom.
I'm sorry.
Fuck
You're
all the way
intellectually
off.
insecure.
You're boring everybody in the
Tony.
chat. You're wasting everyone's time. We could be doing something constructive, and instead, JL
just
is
circle
trying
jerking.
vainly to have a rational conversation with somebody who is absolutely incapable of that very thing.
Are you
Right?
what are you
He's
talking
here
about?
trying to educate you as though you have any interest in that process.
I'm listening.
He's here trying to dispel your misconceptions and misunderstandings, which is not going to happen. So this conversation is pointless. And you said that you would fuck off, and you haven't. You're just a lying. You are a lying, pointless sack of shit. And everybody in this chat can see you for what you are.
Okay, so
I enjoyed the conversation.
So before
I'm going to leave now.
Okay, that's fine. It's fine. But before you go, Robin, is there
Sorry, Tony, I've got to stay here longer.
I wanted to ensure, have we come to a logical terminus regarding the position of atheism? That it has nothing to do with cosmology.
He already
because it seems to. I just want to make sure that we put the period on that. Then when we're talking about atheism, we are not talking about cosmology in any way.
Hey Tony, enjoy your open
fuck
university.
Off, I don't care. Now get the fuck out of the chat.
Bye.
I'm just going to talk over you until you're gone now. Go away.
Hang on a sec, Tony.
I'm not interested in
I'm the one who's
Tony, hang on a second. Okay, I've got to mute him for a second. So Robin, just to make sure that we put the period on that one thing. We're talking about atheism, means we're not talking about cosmology, right? We're good there?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, look, I never had an issue with you. Never have, okay? That's why I came back on. Right?
Okay, so if we want to talk cosmology, we can talk cosmology another time, or we can talk evolution or something of that nature. But those are different conversations than atheism.
I'll be up for that. I gotta leave because Tony he's really got his knickers in a twist. I gotta go.
All right, so I appreciate you coming up, dude. I really, really do. So
I appreciate you for bringing me on.
I'm glad we got to a logical terminus on that issue. So
JL, you can't have him back. Like, look at your chat. Look at the people. These are your customers. The chat hate this guy. He is a complete waste of time. You are never going to get anywhere with him.
Well, actually, hang on a sec.
He is attention seeking.
I know. A little bit of pushback, though. A little bit of pushback. We did come to a logical terminus on that one thing. Now he knows when engaging on the topic of atheism in and of itself, he knows that it doesn't logically entail any other cosmological or any other scientific or philosophical position. So,
does he, or was he just willing to concede that because you argued into it? And in 5 minutes' time, is he going to undergo a flurf reset and just go back to where he was?
We'll find out if I talk to him in the future and he does the exact same thing.
But I can't stress enough. He's not a productive person to talk to. He is a complete waste of time. He is intellectually dishonest. He is completely ignorant. He's not open to being instructed, and he just peppers everything he says with inflammatory dog whistles. He is literally the poster boy for somebody who is just a narcissist up here to get people talking about him and talking to him because people can't stand him in real life. And he has to come up here in order to get attention fixed on him. That's what he is. That's who he is, and you shouldn't feed that. He is essentially Gleam, right? And if you look at your chat, there are a lot of people in there who agree with my assessment of this guy.
I was reading it. I agree with you. Yes, like Sir Equinox 42. Good to see you. Attention sponge, and then. Griffs, I vote that Robin Hood resets in the next conversation. So there's the possibility of that. Andrew, like right here, the word is troll. And then Hosa the demon, just slap him with the olive branch. And 100th Monkey says, I'm with Tony. I'm 100% or I'm with Tony on this one. So I do agree with that.
I do appreciate that. I do appreciate your, and this is a stark contrast from last week, where
I'm much more in the game today. I'm not exhausted like I was last week, so I'm feeling much more in character. I feel myself. I'm not so exhausted today. I feel really, really good.
Right. No,
I had a good productive day.
I was calming you down.
I had a productive day today. I had plenty of sleep last night. I have a month's worth of content that's already done and scheduled. I don't have to worry about that. I'm not behind the 8 ball. So now I'm like, I can dedicate myself to having these conversations and being clear. And thank you for correcting me. It was 1 billion years, not 1 million years. So it's 1 billion years. I got that. I won't make that mistake again. Joe says, I pooped on JL's olive stick so much, pretty much anywhere. So I pooped on JL's olive stick. So pretty much anyone he's shaking at is getting my poop on them. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. And
I apologize. I do apologize for shouting over people for just. But there are people who are complete wastes of time. Gleam is one. Gleam, who Clive Wells calls gloom. But this guy was one of them. This guy was just in the same thing. He's just here to be obstructive to any conversation going. This is why he was running you from being a prison colony to.
I got off of that quick. I saw where he was trying to go with that. And I was like, we're not going down that bullshit.
Yeah, but has Sagittarius A ever affected us? Well, absolutely. Without it, Earth wouldn't exist because the solar system
we wouldn't have a fucking galaxy.
Yes.
Leo Phillies in the chat. Good to see you, Leo Phillies says. I'm not bored by this. I find it hilarious. These are the kind of people you toy with for a bit. Dagobah Dave, good to see you. He says, "Yep, I can be an atheist and believe the cosmos came into existence spontaneously, just as easily as infinite regress." But yep, it's two separate things. Kesplodicus, good to see you as well. 100th Monkey, fuck off now, then. Oh, I like that. I like that. Thank you, Atomic Punk, and good to see you. Says, I prefer scientianity. Lol. And Liquid, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And yeah, Matthew Mulkeen, you are right. Scientism is nowadays, because of internet culture, is definitely used as a pejorative. Back in the day, like when the term was first coined, it wasn't a pejorative. It's used as a pejorative now. I try to take some of the wind out of those sails by being like, look, the term was first coined to talk to, it was the people who do science, are people who scientists do scientism. Is pretty much all it really was. So it was just kind of like a term used to describe the process of doing science. And then other people, like I would say evangelicals, most likely religious believers, glommed onto that term like scientism and say like, you just believe in scientism as opposed to like theism or something of that nature. So it definitely is used as a pejorative nowadays, but it just goes to show their ignorance, I think, is all it does.
Yeah. Anyway,
Jinju, good to see you. What's up?
I just wanted to crap on that guy because he was wasting your time and he was wasting the audience's time. Literally, you could find a random apologist video on the internet, anyone, and I'm aware how universally awful they are. Just pick one at random and review that, and it would be better than talking with Robin.
And I have a couple of things I want to get to.
Use of everybody's time. You could, I don't say this lightly. You could review a Ray Comfort video, and it would be a better use of the audience's time than talking with Robin.
Thank you, Jessica Transmetal Alchemist, for 10 Australian. Says this Robin guy is just a personal incredulity machine. I don't understand how concept X is meant to work. Concept Y makes me feel spiritually uncomfortable. This stuff cannot be true. Wow, you calling the wambulance. Thank you, Jessica. I appreciate that. And Jessica again for 5 Australian. From the Monty Python Galaxy song, pray that there's intelligent life somewhere up in space, because there's bugger all down here on Earth.
Yes, as he was. What Robin was doing, he was constructing probability distribution functions internally on no evidence whatsoever, and then saying, "Well, that's improbable." So he was manufacturing his own incredulity over and over, and he's just a simple machine for turning otherwise useful nutrients into a waste of everybody's time.
And Hermeneutics, thank you so much for $2. Says save Robin type trolls for long form reacts, please. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, I've got a counter offer to what was put out there. So the idea of that personal incredulity machine. See, the moment I raised the troll charge, incredulity implies some level of, well, honesty of not believing another position. Troll just means you're an asshole.
Yeah.
I'm betting I'm going reverse Hanlon on this one, and I'm willing to outright declare malice is that play. So there is no incredulity. He is just a time-wasting asshole.
Don't attribute to stupidity. Don't attribute to stupidity, which could be easily explained by malice.
No. Don't attribute to excessive stupidity what's more easily explained by malice.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
Wait. Isn't that what I just said?
No, it's actually the reverse.
Don't attribute to stupidity what is more easily explained by malice.
Yes, okay, actually that time it did. It didn't sound like it the first time, but yes, that
so just reverse handling.
I thought we got the same thing 3 times. I thought JL got it right. But and you know how keen I am on saying when JL is wrong.
Very much so.
So for instance, he seems to like Lord of the Rings. So, I don't particularly understand how any sane person can come to that conclusion. But I'm going
hang on a goddamn second. I have heard the back and forths about Lord of the Rings, yada yada yada, and Clive pokes that bear numerous times.
Yes.
I did not know that you actually have a problem with that with Tolkien's work.
I just find it boring. Like I think he can't write. Is my problem.
We don't need the story on every tree branch.
Yes, we don't need the story on every fucking tree branch. There's a 2-page description of the plants in a particular forest. At one point, I don't fucking care. Like, can we get
to Hell's Deep, motherfucker? Whoa, that was in California.
So, I like. I liked The Hobbit. I thought The Hobbit was a fine book, but it was short, right? It's to the point. They just get there. They do their stuff. They come home. Fine, got no problem with it. How you turn that into 3 fucking movies is completely beyond me. But whatever. At least Stephen Fry got an acting credit, which is quite good. But I just don't. And Stephen Colbert got an acting credit actually. While we're about it. But Lord of the Rings just seems tedious. It's also sort of very sexist, racist. All of the people with dark skins are actually on the bad guy side. The orcs and the goblins are sort of Mongol looking. It's and there's only one significant female character, so that actually does anything.
There's 2.
As opposed,
Arwen and Eowyn.
And what does Arwen do?
Arwen provides the moral support and the spiritual support to Aragorn.
Right. She provides the moral support. Yeah. Okay. And that's significant, is it? Like the other guys are charging around. We've got hobbits stabbing fucking Barrow Whites. We've got wars and everything, but she gets to be a comfort woman for Aragorn. Great. That's not sexist at all.
So you're talking about the only girl who actually does anything is Eowyn.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
I was surprised when
Aragorn up. Hey, the spider was female. Shelob was female.
Yes, that's true. so they can be good bad guys. Amongst the main bad guys, they feature highly. So yeah, I just it's not for me. I can see that other people do like it. I have read the Silmarillion. I'm not going to read it again.
What about Galadriel?
Yeah, Galadriel.
She provides them. She provides them the things.
Here's some bread. Get the fuck out.
She provided them with more than that. The light of Elendil, the rope,
right?
The things that they like. That's some good shit.
So she's a shopkeeper. If this were an MMO, you turn up.
They gave them the weapons that they needed. They gave them food. They gave them the elven cloaks. They gave them the light of Erendil. They gave them
yes.
the rope.
Do you recall what the only woman in who I think the only woman from memory, maybe there are two women who are mentioned in the poem Beowulf, and Jessica brings this up in the chat. It's very clear that the structure of Lord of the Rings is based very much on a study of epic Anglo-Saxon poetry, where the only people who do things are kings or otherwise famous warriors or nobles or what have you. And it's very much intended to sort of replicate that thing. But in Beowulf, Hrothgar's wife, whose name I can't remember, she presents the cup to Beowulf in the house, and this is a social status thing. It's a commentary on sort of the acceptance of guests and the status that they're afforded by who gets what drink when, etc. And so
Wealth Owl.
Yeah.
Wealth Owl was his wife.
Right.
Sorry.
And so but it really is marginalizing that women, especially given that there were quite a few women female warriors, or have been historically, that in this poetry and in this genre, they're reduced to symbolic presences only that bestow material gifts on the people who actually do stuff, right? The people who are actually, ripping the arms off monsters or going wherever. And I'm surprised somebody hasn't pointed out that Grendel's mum is also a woman and she's a character, is also female. But, it just seems marginalizing. And as Jessica points out, it's a product of its time and it's a product of the genre that it's supposed to be on. And I don't accuse J.R.R. Tolkien of these attributes. It's just I don't like it.
So
right? I read this book, and there's a lot in it that I just don't like.
He's a product of his time, like Lovecraft was a product of his time.
Well, Lovecraft was vastly more overtly racist, and I don't like Lovecraft's writing either. Sort of Robert Howard, the guy who wrote the Conan stories. I think he's a very good writer, and I will read his stories, and I will cringe a little at the racism that all you need to describe whether or not somebody's a good guy or a bad guy is to describe their skull shape, and the more African the skull shape is, the worse a person they are.
Yeah.
And you can have a black-skinned person who's a good guy as long as you don't describe their skull shape. As long as they've got the right shaped face, they can be civilized and good. But it's yes, these are products of their time. But I just don't think that J.R.R. Tolkien or Lovecraft are actually good writers.
I would agree with it. I would agree with you on Lovecraft. He wasn't the greatest. I'm a Lovecraft fan of the mythos that he created, and the concepts that are there. But the stuff about his character, certainly not. I'm highly like in fact, if you were to label it, I mean, it pretty much. I see him as kind of like the extremely flawed foundation behind some magnificent literary works that followed in his stead, and I prefer those writers over reading his stuff.
Exactly.
So I would go down though, because those guys are just as inspirational to me as Lovecraft is, because I don't think that I would enjoy the works. I don't think I would enjoy Carpenter's work or King's work as much if I didn't have like that foundational understanding of what they read, which is the stuff from the mythos and the cosmic dread inspirations that come along from those. I think I can appreciate the more contemporary literature now that I've read that stuff in the past.
Well,
So
I hadn't read any Lovecraft when watching, In the Mouth of Madness or The Thing, and I think that they're, I just think that they're vastly better. I think that they stand on their own. I'm not such a great fan of Prince of Darkness, which is sort of the third in the trilogy. I went to great effort to acquire it, and then I was rather let down because I was expecting something at least as good as you say. I think The Thing is the greatest horror movie ever made, and In the Mouth of Madness is really, really good as well. And I was expecting something of that caliber, and Prince of Darkness I don't think is up there. I agree with Andrew that the best Star Trek movie ever is Galaxy Quest.
See, and looking
somebody
back,
in the chat asked me what I think of Douglas Adams. I think Douglas Adams is a good but limited writer.
I think of it like this, to direct quote: "The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all its contents. We live on a placid island of ignorance in the midst of black seas of infinity, and it was not meant that we should voyage far. The sciences, each straining in its own direction, have hitherto harmed us little, but someday the piecing together of dissociated knowledge will open up such terrifying vistas of reality and of our frightful position therein that we shall either go mad from the revelation or flee from the light into the peace and safety of a new dark age." It's concepts
That's a great and well-written paragraph. My problem is that his stories don't hold together, and he has paragraphs that last for an entire page.
That's true.
That's
very true.
You can never have too many fucking paragraphs. He could on occasion. That is fantastic wordsmithing, and it's a great concept. But I think I just don't like his stories, and I don't like his.
Primordial Buggles just fuck Tolkien. All right, really quick, I want to address this. And Caligonchick was doing a mic check there. Apparently there was an audio issue, but we'll get back to that. Good to see you, Primordial Buggles. And I wanted to make sure that I said hi, BV. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Going hard on the Tolkien stuff. For any believers that happen to be in the chat, I saw a couple of individuals. We'd love to have a chat with you. The link is pinned in the side chat. Down there at the bottom, you can join the stage, talk about what you believe and why. I saw somebody pop in and made some sort of comment about they don't believe that they were Neo said, "I don't think I was once upon a time a sea plankton." Well, you weren't. Once upon a time, you were a swimmer in your daddy's sack. But if you want to talk about evolution, or if you want to talk about abiogenesis, these are conversations that we can have. So, but if you are a believer, if you happen to believe in a god or some sort of entity, we'd love to have the conversation with you. Click the link, come up on stage. Already had a few keyboard warriors come through and try to put me to the test. I want someone to come up here and educate me like PhD Tony does. Learn me some sciences and some philosophernesses. I want to know it. And Clive Wells says, "We are still waiting for Tony to read the Silmarillion on his channel."
You'll be waiting a fair old while, I'm afraid. This is part of my problem with the multiverse, is that if I believe that there is a universe where I do read the Silmarillion on my channel, and I don't. I've never met a more profound argument for euthanasia. Somebody talks about Herbert is their goat. I got given the entire Dune series Herbert's entire June compilation of books for my 21st birthday, and I read them all. And I kind of found the first one and the last one to be good books, and the ones in between I didn't like.
Let me ask you. I'm curious. You touched on something that in like in the multiverse theory, there is a universe somewhere that exists that you do read the Silmarillion on your channel, like a la Christopher Lee reading The Hobbit or reading.
I don't think that is true. I don't think that is necessarily a component of multiverse theory. I was joking, I think.
But I'm curious as to
my understanding.
If it was confirmed that there were infinite realities out there, that there were a lot like Rick and Morty, okay, infinite realities out there with infinite versions of all of us, and where either one tiny little thing has changed or where it's vastly different. Like what would be, as a scientist, say this is confirmed going forward from there? What would be your initial reaction?
So my initial reaction is that it's very difficult to construct identities between parallel universes that are separate. So when you say that's a different version of me, well, it isn't me. And the fact that it's different, if that person were in this universe, it would demonstrably be not me. So you're making the claim that person over there who likes the Silmarillion and is different, has had different life experiences, has had different constructions. That person is somehow an analog of me, and I think that's sort of metaphysically a very difficult task to undertake. And I don't necessarily think that it's meaningful. It's not necessarily the case that the infinite number of universes all contain an analog of me. There are some versions where they do, like every time a decision is made or every time a wave function collapses, a new universe is spawned. One where it went one way, one where it went the other way. And there are sort of a large but not infinite number of me in those universes, or people who were me up to a certain point and then diverged. But I don't think that just because there are an infinite number of universes, there are an infinite number of me's. I don't accept that. It is entirely possible. It may be true, but it's entirely possible that there's an infinite number of universes, but only a finite number of universes in which somebody who is close enough to me to be recognizable exists. So it's not the case that all possible versions of me exist. Anyway, it is idle speculation. It's This is just, I don't accept the multiverse hypothesis like Leophilius, but somebody was asking what my tastes are. Have I read Zelazny? Yes, I have. My favorite author is a guy by the name of Jack Vance. Slightly behind him is Neil Gaiman, despite the fact that Neil Gaiman is a sex pest. Dashiell Hammett. If we're just going to literature in general, Dashiell Hammett is one of my favorites, and Aaron Abramovich. The Rivers of London series, I quite like that as well. And I would make one of the same criticisms about Frank Herbert that I made about Tolkien. I just don't think that he's got good female characters. His female characters are there to be bedded by male characters, rather than being characters really in their own right. Yeah.
Oh, let's see. Juggernaut Jared Reed sent me the video of Leonard Nimoy doing the Ballad of Bilbo Baggins.
Right. Okay.
Nice. Very cool. Thank you, Jared Reed. Appreciate that. All right. So, I don't know if
for Equinox asks, does everyone need to have good female characters? No, they don't. But I like good female characters, so it's a weakness for me. You may have a different opinion about all of this. I don't think Zelazny has terribly many female protagonists, but it just irks me. It's my personal preference. That's what I thought I was offering.
I tried to write a really, really strong female character in several of my books, or several of my short stories that were part of the novella that I wrote. I think I did pretty good, especially that final story where it involves the two investigators trying to defeat the ancient evil and then jumping back and forth through time. I thought that was kind of interesting, but yeah, I'd say strong female characters are really, really good and should be a focus.
I'm just derailing the conversation, and Sir Equinox, I'm not saying that a book is bad if it doesn't have any female characters in it. But if book after book after book has no worthwhile female characters, then it kind of wears on me. So who's bringing? Javers, I haven't read that much Zelazny, so you're so you've got the better of me. I've read the Amber series and a couple, and Lords of Light and Darkness, and a couple of others, but I didn't get to that one. But I am derailing your conversation, and I am probably scaring off anyone, given that I have an Ankalagonchik.
Ankalagonchik. Just remember the first part of that is Encalagon the Black from Lord of the Rings.
Right. Okay. Well, the sooner I'm out of here, the better, I guess. Okay. All right, but I'll talk to you anon. Take care.
Take it easy, Tony. Thanks so much.
Yeah, bye.
Good job.
Always good to get a crack at Tony in on the stream. Let's see if Encalagonchik's good to go. I got some background AC that or some background noise. Encalagonchik, you there?
Hey, hello.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, I was really cautious about not being loud again. I'm sorry. Windows sometimes does magic. Technically, Jael, you're wrong because Ankalagon is not from Lord of the Rings. It's from Silmarillion.
Oh, that's right. When Encalagon the Black was introduced.
Yeah. In Silmarillion, but yeah, whatever. I agree with Tony about Robin. I don't know if this dude just a troll or literally like that dishonest. It's really weird what he's doing and talking. Like I don't know why he's that way. But back to the buttons question. I think first of all, I think you've you formulate the premise of this experiment or whatever thought,
the red button, blue button dilemma.
Yeah. You premised it a little bit wrong because originally it was just like all people teleported to pick this. Not.
Well, yeah, I've seen the variation.
Can do the thing.
Yeah, the variation that I put on it was simply that those individuals who had the cognitive capacity to understand the question to make it.
Yeah.
So, which is something that was a change that was made because the original iteration was literally
all
just
people were put. Yeah,
red button and blue buttons. If more than 50% press blue, everyone survives. If not, only those who press red survive. And then people were coming up with scenarios like, well, wait a minute. If it's everybody, what about people who fundamentally don't have the capacity to understand
like
what's going on?
Kids who just gonna press blue because they like blue.
Right.
Yeah. It's a little bit. It's in a way like a little bit better scenario because then you kind of feel obligation maybe to press blue button as well, because to save people who pressed blue button. But in your scenario that you proposed, it's basically the buttons become press red button to survive or blue button to harm yourself maybe.
or save everybody.
No. To harm yourself, maybe.
But if more than 50%, no. But if more than 50% choose blue, everyone lives.
Yeah, I understand. But then it's basically like red button, everybody lives. Blue button, you may harm yourself.
And I'm not willing to press the red button in the off chance that there's one person who presses a blue of another person. I'm not going to sacrifice a life for my own. I'm not going to do it. I'd rather go down with the ship or ensure everybody lives.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
But then do you think that, because I think people who would understand this dilemma, like they have cognitive ability to understand it, they all will actually press red button, so everyone survives. But if you don't have cognitive abilities to understand it, and you press blue,
because it's not about that. It's about, are you okay? So there may be people. Yes, logic does fashion into it. Can you guarantee that every single human being, if they look at it and they understand what's happening, they understand what the question is, can you 100% guarantee that everyone is going to press red? Can you guarantee that emotion, empathy will not factor into it? Can you guarantee that?
Of course not. But that's it. That's why your things like cognitive ability to understand it kind of plays in.
Yeah, I understand the question completely. And I cannot logically rule out the effects of empathy, because there can be, if it comes down to it, you could get all the people choosing red, but then there's that one guy who knows that his wife is deeply empathetic, and will come at this like, some loved one that they have will literally say, they'll go, if I choose red, then I know that this family member of mine is going to die, because they will choose blue, because they will not put their life ahead of anybody else. They'll either go down with the ship, or everyone lives, or they just won't. They'll just go down with the ship. They're not going to. They morally, they can't do it. They can't just put themselves. They can't. They can't do that. And so, knowing that there's at least one person, or the probability is that there will be at least one person who will press blue, because they will not put themselves ahead as a matter of like personal, of like a personal code or honor. I can't sacrifice that one person I can't sacrifice that person for the mistake of their empathy. What's the mistake they made? That they were too empathetic? That doesn't deserve death. So I choose blue. I'll go down with them, or I'll secure their life. Even the lives of those who would rather see us dead in order to save their own lives. So, or are willing to sacrifice
I don't know
to save themselves.
I don't know if framing it in a pressing red button is like selfish or whatever is kind of correct.
It is if you can't guarantee.
I don't see it this way.
No, it is if you can't guarantee that everyone will press it press the red out of self-preservation.
But it's not self-preservation. It's just a red button is basically no one dies.
No. It's that if less than 50% choose blue, everyone who chose red survives. So if you choose red, you guarantee. If you choose red, you guarantee your own life. But you can't guarantee. But you can't guarantee that everyone is going to do that. You can hope that they will, but you can't guarantee that's going to happen. Are you willing to sacrifice? So the question comes down to it: Are you willing to sacrifice? Are you willing to sacrifice one life to secure your own? Is that what it is? Because if there's 100,000 people pressing the button and 99,999 of them press red, one person presses blue. That one person who pressed blue is going to die. But the other individuals, all the people who voted, they don't know what everyone is voting. They're voting with their own self-interest in mind. So, are you personally, you yourself, willing to sacrifice one person to ensure your own survival? Is that who you are?
Yeah, I understand this framing, but at the same time, I see how you can frame it in a different way as like red is no harm at all, and blue is 50% harm to those who vote blue. So
yeah, this is sort of where I was going, where pressing blue is literally offering to die. if everyone says, "Hey, if everyone wants to live,"
Do you want 50% chance of dying? Like,
yeah, you're literally voting for the chance to die. So that's the other way.
I understand the rules. I understand the implications. By pressing blue, I'm risking my life. I'm willing to put my life on the chopping block to save everybody. I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to put my life on the chopping block for the odds that more than 50% will press blue and everyone survives. I'm willing to do that. I'm not willing to press red just to save my own ass when I know that at least one person is going to die because they were more empathetic than me. That doesn't track whatsoever.
Well, the question is it empathy when everyone has the free ability to pick red and therefore everyone, it's like they say, God helps those who help themselves. Literally, it's like you wouldn't choose to live. You're going to put it in someone else's hands versus, hey, everyone can just choose red, right? See, if you gave them that sentence at the end of it, everyone can just choose red.
They can, and for those who cognitively understand, who have the capacity to understand the question, that is on the table. If 100% of people choose red, nobody dies. If more than 50%, but if more than 50% of people choose blue, nobody dies either. So that's the key. Will 100% of people? What are the? So you can even look at it from a math perspective. If you have 8 billion people, what's the probability that every one of them is going to press red to save their own lives against at least more than half, 50.1% choose blue? What's the odds?
I think your logic is valid with the framing of the first dilemma. Because in the first dilemma, everybody, even without cognitive ability to understand what they asked for, are being teleported and forced to press blue or red. So some people, for example, like kids or some disabled people or just some confused people, they will not understand what they need to do and they're going to press blue randomly. So you kind of have obligation, social obligation, to press blue to save them. Because if you don't do this, then they will die because other people will press red and they will be in the minority and they will die. But in your framing of people who have cognitive ability to understand this thing, it all becomes just red button, no harm to everybody, or blue button may be harm to somebody who presses blue. And then I think it's more logical to press red button in your specific scenario.
That's if you're going at it from a purely logical perspective. Yes, I've already acknowledged that. You can't guarantee that that's the way it's going to go down. And because you can't guarantee it, are you willing to risk it? And I'm not. That's where the moral consideration comes into play. If we came at this from if we knew that the human race, the human species was entirely logical and cut emotion completely out of it, then obviously everyone's going to choose red. They're going to see the logical outcome from there.
I'm sorry, but what is?
But hang on a sec. But we know the human species does not operate that way. Someone, at least one person out of the billions that are going to be pressing a button is going to think about that one person they know who is going to choose blue, that they don't want to die.
I understand, but what is cognitive ability then?
It doesn't matter.
Maybe it's because of the language barrier. I just don't understand.
No, they can recognize the logic of it. They do, but they are not willing to risk one life just to save their own. Logic.
So they have enough capability to understand what they need to do, but they don't have enough capability to actually reason through it to the conclusion
they're just not going to.
Pressing.
Their empathy is going to. Oh no, they're going to be like, well, I can do the empathetic response, or I can do the coldly logical response.
Well, Jail, there's one minor alternate framing that we put here. You're willing to risk your own.
Right, and I am.
Yeah. So it's when everyone knows they have a chance to survive. That's the funny thing.
And it appears that 85% of the humans, 85% of the human species, on average, agrees with me.
Yeah, it's sort of like saying, hey, by the way, you can grab this free life preserver and live. and then opting not to, and then hoping something else will save you. Like half the other people not taking that same life preserver. And
if I realize that if I'm part of the less than 50% that did that, then I'd be a part of the group that would get smoked, and all the people that chose red would survive. I'm good with that. I would not want to live in a world where every single person just chooses red. It's not a world. And the idea and kind of an extension on this is that people began to realize that we live in a world where 85% of people would choose blue because they're not willing to cut their empathy out of the equation. They're not willing to do that. Whereas 15% would choose red. And people begin to realize that we live in a world where 85% would choose blue, 50% would choose red, but the world itself is controlled by those who would choose red.
I still see it as like, though we're literally voting against any sense of self-preservation. It's like, yeah, you can all join us. I don't know, but I have an alternative comedic view for this. I dropped it in the private studio chat. 2 minutes of something perhaps everyone here can enjoy. Since we love buttons, this is my favorite by far, and a great little moral,
an old one.
Moral view.
Oh, is this like the press the button and you get?
Don't ruin it for the audience.
No, there was a movie based on that.
Well, this is based on the movie.
Yeah.
Well,
the guy shows up and she gives him a button.
Yeah.
And says you press the button.
Yeah.
That's the deal. You press the button, and you will get an X amount of money.
Yeah.
But someone random in the world will immediately die.
Yeah, it's I believe it's in the Outer Limits episodes originally.
Yeah. And then like there were a lot of people who'd be like,
yep. So 2 minutes of comic relief for everyone. Do we get to share it?
I can't. I mean, you could put the link. You could put the link in the live chat.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, but I can't. I can't watch it in its entirety. I'll get dinged.
Oh, do we pause halfway through for commentary?
Well, it's in order so because it's supposed to be a joke, so we have to watch the whole thing. But it's a Funny or Die sketch. It's a Funny or Die sketch. And
I'll drop it in the main chat for other people to bookmark.
Yeah, so other people watch it, but we can't watch it. If the thing is, it's 2 minutes long. I'll definitely get copyright dinged if I play that in its entirety.
Well, only if we don't pause it halfway through.
Here we go. Neo's back in the chat. In my honest opinion, if you're sincere, humble, and seeking the truth, the doors are open. I recommend Orthodox, Sunni Islam, and Quran. I would like to know whether or not your God exists. How about that? How about we start there, Neo? How do you know your God exists? Like, how do you know that? How did you determine that? How did you eliminate any potential biases? Like, these are the things that we want to hear. Come up on stage and we'll discuss this. Okay, because the Quran is just a cult manual, the same as the Bible, you know. But I definitely want to have the conversation. So Neo, come up on stage. Islam, the sincere religion. Yeah, sincerely trash. Joe, if God isn't real, explain prolapsed rectums. If God's not real, explain the pink sock. I like Dagobah Dave. If the Blues win, the Reds will deny they pushed red. No doubt.
I like to sometimes open the Quran on a random verse and just read it, and it's usually something really stupid, really like anti-science, or just straight up some sort of like cruelty or whatever.
Let me see. I'm not seeing this country, dude. Oh, Country Folks Record. I try to figure out what do all humans have in common, and it's money. You can say what you want. Not really. We have survival needs. Yeah, we have as a means of survival, we have all things in common that we need. We need air, water, food, shelter. For psychological health, we all need support systems, you know, because we're a social species. So to some degree, you know, connectivity in that respect. Neo wants to come up on stage. The link is pinned in the side chat, Neo. Link is pinned in the side chat. All you do is click it, it'll bring you up. Thinking about Genesis is rubbish. Some proof take a completely dead cell. Well, okay, so there's a difference between a dead cell and there's a difference between like chemical interactions. So can't bring it to life. The cell is leaps ahead of what you get in it. It's not really. I don't think you have an understanding of what abiogenesis is. So, but then again, that has nothing to do with a god. So come on up, because abiogenesis could be the way that the god actually like created life. If there's a creating entity, it could just use like natural chemical interactions to facilitate the process. So that would pretty much be it. Neo, click the link. Come up on stage. Oh, I like that, Tony Regime. Psilocybin and THC. Come on, Neo. Click the link. It's pinned in the side chat.
Wouldn't it be funny how rhetoric will change after scientists get enough funding and actually start to like making actual like cells and not just RNA on clay and some other like organic synthesis stuff? And the rhetoric of the believers will shift from, oh, they can't do this, to see, even they can do this, therefore God.
July 1st. Yes, the first completely synthetic cell. So this just dropped a few days ago.
Oh,
for the first time, a cell built from scratch grows. That was reported in I want to find the DOI. This is Live Science, Quantum Magazine, Science Alert, CNN reported on it, but I want the actual paper. Maybe the DOI is in Live Science. Scientists just created the most lifelike cell ever made in a lab. Here's what it could accomplish. Spud cell is a new cell-like platform that can feed, grow, and divide like a normal cell, but it's not yet a perfect recreation of the real thing. Fluorescent microscopy of the spud cell, an artificial cell created entirely from non-living chemical components. The cell is currently undergoing division. It can eat, grow, and divide in a way that's remarkably similar to living cells. The research released to the preprint database there we go, a chemically defined synthetic cell capable of growth and replication. And got the DOI right here. And let me do this. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to put it. Give me 2 seconds. First, I'm going to put it in the private chat so I can keep a copy of it. That's the DOI. And now I'm going to put it here. So there we go. Yeah, I'm going to make sure the DOI. Get out of the lab and eat the entire planet. It could be fun. So, Neo, feel free to come up on stage. Oh, I see country folks might be a troll. That's fine. They get out of hand, the mods will handle it. Oat Milk, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
What a good start of July.
Do what?
What a good start of July. Just made the cell, you know?
Right.
Nothing special.
So, let's see. Just going off of this, probably like that. Okay, I've got access to the abstract. The actual, full text. Oh, here we go. Full text. Introduction. Blah, 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 blah. Bioengineering. Build a biochemical system that could cross the threshold from chemistry to life. Significant progress has been made towards construction of a minimal living synthetic cell, including approaches based on minimizing natural living organism and efforts starting with non-living components. Synthetic minimal cell with fully defined 90 kbp genome, undergoing multiple generations of cell cycle selection and reproduction. Resulting gives insights into the minimum components necessary for life. Yep. So yeah, pretty much it. I've linked the DOI. People have access to that so they can read about it themselves. the breakdown. Let's see. So the researchers are like that, but for study co-author Kate Adamala, a synthetic biologist at the University of Minnesota, says that she views it as a framework that could generate all the chemicals we need for our civilization with biology. The thought is that spud cell could serve as a tiny factory pumping out medicines, fertilizers, plastics, or any number of other compounds. But it is a cell. That's what it is. The what it does, it functions no differently than what cells do, and it is entirely artificial, created from non-living chemical components. So, which is an example of what we would say. It's not what we would say equivalent to life like we have now, but then again, it wasn't back then 3.5 billion years ago either. So come on. Where's Neo? Come on, Neo. Don't be a keyboard warrior, Neo.
I also sent you a survey. It's a recent survey of physicists about like different questions. The questions that like we interested in is mostly like what does Big Bang imply and stuff like this.
Okay,
it's
cool.
Just believers who think that consensus of the scientists is that Big Bang is the start of the universe is not true. Like they're lying when they're saying it.
So Neo, come on. I'm going to put some feelers out. I call myself keyboard warrior, commander of the armies of the north and the field. Oh, yeah. That's great. So Neo, come on up. If it's just coming down to like, you being scientifically illiterate, that's fine. We can help with that. I see someone got banned in the Discord.
Yeah, toss violation on language.
Ew. Tisk.
Yeah. I'm not having any of that.
Cord Lizard Mage, good to see you. I'm going to put some feelers out, see if we might bring someone in. Otherwise, we may have to jump on a review, take a look at some content. I hope that that Robin is not the only one we get in here.
While we go fishing, I will recaffeinate back in a moment.
Why not? We'll just go with that. And putting out feelers. See if there's anybody who wants to. I see I've been banned from posting in the Learn About God channel. And the 24/7 Flat Earth channel as well. They don't like me.
So weird. Why wouldn't they?
Because they know they can't defend their position. That's what it comes down to.
Have you did any like Flat Earth specific streams?
No, I'm not really in that. I'm not really in that group. They don't really know me. Bible discussion. Oh, what? Dang it. And
I did 2 streams on Flat Earth specifically, and all I was asking is to provide a model of Flat Earth that can be like used to measure anything.
All right. I put feelers out. Oh, what? He's such a lovable guy, Jail. Yeah, I know, Jinju. I am, yeah. Let me see. Let me go back to my room. Good to go. There we go. Otangelo, how do you get morals without God? Seriously, Otangelo, how many socks do you have? Like, how many? I was going through my block stuff, and I've got like 12 of your socks, maybe even more blocked. So how do you get morals without a God? That's a discussion we can have. How about you come up on stage? I'll bring you. Like, let's have you on stage, and I can break that down for you. Like, because what you are conveying as being morality is somewhat incorrect. You have an incorrect idea as to what morality is. Okay, so come up on stage, and I can break that down for you. It's actually not that difficult.
I thought about this one thing a little. Technically, you can not believe in God and still use Bible as a morality guidance book, because you can technically use any book with any like moral claims as a morality guidance book.
Oh yeah, it's
So
like a guide. Yeah,
so
yeah. For
yeah, you
interpersonal
can
stuff.
technically think that like God is not real, but Bible is a good book for source of the morality. It will not be a good source for the morality, but you can think that way.
Yeah, they're individuals that are cultural Christians that don't accept Christianity, but they accept like some of the things that Jesus talked about and some of the interpersonal, like the intersocietal
Really,
like
only
rules, like
some of the
rules.
things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But even
Like
then,
two
even then they'll frame it
that
as
Jesus talked about.
They'll frame it as Christianity when in fact Christianity just took it from Judaism, which just took it from Zoroastrianism, which just took it from polytheistic Mesopotamian. So it's not even that impressive, but they're out there. I'm literally inviting the Otangelo sock up onto the stage. Thank you so much, Primordial Puggles, for the 100 Australian. I do appreciate that. You rock, very generous. Let's get some W's in the chat for Primordial. Some big dubs. Big dubs in the house. Big W's for Primordial Puggles. Thank you so much for that very generous super chat. You rock. No message, but I do appreciate you. Thank you so much. It's pinned in the side chat, Otangelo. You can see it. It's pinned right there.
And I think it's even in the description. No?
Yeah, it's on the screen. Like you can click it there and you can just join.
Oh, it's not in the description, unfortunately.
Not in the description, but pinned in the live chat. Neo, that's fantastic. Why don't you come up on stage? People on TikTok have more stones than a lot of these cats. Joe just bring up AI Kermit. Wow.
That's why you need to get into TikTok.
Yeah, the people on TikTok seem to be a bit more courageous than a lot of the YouTube Christians or the YouTube believers. Come on, Neo.
An education level is basically the same.
Come on. I don't want to start like reviewing a thing and have somebody pop in. Well, let's see here real quick. I do have something that I can. I do have this one video. What is it? It is little less than 3 minutes long, and it's 18 mind-blowing proofs that God is real and that he loves you.
This is a scary video to watch on stream. we all will become Christians after that.
Well, I'm hoping that the Otangelo sock will come up and that I could break down his, like, how his concept of morality is malformed.
Oh, he completely abandoned the point.
Apparently. So it's just a chemically defined synthetic cell capable of growth and replication. Yeah, because it was chemistry. It's a result of chemistry. We understand all the components that went into it. The chemicals that define what it is. How is that hard for you to understand? It's not difficult. Huh. Anyway. DNA as a molecule is chemically defined. Like, we know all the chemicals that go into it. So all the elements that play into it. So it's not hard. Yes, life is chemistry. Anyone who tells you different is selling something. I turned that into a Princess Bride. Life is chemistry, princess. Anyone telling you different is selling you something.
But have you considered magic?
Right. Have you considered magic? I like this from Joe. Christianity doesn't provide a moral framework, ability to discern right and wrong. It merely capitulates to the commands of a cosmic pedo. Yeah, it's pretty much an abdication of one's own morality, of what one's own internal moral system for obedience, is what it is. To take for the adherent to take their own moral inclinations, set those aside in favor of obedience to something else's moral system. So,
and we know that it was made by man because it includes some really weird commands from God.
Okay, so Sebro, the universe and life begs for a designer. No, it doesn't. But if you have some evidence to support that, other than like an appeal to emotion, we'd be happy to hear that. Got a bunch of keyboard warriors in the side chat. Come on up on stage. The link is pinned in the side chat. You're more than welcome. These are the conversations we have.
Jill, do you do a little bit of a Bible readings on stream, or you don't really dive into verses and stuff?
I'll use them when I need to illustrate a point during an internal critique, but I don't really do Bible readings in that respect.
Okay.
The problem of hermeneutics is a major issue there.
I'm not even talking about hermeneutics.
Wait, no,
I just have a funny verse.
Oh, hang on one second. Tangent says spud cell is a dead end design. It doesn't actually reproduce like any cell. Yes, it does. It divides. It's in the paper. I linked the DOI. It divides. It eats. It metabolizes. It divides. It merely produces a surface protein that literally splits the cell. It's still undergoing mitosis. Okay, it's all there in the paper. So yes, it does divide. So there's, I don't know what the issue is here. So Josiel, good to see you. Thanks so much. He says, I'm a keyboard soldier. Yes, you are, Jaws. One of the best on the front line. So Sebro. We got Sebro. Needs to come up on stage, or Neo could come up on stage. Yeah, thank you, Joe. The only designer nature needs is selective pressure. Okay, so Sebro, the things that you're pointing to there have a lot of assumptions baked into them. You need to come up on stage so that I can explain why you're not justified in holding to those assumptions. There's no rational justification for holding to those. So come up on stage, Chief. Come on. Come on, Cletus. Come on. Evolution is nothing special. We can bypass evolution with intelligence. For example, humans can fly supersonic. We can create tools that allow us to do things that other animals can do naturally, and we can maximize those things, like making a jet that flies supersonic. Sure, but that's just our intelligence. That's just us making a tool that allows us to do something that our physiology doesn't allow us to do. Whatever. But it was evolution that resulted in
like
it was
crows
evolution.
use
It was evolution
tools.
that allowed us to that it was evolution that selected for us to have the brains to be able to develop tools and improve upon those tools over time. So
Exactly how crows and monkeys use tools as well.
Hmm.
For example, crows use tools like small branches to reach in places where they can't reach with the beak, and monkeys use like branches and stones to throw them at fruits to gather them.
Atomic Punk, good to see you. Have a good one. Have a good dinner. Binary fission. Okay, I gotcha. Corliss Mage, I'm taking my ball and going home. Let me see here real quick. No, not this one. What game uses for the simultaneous launch of authors biography James raised money for the Spud platform. Damala does not take umbrage to that criticism. Yeah, she's seeking to bring more attention to funding to her field. If synthetic cell can be perfected, she thinks it can help you manage generate chemicals or relying on heavy petroleum products. Synthetic cell. They combine 36 purified enzymes in a fatty membrane with a paired back genome about 50 times smaller than that of an average bacterial cell. By mixing these human-made elements together, the scientists generated a cell that could feed, grow, and divide. So in essence, they created a full cell cycle in a petri dish. We built a cell-like system that is fully chemically defined, so there are no unknown building blocks in it. It's capable of doing things that people up until now used to think that only natural living cells can do. They call this system Spud cell because it looks similar to a potato. The name is also a nod to the Sputnik satellite. The concept of recreating the cell cycle in addition is not entirely new. The Venture Institute's 2016 minimal cell paper flirted with the concept by stripping as many genes from a bacterium as possible to leave only a minimal cell that could still replicate. However, the new study is the first time scientists have achieved feeding, growing, and division using a bottom-up approach. The important caveat: for one, the cells cannot yet create their own energy as our cells do with mitochondria. They also rely on externally provided fat, sugars, and enzymes. The cells cannot make their own ribosomes, the machinery that turns genetic instructions into working parts of the cell. That means it relies on proteins being delivered from the outside, which is fine. Another difference is Spud cell's genome is spread over bits of DNA called plasmids rather than being neatly packaged in chromosomes. It does not possess the skeleton that cells typically use to neatly split DNA during cell division, so consequently, the division of Spud cell's DNA to its daughter cells can be somewhat haphazard. Small steps from cell to manufacturing platform. They see it as a blank slate for engineering. We believe that if we make a cell from scratch, that's fully engineerable. Cells have long been used to produce chemicals for humans to use. Millions of people use synthetic insulin made in bacteria and yeast cells, for example, but cells resist making chemicals that could be harmful to them, and through evolution, they develop systems to prevent them from doing so. A Spud cell-like system could circumvent those natural hurdles, Adamala and her colleagues think. And I understand where they're going with that through the applicability of such a platform. Step one in developing an engineering platform that can give you useful products. I like it. Bingo bango. So no, not life, no, but a good understanding of how these things can take place. Okay, so I'm gonna lay it down here. The people, the believers making claims, in the chat. If you're not going to come up on stage and defend your positions, I'm just going to let the mods handle you. Spamming nonsense is only going to get you kicked. Okay? We're not interested in hearing you spam nonsense. We want to hear what you have to present. Okay? And the chat is small
unironically.
The chat is small enough that I can see everybody. It's not going by so fast. So if you're just going to spam nonsense, the mod's just going to boot you.
Is he an ironically sad, have you looked at the trees? Or I hope it was an irony.
Who knows with Tangelo.
It's just such a meme at this point.
I just opened up the deal. Down at the very bottom, got evidence, got an argument. We want to talk to you in the StreamYard link. It's pinned at the bottom, Otangelo. Literally pinned at the bottom. You cannot miss it unless you are deliberately doing it. So, pinned in the live chat, dude. It's the pinned comment. You cannot miss it.
Do you want to look at one funny verse?
Point relative. Thank you so much for the $2. Is for Andrew. This is for you, Andrew. This has the salsa ship arrived to you.
I am not familiar with what that may be referring to yet.
Point relative. Andrew does not know.
Ship?
Huh?
What is a salsa ship?
So, point relative, if you can elaborate.
Is that like a gravy train? Are we into like alternative condiment delivery mechanisms? Where are we?
I don't know. C-Bro. Okay. If you don't come up on stage to defend your positions, if you're just going to spam, I'm just going to get rid of you. Okay? I'm just going to get rid of you. Come up on stage and defend your shit. If you don't, I'm just going to boot you. So, are you coming up on stage? So, C-Bro, are you going to come up on stage?
I don't think they read 1 Peter 3:15. That's why they are not coming.
Probably. No, Neo, not all is going to get booted. Just you idiots who just making claims and spamming in my chat. We're not interested. We're not interested in your spamming nonsense. Get this through your thick ass head. We are not interested in your spamming bullshit. We want to have the conversation with you. Come up on stage or GTFO, or just keep your mouth shut. We are not your audience to preach to. Okay? So come up on stage and defend your position or GTFO. And I see that C-Bro did not answer my question and is continuing to spam.
I love how C-Bro just built purpose into that sentence. Producing purpose driven. Yeah.
Well, technically they have purpose. They have purpose to consume food and divide.
No. It's a an intentionality front loaded, as opposed to a description of a process that plays out. It's talking about intentionality. It's a phrasing problem. that bakes it in.
Well, maybe.
It's a difference between function, as far as a contextualized, concept, versus an assumption of intentionality.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes this stuff is hard for me because I don't speak really English, so I don't understand this
It is,
stuff.
and it's a linguistic thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It bakes it in. It could be taken one way, honestly, but it's not used honestly. So maybe it doesn't stand out for you the same way it does for me.
Joe, no, Colonel Sanders, you're wrong.
Is it the kids that are wrong?
Well,
No.
looks like Mama's wrong again. No, Colonel Sanders, you're wrong. Mama says that the crocodiles are alligators are so ornery because they got all those teeth and no toothbrush. The medulla oblongata.
So the spam goes here. No, that's not the fight you want to take.
Wait, who?
Spam and Joe. Spam does not understand.
Okay, I think the keyboard warriors have left. Okay, so I guess I actually had to take care of. I had to take care of Sebro. Got rid of that. Got rid of that dingus. And Neo hasn't said anything in a minute, so Neo probably left as well. And I don't see Otangelo coming up to discuss morality. So,
yeah, Point Relative just made the clarification as to having me participate in a similar challenge to the chip challenge you did.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. The salsa. Yeah, the spicy salsa that I bought. Otangelo, I don't know what to tell you. The link is pinned in the side chat. Everyone has told you that. I can't post a picture of it. Okay, but it's right there. I'm actually Andrew over in Discord has
Here,
the screen.
I just pasted it right into the regular chat.
Andrew over in Discord has the stream live for people to watch, and I can literally look at the screen and say, there it is. There's my pinned comment down there at the bottom.
And there it is, manually punched in by me on the side there. So yeah, there goes everything. Jverse, they only selectively don't see links.
They selectively don't see them.
Selective, yes. It's I don't know how it happens. It's a curious, it's a curious process.
Otangelo.
Hi, JL.
You had a question about morality.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, so you say that you can ground morality without God. Please explain me how.
Yes, morality is the capacity to make distinctions between what is defined as being right and wrong, or good and bad, or whatever. So it's the ability to make those distinctions. We make those distinctions predicated upon our stances, and which are informed by a number of factors like our personal preferences, from our life experiences, the society we were raised in, the influence of our parents and peers as we were growing up. And they change over time as we have more experiences. But ultimately, it's about deriving an evaluation regarding something that's observed or something that is done, like an action or something going on, and evaluating that based upon priors and the things that inform your stance. So we don't need a God for this. We understand that these evaluations are subjective, meaning that they are stance dependent, mind stance dependent, and that there is no objective truth of a thing. So looking at an action, you just have an action, and then you evaluate it as being moral or immoral, predicated upon your stance. So don't need a God for that. Just need an agent. And that is what we do, we humans do.
Yeah, that's precisely the problem which I have with that, JL, because as soon as you say morals are not objective, they are subjective, then basically they depend on your opinion. And if you say killing someone is bad, and if someone from a Papua tribe says, well, to kill the witch of the neighboring village is a good thing because then they cannot do any spell against us anymore, then that's opposing your opinion. So there are two different opinions. So I would say when this is the case and you have no instance which actually says what is objectively right and wrong, and it becomes subjective as you confessed it is, then this equals to no morals whatsoever. It's just opinion.
That's false. It doesn't equate to no morals. It simply acknowledges that moral valuations are subjective, and that societies can agree upon moral valuations or they can disagree upon moral valuations. That's all it is. So what you pointed out, the potential conflict between two moral evaluations, which is something that we acknowledge does happen. One society can say that this particular act is immoral. Another society can say that this act is completely moral, and there could be a disagreement there. We expect that. So you pointing that out, that potential conflict, is not a logical defeater for moral anti-realism. It's just an appeal to consequences.
Morals are by nature ought to be. They have to be enforced from above. There has to be someone above us which says this is right, this is wrong, and then we either obey or we don't.
Who tells the thing above us what's right and wrong?
Well, I believe in the Christian God, as you know, so I think that the Christian God tells us what is right and wrong.
But so it stands.
So
hang on a second, Andrew. You have to understand, Otangelo, that with Christianity, you're talking about this God entity referencing its own stances, because you cannot say that you cannot define a thing as being stance independent or mind stance independent and then ground it in a mind. That's a logical contradiction. So if the God were to exist and it were to be dictating what is right and wrong, those demarcations, those distinctions between right and wrong are subjective to the God, because they're dependent upon its mind, its stances. There's nothing mind stance independent it's referencing in order to convey that information to humans. It's simply going off its own stances.
Yeah, I think that it depends on God's nature and not on just he arbitrarily say this is right and wrong.
It's not arbitrary. It's literally just its stances. It's whatever is informing its stances. It's still stance dependent. So it's still subjective to the God, because the God is not referencing anything external of itself that is not grounded in a mind. If you are grounding it in a mind, it is automatically subjective. If that's the grounding for what it is. I'm saying that there's no evidence of the God. Well, number one, I'm saying the God doesn't exist. So the only minds that these evaluations are grounded in are human minds. We're the ones that make the evaluations. If the God is making evaluations, they're not objective because they're not mind stance independent. They're mind stance dependent. The God's mind. So therefore, they're still subjective. They're just the gods.
There's one other large structural problem here. Nature. This is a really ineffective cop-out. Because what is a nature? Nature is what the thing does. So apparently, in the stories, God wipes out the entire planet minus one little nuclear family. So God's nature is to wantonly destroy. God's nature is apparently to orchestrate rape deliberately as a punishment. God's nature is all the horrible stuff God does, because if God does it, it's God's nature. So that just says morality is whatever God does.
Yeah.
So if we take that list, nature is the most arbitrary thing. There is no foundation for nature. If God does it, what dictates that God does what God does? See, that's once again going to bottom out in a bad way. But when I look at the list of what's on that, this little selection of what's God's nature, it's drowning whole planets, wiping out all of Job's servants, just because.
To prove something.
No
To prove something. To prove something that it already knew.
Yeah. Every little thing that's on there, commanding rape, commanding that his people take like 32,000 little young virgin girls, and that's God's nature. Nature is a cop-out. It's garbage.
It's also kind of a reformation of the Euthyphro dilemma, because you can say the Euthyphro dilemma is typically, is a thing good because God does it, or does God do it because it's good? And the outcomes of that dilemma are that morality, that the moral distinctions God makes are entirely subjective to it, which means that morality in and of itself is subjective, or God is not ultimate because there is a substrate that secures and grounds what is moral and immoral in an objective sense, and that God is merely referencing that substrate to make its own distinctions. But then there's an illusory third horn that some apologists bring up. Well, God's nature is good, but it's really just, but it's a smokescreen, because it's a reformation of the Euthyphro dilemma. It just changes the question to, is God's nature good because it's his, or is it good because it aligns with an external standard of good, of what goodness is? And if it's God's nature is just good because it's his, then you're simply saying that it's vacuously taught. It's tautologically vacuous. It's basically saying God equals good, good equals God, God equals God. It doesn't say anything. It doesn't actually give any content or context to what good is in relationship to anything other than what the God says it is, which would still be subjective to it. So that's why pointing out the potential conflict that can arise from disagreements in moral evaluations. I mean, we see it on the street. Two people can watch one action take place and come away with different moral evaluations, depending upon the information that they have and depending upon their stances. And so, like the act of homicide, just the act of homicide, of taking another human life, is the act of homicide moral or immoral? I mean, I'm asking you, Otangelo, is the act of homicide in a vacuum, just the act of homicide, is that act moral or immoral?
Well, we need to make a distinction between killing, like, for example, war killing, and homicide or murder. You know, so
well, I mean, it's all homicide. It's all like killing is what homicide is. Homicide is literally the killing of another human. That's what that is. But you brought up a very important point. The context in which it takes place that provides us the ability to evaluate whether or not the action was justified or unjustified. But then we have to ask, what is it that constitutes justification? Because different individuals are going to have different takes on what exactly constitutes justification. I could take, if I was put in a situation where I took someone's life, I would do it because I believed I was justified in doing so. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the state, like the society I live in, will agree with me. There could be other people, like I could do it, and then Andrew would be like, what happened? I took the dude's life. Why'd you do it? I did it for this reason. And Andrew could be like, you're totally justified. I agree with you. But then the state comes along, state of Oklahoma, and they say, nope, those are not the rules we set down and agreed upon in the law. You were not justified. You get to go to jail. Well, we have a disagreement here. I believe I'm justified because of the circumstances. The state says I didn't meet the burden, so I'm not justified. I get to go to prison. that conflict there is not a logical defeater for moral anti-realism. It's just an appeal to consequences, is all it is. It's like, well, you don't like the consequences of there being potential disagreements, which is fine, but it doesn't defeat moral anti-realism. And we don't need a god to ground morality. It's just we just need stances to make the evaluations. It's all it is.
No, I think we agree here, JL, that it really depends on the context if someone is killed. Like recently I saw a father killed the rapist of his daughter, and everyone says, well, that's justified. But another stance, when someone rapes a small baby for fun, then there is no circumstance where you can say this is justified. So it really depends on context.
Right. So, like, it is the action in and of itself. Like, for example, the act of grape. Okay, the act of grape literally has the evaluation built into determining the action. Otherwise, you just have the act of sex. The question is the act of sex moral or immoral? Okay, and then you evaluate it based upon the circumstances. But the action in and of itself, whether it is immoral or whether it is moral or immoral, can be determined to be moral or immoral. You know, whatever. Andrew brought this up. God in the Bible has used rape as a punitive measure. And we know that it was rape because the women who were raped were not stoned to death, because the act of adultery would have resulted in them stoning, which means that they were consensual. Because it was not consensual, it was a punitive action, and the women who were raped were not stoned to death after the fact. So, but if it's the God doing it, then by your metric as a Christian, the act of rape can be good if used if literally decreed by the God and used as a punitive measure, which is just absurd.
And an addendum, it's a punitive action against David. So it's like, yes, this horrible act was just to deprive David of the ability to keep screwing his own wives because they were defiled. He had to exile them. That's what happens at the next chapter along the way after Absalom rocks through town and does them on the rooftop in front of everybody. So apparently, yeah, what does good mean? Good doesn't seem to have any meaning here. It is the most arbitrary, worthless thing that we can never compare any action to in that light.
That's why we need content and context in order to understand what the term is. So, like, if I look at this, the example that I like to look at is that if there was at any point, like prior to the creation event, there was only God, and God is the only thing that exists, and God makes the statement, "I am good." What is God referencing in order to supply the term good with any kind of context beyond just being a label that the God is slapping on itself? What is the God referencing to say that I am good and this is a coherent term or a coherent idea because I am not this over here? Well, this over here doesn't exist. So it's just the God arbitrarily labeling itself as good, and then it can literally do whatever it wants, and it's always going to be good by the God's own definition. Because we have to understand what we like for these terms to be coherent with each other. But either way, I want to make sure we don't get off in the weeds, just so we know that I think I've adequately defended the position that we don't need a God to ground morality.
We're not moved.
That it can be logically grounded, and moral anti-realism does just that.
Yeah, I think that God, he is and must be self-referencing, because there is nothing beyond or above God. So there has to be an axiom situation where it has to end there. The explanation cannot go further.
Right, but what is supplying the content and the context of what good is, so that we know that the God is good in relation to something else from an objective standpoint? Because if there's nothing else that exists, then we're just basically saying, oh, God is good because God said it was good. because there's nothing, there's nothing for us to reference for a comparison to derive context from or content from.
Well, I think first of all that we can only understand these things when they are revealed to us, and the God of the Bible has revealed Himself as God, as good, and I don't think that I am in the position as a limited creature to actually judge that. I can just accept it and believe it.
No, but Tangelo, like how? How is it shown itself to be God? By the lights of the Christian worldview? All of the atrocities that the God commits are just arbitrarily labeled as good because they happen to be done by the God. But
yeah, we got a definition issue, a big bad one here. You said revealed itself as good. What did we measure it against?
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Good to who? Because
you can't reveal yourself as good unless we already have the means of calculating it. And if you're going to go and just say, well, it's whatever God does, that is a purely circular argument directly.
Yeah, that's precisely the point. It is a circular argument, and I think there are things which are warranted to be circular because you cannot go beyond them.
I'd say at this point, it's just down to apparently everyone else makes evaluations, and you just want to take that guy's opinion and just run with it.
It's kind of like
morality equals anything God says.
Right. What's his name? John Cohen brings us up a bunch. The idea is that Christians as individuals may have their own like morals, like sense of morality, but Christians are in the mode of reasoning that they will take their own moral inclinations and set them aside, and they will abdicate their morality in favor of compliance with whatever the God says. That even if the God did something that my internal moral compass says that doesn't feel right, or that doesn't feel moral to me, I'm going to accept it as being moral because the God has done it. That's an abdication of one's own morality in favor of subservience, which is what slaves do. And I'm not a slave. If someone does something if I see an act committed that by my own stance I evaluate as being immoral, then we'll move on from there. You know, depending, and I'll make sure that I have all the information. I try to make sure I have all the information regarding a thing to try and go after. It's like, was this a moral? By my own stance, is this a moral or immoral act? By society's stance, by the stance that we all collectively agree upon within society to establish the laws that we live by, do we agree with this or not? And so we move from there. This isn't an issue, and it's not begging the question because it's not circular in any way. So we don't even have to worry about a fallacy being committed there to justify why we're calling a thing moral or immoral. We're not even saying it's objectively true. Like society doesn't say the moral the moral positions that society agrees upon are objectively the case. No, it's just what we've agreed on here in society. You can either live by those laws and continue to enjoy the benefits of the society and the protection of the society, or you cannot, and you'll swiftly find yourself out of the society. It's pretty much all it is, what it boils down to.
You know, JL, I mean, if we read all the atrocities in the Old Testament, the genocide and the fact that slavery has never been prohibited clearly, I mean, these are things which are difficult. And I mean, there are Christians which try to find some kind of way to justify it. Okay. And I mean, I think one of the worst examples is William Craig, which said, well, these children which were slaughtered, the Canaanite children, they are now in heaven. And I think this is just a horrible cop-out. And I think
I'd agree. Yeah.
You know, so I think it is a terrible mistake to try to find these kind of excuses. I think the right position by a Christian is, first of all, to acknowledge that these are difficult things to deal with.
I get it. I look at what is more probable is the thing about here. If we look in the context of whether or not a God exists, and we say if no God existed, what would we expect to see? We would expect to see people human beings making moral distinctions, like deciding based on their stances what they feel to be right and wrong. Social humans coming together to live in societies that are like bound by the distinctions that we agree upon, that we have overlap on. Okay. We would expect to see that. We'd also expect to see conflicts when one society comes into contact with another society that holds a completely different value system. And so, like, for example, the idea of honor killings in the East. Honor killings, I don't think there's any such thing. I think that it literally is, by my stance, an honor killing is murder. It's an unjustified taking of another human life. It meets the qualifications of murder. In the United States, it would be murder by the laws that we have here. But over there, honor killings have a very, very specific place within that society. And they have their justification under that honor system. So we obviously have a disagreement here. But that's exactly what we would expect to see if there was no God, if these things were subjective to each individual, which is not problematic. With the introduction of a God entity, the difficulty comes down into why does the God do it? Like why does the God do what it does? What is informing its stances? That's the difficult thing, because if the God is not ultimate, then the question becomes, what is ultimate? Like, what is the substrate beyond the God that even the God itself must act by or must reference for context and content? But if no such substrate exists, then we have to look to the God and why it does a thing. We can't just arbitrarily say it's good because it happens to be the God, because that's tautologically vacuous. It doesn't provide any content for what good is in relation to anything else. Because technically,
that's what I said. Whatever you put as ultimate, you cannot reference to something even deeper because it is ultimate. Okay.
Right, and then we have to wonder why there are actions that the God itself says are immoral, and there are things that it doesn't want to exist, but it creates the circumstances that allow for their logical possibility when it doesn't need to.
Well, I think
hang on a second. One of my favorite examples is this, and I think it covers a lot of ground, in my own opinion. It is within the realm of possibility for this God entity to create all life on the planet subsisting off of photosynthesis. All life on the planet. It's to do that. It's literally for this God. It was well within its power, where everything subsists off of the energy from the sun and converts sunlight into its own energy, fuels its ATP, and then we all carry on. And nothing on the planet has to predate on anything else. It's just everything feeds from the sun. Totally possible. It's even chemically possible. We could actually do it to organisms here through genetic engineering, but the God could just make it that way. And right there, that's one single action. Nothing on the planet has to endure a bloody, traumatizing, horrifying death of being eaten alive. Pretty solid. But why not do that? That's unnecessary suffering when things don't have to be that way. But they are that way, so that tells us that the God wants them to be that way. So God wants organisms to suffer needlessly. That's a difficulty for Christians, not for us atheists, because we say, okay, that's exactly what we'd expect to see in nature. So, because nature doesn't have a goal, there's no morality there. So we kind of like do away with these problems through the critical examination.
Well, it's only a problem if you have to ask yourself, what does good mean? So that's why I take a look at, well, what does good look like if God and God's nature is good? Here's, like I said, the list of things that are good. Seeing somebody piss you off and ensuring that this person's wives are sexually assaulted because it might deprive him of something. It doesn't matter what happens to the women. It's like, to them, that's irrelevant. It has to hurt David. David has to go, damn it, I really wanted to screw them later, and feel a loss because of that. So what is good when you look at the actions? What does good mean? Well, it's what is good. What does good look like? We just take a look at every action that God sets in motion, every outcome. If every outcome is by his design there, this is good. That's good. This is also good. 32,000 little girls as sex slaves? Check. Good doesn't seem to mean anything. And good can change on demand. God commands you to kill, you kill. God stops you like mid-swing. Oh, sorry, you know what? Don't actually kill your son now. Also good. Good means nothing.
God allows for the torturous deaths of all your friends and loved ones to prove something that it already knew. That always got me. It's like it already knows the outcome. It knows that Job is the most pious, is the most faithful. It knows that Job will pass the test. And yet, we're just going to do it anyway because it's all good. Job's going to understand. That's pretty twisted. That's an ego trip is what that is. Really quick, I need to address this. Thank you, Jessica Transmetal Alchemist, for the 5 Australian. God is Unshade Navali. Unshade Navali is God. God is defined in reference to Unshade Navali. Unshade Navali is defined in reference to God. QED. Gotta love those vacuous tautologies. So just to kind of like make sure we're square here. We don't need I think you understand, Otangelo. You may not agree, but I think I've provided the logical foundation for how we can ground morality in a system like without a God. We don't need a God to do it. We just don't call it objectively true. Moral realist not going to say that these are objective truths. They're mindset independent, but it's still morality. It still exists. There's still distinctions being made, still evaluations being made. They're just subjective to the agent, So
then we run into the one last problem: hermeneutics. When you take a look take any two Christians, and all of a sudden their idea of what they think God thinks is good is going to be different. Everyone is going to be disagreeing. That's what we live with right now, Christian to Christian. Abortion, yes. Abortion, no. This, yes. That, no. Eating meat on a Friday? Shellfish. How are we on shellfish now?
Mixed fabrics. Sowing two different crops in the same. Sowing two different crops in the same row. So.
My stance is that morality can really only exist if it is objective, if it is real, and if there is a standard, and if there is someone which enforces it. As soon as it becomes just something which someone figures out, this for me is good, this is bad, and someone else has another opinion, then it's basically just opinion against opinion. And I think that's where basically morality goes off the roof.
Technically, it's not really opinion versus opinion. It's stance versus stance. There's a great deal of functionality. Like one of the things that goes into informing stances is one's capacity for empathy. And so it's not so much like it's not as arbitrary as an opinion can be. So equating it to an opinion is kind of a false equivalence. Is a little bit more that goes into it, but nonetheless, we do get stances versus stances. But this doesn't eliminate morality. The God doesn't exist. I can still make a moral valuation. I still have the capacity to distinguish between what I've determined to be right and wrong, or good and evil, or whatever. Whether or not my stance, whether or not my evaluations are in accordance with or in conflict with societies depends upon the event that's being evaluated. Sometimes I agree with the state's application of justice. Sometimes I don't. So I mean, it comes down to it. We're going to have disagreements, but it doesn't mean that we do have an enforcer, which is the society that we live in. Whatever society we happen to live in, the agreed upon like law enforcement, that's the enforcement of the societal standard. And then we do have a consensus, which is the people that come together that create these laws and say these are the ones that we agree to abide by. The only difference is that they're predicated upon our stances. It doesn't mean that they cease to exist. It just means that they're stance independent. They're stance dependent. That's all it is. They're not non-existent. It's just my stance versus somebody else's stance. Sometimes they're going to be in agreement. Sometimes they won't. But that doesn't it doesn't eliminate them. Just like yours, your morality would be subject to whatever your God happens to say, which is your God's subjective morality. Because remember, it can't be subjective. It can't be objective, stance independent, and then grounded in a mind. Because that's a logical contradiction. It's either subjected to the God, and you simply abdicate your own morality for the God's subjective stances, so God's subjective stance, or the God is not ultimate and it's referencing something else, which would be.
Well, I disagree that morals are subjective, because as soon as you can demonstrate a value which is in all cases it persists to be good or wrong, then it becomes objective.
No, it's not what that means. No, because we could take a stance that 8 billion people on the planet agree upon. Let's say if we could poll every person on the planet, and every single one of them will come down on the exact same answer as to whether or not a particular action is moral or immoral. That would just mean our species is in agreement with that. It does not make it mind stance independent, because each individual is still referencing their stance in order to evaluate the outcome. So, like, the term used here is intersubjective, and so.
Well, the thing is that if I tell you, JL, it is in any case morally abhorrent to rape, kill, and torture small babies for fun, just for personal pleasure. So this is something which I think we can agree on.
Yeah, but hang on a second, Tangelo.
There is no case where such a behavior could be considered sublimely good.
Right. So, but Tangelo, there's a lot of things baked into that. Torturing babies for fun, that already has the evaluation baked into it. The action is harming an infant. Okay, that's the action. There are individuals out there, whoever they might be, can come up with their own justification as to why they would think that is a good thing, or why it could be a good thing if it's facilitating a particular outcome that they want, or an outcome that they prefer, or an outcome that the society desires. Okay? Sacrificing the firstborn of a family. We can say that there's a society out there in the past that sacrificed the firstborn to facilitate and it's like a torturous sacrifice. Like, boom, they sacrifice people, but the goal of it is to entreat the gods for a good harvest. So the action itself, by our metric, they seem to be killing someone. They're murdering somebody. No, by their metric, they're doing a brutal action for an outcome that is preferable for the entire society. Just like in Mesoamerica, with individuals who were sacrificed to the gods in order to keep their favor and protect them from sin. Because in the Mesoamerican culture...
Well, I agree with all of that, JL, but you are not addressing what I said. And I think that I've never seen anyone telling me that there are circumstances where such behavior could be warranted and justified. That tells me that objective moral values actually do exist, because this is universally considered as wrong.
No, they don't, because your God has used these things that humans would probably agree upon as being immoral, has used them for what you would define as good purposes. In your worldview, it was a good thing that God had all of David's concubines raped.
Again, you are moving away from the argument, JL. You are not addressing what I am saying. What I am objecting is what you said, that you think morals are subjective. And I am bringing an example where there is no exemption that someone could say, well, in this circumstance, behaving like this would be okay. That's why I am saying I think that really moral objective values exist. I'm just giving an example.
Okay,
and then,
but
of
you're-
course,
but
the
you're wrong on
question
that.
is, well,
Is my mic
where
live
does
here?
this come from?
Tangelo.
Yeah.
You're okay. Number one, you're
Is my
wrong
mic
on that,
live
and
here?
Andrew is going to explain to you how you are wrong.
Psalm 137:9. Happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks. Your book says be happy about bashing kids' heads against rocks. You're supposed to enjoy it. So there's your for fun. It's in your book. So
Again, you are not addressing exactly what I said.
No, Otangelo.
You said no
Andrew
one.
hang on. Andrew is speaking. We let you talk, Otangelo. Andrew's speaking now.
You said no one. There's your verse. And
Well, you
count
guys
how
speak
you
for
do it.
5-10 minutes. I'm just quiet here listening. And every time that I try actually to make a case, I'm being interrupted. And I think this is not a dialogue. You are two guys. I'm on the opposite side and I'm alone. And if I'm constantly being interrupted, and if you guys do not listen and try to understand what I am saying, then is happening exactly what is happening here. You guys are not addressing what I actually bring as an argument. You sidestep in every response that I've seen so far.
No, hang on a sec, Otangelo. I'm going to repeat what you said. You said that there are evaluations, okay, that everyone would agree with in every single instance, right? That it is never that they're always considered to be immoral, correct? One of them being torturing a child for the pleasure of doing so. That in all circumstances, everywhere, that is always viewed as immoral, correct?
Well, if someone would say, well, it is good to do so, would you agree with that person?
Okay, I would say no. My stance would say no. Hurting an innocent for any, or hurting a child for any reason, that I hold that there's no justifiable reason for doing that, for harming a child, or like causing undue harm to a child. I would not agree with that, or smashing their head against the rocks. What Andrew pointed out was that your own Christian worldview supplies that, yes, these actions can be good if dictated by the God for a specific reason. So, for example, you said that rape, in all circumstances, that no one would ever say that rape was a positive, that the sexual assault of a human being or sex without consent is always bad. But no, in your worldview, your God can use rape as a punitive measure to elicit a positive outcome, which makes, because it's your God dictating it, decreeing it, makes it a good thing, because of the way you've defined your God. So no, your own worldview contradicts that. And by the way, just to point out what Leophilius has pointed out here, because we also need to address this, the fact that there are actions that one would never evaluate as being morally acceptable is not an argument for realism. It's just literally that's evidence that we are all the same species and our moral inclinations tend to overlap because we have empathy, but they're not identical is the problem. All the things you pointed out, which are abhorrent in your eyes, your God has used them for what it decrees to be good ends. So it's acceptable for your God to do that.
This is missing again the point of my argument, and I think you guys have not been able to actually really address it. You guys are sidestepping constantly. You are trying. You already 5-6 different counterexamples which are not addressing what I am saying.
Okay, I'll give you a second. I got number 2 for you. Let's look at God forcing individuals to cannibalize their own kids. So apparently that not happening was not in God's books. So cannibalizing kids is a good thing because of the outcome.
Again, it's not about God. It's not about God. If God did something or didn't do something, the only question which I am addressing is, do objective morals exist?
And
that's
we're saying
all
no.
Which I am addressing. And objecting what JL said, that he thinks that morals are subjective. I would say no. As soon as you have a behavior which is in all circumstances wrong, And I think that raping small babies for fun and killing them is
pause,
wrong.
Pause. No, pause, Otangelo. We need to get a clarification on something.
Again, I'm not finished.
We need to get a clarification. And he runs away. I needed a clarification of what he means in all circumstances. Because we're talking about evaluations that are made by agents, not like in a vacuum with no agents referencing anything. Okay? Because just arguing that 8 billion people on the planet may agree on a particular moral evaluation is not an argument for moral realism. It just means that we're all in agreement on this.
Oh, and I want to give the count here as to who was in agreement. He says everybody agrees. Everybody agrees. You know those people who bashed the kids' heads in, who followed God's commands? They agreed. You say everyone agrees that it's wrong? No, those people apparently did the thing in your book. Every one of those Israelites is proving you wrong. Your story is proving you wrong. They were happy to follow God's commands. The end.
He didn't have to run. He didn't have to run. I just wanted a clarification what he meant by in all circumstances, because that seems to be that in all instances where an agent is making a reference or an agent is making an evaluation, but that's not an argument for realism. That doesn't cross the bridge to moral objectivity. That still says that it's still subjective. It's just we all just happen to agree on it. It doesn't suddenly become mind stance independence just because all stances are in agreement. Really quick, Jessica, thank you so much for the 10 Australian. Moral conundrums are a constant feature of human life. There are web forums and subreddits dedicated to discussing them. But if morals are objective, then conundrums shouldn't be able to exist.
Oh, no. I don't think that's a very good argument against moral realism because, people disagree about facts all the time. There are people that disagree about the age of the Earth. But if it's true that the age of the I can just replace morals with anything else that is objective. If it's true that the age of the Earth is objective, then disagreement about the age of the Earth shouldn't exist, but it does. So the fact that there is moral disagreement is consistent with realism, just like the fact that there is no disagreement on some moral consideration is consistent with anti-realism.
Mm-hmm. But he doesn't.
I don't think Otangelo understands what the difference between moral realism and anti-realism is. I think in his mind, morals are objective if there is no situation where you could find a reason for permitting the action. But that's not what objectivity is defined as. It's defined as the truth of the moral statement holding independently of stances.
Thank you, Burt Russell. I appreciate that. Says he ran because of the corner I put him in. I know he used me muting him as the excuse to bounce out. Like, he muted me, so I'm going to. So obviously he's being unfair, so I'm just going to leave. And no, that was not my intention whatsoever. I needed his clarification because I think that what he was about to say, he was going to repeat what he said. And I think that what I identified was he was baking something into that in order to justify his point. I wanted to see if he was going to do that. If he was I wanted him to clarify because based upon that clarification, I think he was baking something into that in order to come to his conclusion, which I'm pretty sure he was doing.
I know what the sample is for that. What he was baking in, he's also trying to point to us now as if we in the room represent the everybody agrees. No, maybe you get 4 people in this chat to agree. Ask the other guy down the street who thinks that all Christians are heathens and should be burned. Apparently, that guy's going to disagree with Otangelo. Picture the ones who think literally, oh, Jesus, you're not believing in my God. Therefore, yeah, actually, I totally should do this to your kids. He's trying to appeal to us now while rejecting the fact that all of the people in his book did the things and called it good. They did the child, sexual assault. They did the bashing of heads against rocks. So to say that nobody did it, no, apparently your chosen people all actually did it to tens of thousands. And you're a liar.
Also, he said you guys weren't addressing his argument, but
I did.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think he actually rendered any sort of argument at all. I think he just said some stuff that was wrong, but I don't think he had any sort of coherent argument to what he was saying. At least I didn't hear one. And I don't mean in some formal sense, but anything that I could put together as some sort of argument.
I could retrofit it. I could retrofit that, saying that because we all agree, therefore it must be objective. It may be shitty, which it is. It's garbage.
Yeah.
It's a statement, and we were addressing the claim. I don't want to give it the quality of an argument, but the claim, yeah, we addressed.
I wanted him to really address the whole. I mean, I brought it up twice, and like how he's grounding. I thought I explained it fairly well. How he's grounded, like how is he grounding something that he's defining as being mindset independent in a mind, but he kind of blew past that, either because he didn't grasp it, or he knows he's kind of trapped there because he's
No,
got.
that's what it is. I've pressed him on that before.
Okay, gotcha. Damn.
He also didn't answer the hermeneutical problem. Once again, one has no justification to access to the nature of God, apparently, because every one of them is going to be disagreeing with each other.
Right.
Pick a Christian pick a Baptist, and then pick a Methodist. Then, let's throw a Catholic in there and suddenly watch them fight and disagree. So apparently none of you can justify your access.
Oh, you mean the thing they've been doing to each other for like 900 years? Fight and disagree?
Wait. I feel the Irish chiming in. Wait, what? Yeah. If there's objective, you don't have access. So what are you fighting for? Otangelo has zero access, even if Otangelo was right.
On the point of Christians fighting each other, I mean, there was a very powerful guy who wanted to divorce his wife, and the Catholic Church said no. And he's just like, all right, then I'm going to start my own church then, eh? And then we got the Anglican Church of England. So, I mean,
I hear the 8th time's the charm.
And I'm quite certain that king was as cockney as you made him sound.
Guarantee it. There's no way Henry VIII didn't sound like he was in it at the end of every sentence. Oh, that's all they changed, right? Oh my God.
Henry VIII, this big fat ugly cockney bastard.
I can only picture him now as portrayed by Carl Urban. Oi, cunt!
Wait, Henry, you mean to tell me you're going to start your own religion? Fucking diabolical.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I wish he hadn't bounced. I just wanted clarification, but obviously he was going to take me muting him to as a sign that I was being unfair. I think
he does that a lot.
Yeah. Yagi-chan says, Leo really doesn't like us Brits.
I fucking love your women, though. I'll tell you that much.
I just want to address Dagobah Dave over here. Thank you for the props. Present another trolley problem. Yes, indeed. Trolley problems I'm a big fan of, and I'm perfectly happy to run another train on Otangelo. That's all I'm saying.
Is that okay?
You know what really surprises me?
Wait,
Leo. Go ahead.
Leo, is it because for you, Brits like British men are all just like, Cockney Ray Winstone looking motherfuckers?
Oh Lord.
They're all fucking Bricktop and fucking Snatch.
Jesus. That's a damn good movie. That's probably one of my favorite movies.
That's a good flick. You take sugar? No thanks, Turkish. I'm sweet enough.
There's the trolley problem thing on the fill paper survey that says you can push one person to save 5. Push or don't push. I'm actually blown away at the fact that most philosophers say don't push. The fuck's wrong with you, stupid motherfuckers? You stupid, dumb, fucking idiot, dumb fuck ass. But we're talking about the same people that are largely moral realists, so can we really trust what they have to say?
Let me see. Juggernaut Jared Reed sent me a link for Christians don't understand the purpose of morality. Christians follow rules, not morals. The purpose of their morality is to define God's will. They believe that what he wants is right. I like the way John Cohen articulates that. He articulates that as an abdication of one's own morals for subservience or for servitude, which I agree with. We do have someone in the Discord, Ari. Good to see you. We're currently live right now. If you're a believer, we definitely want to bring you up on stage and talk to you about why you believe a God exists, if you're a believer. Yeah, evidence, justification, any of that stuff. Like I said, you can join the stage. Link is in the side chat.
On
And we
YouTube
can-
in the side chat.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's in a side chat on Discord or how you do
Discord.
that.
It's a Discord side chat. Yeah.
Okay.
That way,
chat.
that way, it won't just be like us that are having a conversation. So. All right, I will let Ari check that out. Maybe he'll see it. Let me see. Okay, like Tony Regime says, the House of Tudor were from Wales, like Creaky Blinder, so he didn't have an accent. And yes, I do love Creaky Blinder. How he pronounces years. I mean, I love the way he pronounces some words. Years, or I can't even do the Welsh accent. I can't do it.
One of the first debates I ever had on the internet was hosted by Creaky Blinder and Cats, Baldy Cats. I don't know if you guys know who that
I remember Conspiracy Cats, yeah.
Yep. And it was with a guy. The debate, if you want to see it, if you don't believe what I'm about to say, you can go and watch it. It's called Shapes and Colors, Therefore God. No, really. That was the dude's argument. I'm not joking. I'm not embellishing. I'm not exaggerating. His argument was literally there are shapes and colors, and so that means God exists. It was mind fucking. It was just incredible.
I do until we have someone new up on stage. I do have a short video that we can take a look at. It's less than 3 minutes long to do a quick review on. This is the title of this: 18 mind-blowing proofs that God is real, and
this will be good.
And that he loves you.
And he said the video is only 3 minutes long?
Less than 3 minutes long.
So this guy just says a bunch of stuff and explains fucking nothing. 18 reasons, 3, get the fuck out of here.
That's what he says.
That's 10 seconds per reason, apparently, minus introduction. And prologue.
Let's see what he's got.
By the way, guys.
Of God. Atheists say there is
Red
zero
grapes.
evidence.
Wasting seconds. Wasting valuable seconds.
Wasting valuable seconds to explain shit. Let's see here. Let me go back to the beginning. Okay, so he's got the. I guess he's doing this thing. Neo, you're killing me. You need to come up on stage and defend some of the shit that you're saying, man.
That's never gonna happen.
That's never going to happen.
Can we prove the existence of God?
No, you can't. No, video over.
You should make a short JL of that sentence and then you just going no, and then the Curb Your Enthusiasm music in the background and then just leave it at that.
I actually did that one time, and I did a video response, and I set it up as a whole sketch. I did a video response where with a guy and did this just like this. I was like, no, you can't. And then I went to my outro. And then I did my outro. And then I went back on camera and I'm just sitting at my desk. And then I get a phone call. I say, what's up, Johnny? And then I cut the screen and there was Johnny there. And Johnny's like, dude, you can't end a video like that. You got to explain what's going on. But he just asked a question. It was super, super easy. I mean, it's over. It's like, no, you've got to break down why he's wrong, dude. You can't just leave him hanging like that. You got to give some more substance. All right, fine, thank you. All right, God, son of a bitch. Beep, go like this, and then cut back in and actually do the video again. So,
yep,
and right on time.
Yep, we got one. We got to join.
Right on time. We have somebody in the chat. So,
you know what they say: if you put the worm on the hook and you toss it out there, you're bound to get a fish.
Yeah, we're gonna give a Slender Man here a second. We're gonna come back.
Put your worm out there. Something will put it in its mouth.
Exponential says.
I have it on good authority that if you walk without rhythm, you won't attract the worm.
Exponential says, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, we can come back to the review. It's all good. That's just to kill time. I'd much rather have talk to a guest. So.
Oh.
Can you hear us?
Yes. I don't know if you can hear me.
We got you. We got you loud and clear.
I'm on. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm trying to flush out an idea that I've been thinking about and to save me lots of time of thinking. pretty much it was going the approach of the fellow that was talking before, and a much different approach though. It's pretty much to try to build a bridge, is to find a common landmark that everybody would agree with. And as you were pointing out in the conversation, that even if all the people in the world agreed on something, it still doesn't make it. I forgot what your phrasing was.
Objective.
Yeah, objective about it. And I guess what I was trying to do was to find the furthest landmark out, which would be making sure that entropy doesn't get accelerated or happen sooner than it's going to. And actions like if you were to end the universe in some Doctor Strange way, and you ended up the universe, everybody would kind of agree that that would be a immoral action, and like that would be accelerating entropy to where there's no work possible. And when I say work, it's in like, energy exchanges. This rabbit hole I'm digging into, what are the fallacies about it?
So because essentially like ramping up the universe or causing some sort of event that like ends the physical universe, and so that like matter is no longer supportable and like everything just dies, that's still going to be stance dependent whether or not that's moral or immoral. Because you could be like Thanos, and when Thanos was coming around the second time in Endgame, Thanos was like, I see now that as long as there are things alive, they will never be able to appreciate what they've been given, because they'll never lose sight of what they've lost. So now I'm going to shred this universe down to its last atom, and I'm going to remake it into the utopia that I know that it can be. And then Captain America was like, a utopia built on blood. He's like, it won't matter because they'll never know it. And so you could say that in one respect, it depends upon your evaluation of the life that currently exists within the universe. If you evaluate the totality of life in a particularly negative way, you could justify the action in order to start again. So it would still be stance dependent.
Now, we've also created that idea that the continuation of life itself is the value of good. Now we can take a look at the reverse version of this, which is, let's say that life by nature involves suffering, but you also think that suffering is a terrible thing. So you want to stop all suffering. So what's the natural way to do that? End life, so there's no more suffering. So now we've functionally attained the good through completely Pyrrhic methodologies. So either way, you're going to be making an evaluation. And that's not, now the fact may be objective, but the reason to use that as a basis of valuation is not.
Right.
You're choosing the metric you want to use. So there's motivation behind any metric that's chosen.
Oh, exponential. Since you brought up Doctor Strange, which is why I used the Thanos reference. I have to ask, did you watch the HBO series Peacemaker?
Yes, quite hysterically awesome.
Right. You remember the moral conundrum at the end that John was faced with between the butterflies and humanity?
Oh, yes, where it is to kill all the other butterflies and to try to save the humans about it.
Right. And it technically wasn't about him saving humanity. It was about him saving humanity's ability to direct the course of their own future. The butterflies would have solved all the problems. All the problems on Earth would have been solved, but the butterflies would have solved them at the expense of human individuality and human identity, because they would have taken over all the humans. So they would have solved all the problems, but at a loss of human identity and human will. Okay? So he opted, instead of allowing the butterflies to continue their progress and take over the planet and save humanity from itself, he killed the mother thing. He killed the monstrous alien bug thing, which would lead to the deaths of all the butterflies and leave humanity to its own devices. Now it's up to humanity to save themselves. He opted for humanity. instead of saving humanity, that allow humanity to have the choice. That's that kind of moral conundrum there. It's like the evaluation. He could have said, yeah, I agree. Human beings will never save themselves. We're going to wind up destroying the planet and ourselves. So I opt with the butterflies to keep our species alive and teach us a better way and show us a better way by basically taking the reins. But he didn't. And we can see in Peacemaker Season 2, he actually began to regret that decision. So, which I find fascinating. I find it was way deeper than I expected a Peacemaker series to go as far as the moral conundrum.
Yeah, that kind of touches back, back on that Thanos, because Thanos was a double action in which one was to end the universe, and then the second action was to bring it back in a controlled manner. And then with the butterfly statement, it was just, is it a moral action to remove all of the free will in which we're all just agents avoiding suffering? So I would see that there's still work occurring, there's still energy exchange going on, but I guess we would be agents in a immoral universe at that point.
I would say it's an amoral universe. The universe in and of itself is completely amoral, and that any distinction is made by agents that are evaluating things going on within the system. So like all actions in a vacuum with no interpretation, no evaluation, all actions are inherently amoral. They don't have like moral distinctions are not properties that they inherently carry. So like the action of homicide in and of itself is an amoral act. Just the act. It is the evaluation based upon all the information surrounding it that the agent then determines whether the act was moral or immoral. So just an action in and of itself in a vacuum is amoral. It requires the agent to do the evaluation, which is where we get morality from. Is what I would say. So like even in your circumstance, the act of unmaking the universe, the action itself is an amoral act. It's the evaluation of everything. Well, so what does that constitute? It constitutes the end of all life. But then again, it constitutes the end of all suffering. Which one do we do? And people are going to come out on different ends of that. You know.
Here's this nifty biblical thought for you. Think about the flood. Now, God thought the whole world was filled with so much evil, right? That apparently a flood was required. Now, apparently at the time, one imagines that Noah and Noah's family was good enough to save. Or that something else good could come from that. But that also means all the failure that happens. Like basically, did Noah even make it off the boat before fucking up? That's a good question. Did it even last that long? But either way, God knows that he's going to need to send his son again later. So that also means that every bit of suffering. See, God was like that close to getting rid of all potential bad.
W's in the chat, folks.
One little family to go, oh, wait, I need more people to suffer. I'm not done yet. That was just, that's a test run. We're warming up, okay? So let's get it down to one little family, and then I'm going to do it again.
Oh, really quick.
All the suffering people and just called his loss, going, hey, you know all the wins I got? That's it. I'm cutting my losses. He
really
let one
quick,
family ruin everything.
NA has been a member of the Godless Army for 58 months. Thank you so much, NA, for that support. One of my oldest supporters. And NA has gifted 10 memberships to the Godless Army. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for NA. Thank you so much, bud. All of you new members, which, hang on a second. And welcome, GeoSam, The Objective Perspective, Miranda Mvok, Victor Salazar, My Pet, Rocky Man, Farron Salas, Kristen Frost Laser Beams, Eduardo Rickrot, and Bill to the Godless Army. Please enjoy all of the custom emojis and, of course, the channel badge that comes with that. Big W's to NA. Thank you so much for that support, bud. You rock.
Did you say one of them was BillTube? Like YouTube, but just Bill instead of you?
Bill_tube.
Like if my name was Bill, that would be the name of my YouTube channel. 100%. Just Bill Tube.
Nice.
100 fucking percent. That would be my YouTube channel name. That is a sweet channel name. Bill Tube. That's
So
cool.
Exponential,
Like
did that kind of address what you were talking about?
Yeah, you'll end suffering, but you also end the rest of it. Kind of does outline the more makes it an amoral stance. I really like that, where you have to have a secondary. You have to have a something to reference to leverage that information. And then I also got to give a shout out to the NANA guy. I like to think that when he gifts those memberships, that there are believers in the chat and that they become members of the Godless Army, and then they are in their own conundrum because they have joined a Godless Army, and all thanks to NANA.
I do have believers that are subscribed to this channel. I do know I've run into a few of them, and that is always fun to see that. And thank you so much, NANA, for the 666. I love that super chat. A lot of incest had to take place after the flood, right? You got it. A lot.
That flushes out the idea that you guys have saved me a good 5 years of going crazy and realizing the ends of the rabbit hole. Thank you.
You got it. Anything else for us, or was that pretty much it?
You're muted if you're speaking, Exponential.
Oh, they are actually muted.
Unless they're like, oh, that settles that. All right, time to go take a massive dump or something. I don't know.
Exponential, can you still hear us?
You guys ever done that? Think about something really fucking hard for like 3 days, and then like you figure it out, and then you're like, I need to take a massive dump. No, just me.
I've taken shit so good, my brain chemistry has changed. Well, Exponential, you're muted, so we can't hear what you're saying. I don't know if you are speaking, but
not with that mute button on there.
Yeah,
not for us, anyways. Yeah.
All right. So if it's all good, I'm going to put you back. I'll put you back in the back. Oh, good to go. Yeah. So he's solid. Yeah, he was disconnecting. Awesome. Well, thank you, Exponential. I do appreciate that. I'm glad we were able to bring an intellectual machete to your, or a machete to your intellectual thicket. I've always liked that analogy. If I may provide a machete to your intellectual
thicket. If I may lend a machete to your intellectual thicket. That's Jack Sparrow, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, it is.
Which one is it? Is that the first movie?
That's the
or is it the third?
I think that's the third one when Will is considering
Yeah, when they're at the front of the Black Pearl.
Right,
yep,
you got it.
Yep, I'm with you. I'm with you now.
When Will thinks he's being sneaky, and Jack has already sussed out what he's going to do, and he's waiting for him.
Yep.
If I may lend a machete to your intellectual thicket. All right. Now, this guy has something to say, and it looks like,
Atheists say there is zero evidence, but I say there's too much to count. We're going to go through some of the best.
Don't say that.
Oh, I feel some trees coming on.
Insufficient evidence to warrant belief. I like that phrase.
Exactly. Yeah.
Arguments, evidences, and scientific facts that point to a.
People use evidence as plural. It just, oh my God. You know you're in for some serious, rigorous intellectual challenges here.
Evidences and scientific facts that. Arguments, evidences, and scientific facts that.
Wait, what's up? Sorry.
We're just mogging.
We're just mogging at this point. Yeah. It's like, come on, dude.
Point to a creator. From the edge of the universe to the DNA in your blood, this is the ultimate case for God.
Okay, so this guy just spent in this like 2 minute and 56-second video. He just spent the first 20 seconds setting the whole thing up. So he's got 2.5 minutes roughly to express all of his points.
TikTok.
TikTok, motherfucker.
Clock starts now.
It says 25, but the title of the video is 18. So
he doesn't even know. He just got up here in front of the camera and started saying shit, timed himself, and was like, 18, 25? Ah, fuck it.
Wait, he just violated his title?
he did. He violated his title.
Okay, don't mention science when the numbers don't.
Leo Phileas sees what's written on the board behind him, and already I can see where this is going.
There's BGV. Yeah.
BGV.
No.
BGV theorem.
Look at the word theorem. Something's a little off.
Oh, what the living shit? Maybe English is not his first language.
I fucking can't with these people, dude. Yeah, he misspelled the word, but tell me more about the Borde-Guth-Vilenkin theorem. I'm sure you understand that very well. Oh, fuck.
Okay, so can't count, can't spell, but definitely going to articulate the BGV theorem for us. Okay, here we go.
Let's start from the beginning. Science confirms that the universe has not always existed, but it has a start date.
Well, at least his AI generated thing has it spelled correctly.
And they misspelled Guth right there too. This is so fun.
All right, here we go.
Oh, shit. I hope this guy sees this video. I hope he does. I'm sorry.
Always existed, but it has a start date. The law of causality states that
Wait a second.
There is no law of causality.
But it has a start date. The law of causality states that everything that begins must have a cause. The universe began, therefore it must have a cause.
Nope.
Okay, how we went to 3 from that? Hang on a sec.
Premise 2 is dead.
How the hell is
dead? And BGB does not say what he says. Okay.
Okay. Well, give me 1 second. Hang on before we dive into it. I'm going to let you dive into it. But there was one BGV theorem.
From the beginning, science confirms that the universe has not always existed,
No.
but it has a start date.
No, that does not do that. Alan Guth himself.
Okay, but hang on a second. But hang on 1 second. That was 1.
The law of causality states.
Okay, then he goes to law. So the law of causality is number 2. Okay, gotcha. So let's address this one at a time because they're running together. Okay, Borde-Guth-Vilenkin theorem.
But it has a start date.
No.
The law of...
Okay, that was his first one.
Yep.
What does Okay, so one of you who could probably articulate this better than me, what does BGV theorem actually state?
Leo?
Leo, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
It states exactly what the title of the paper is. Inflationary spacetimes are not past complete.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I remember there was a famous debate between hold on, I'm gonna get his name. Shoot, I got it saved in my favorites between William Lane Craig and a famous cosmologist, big
Sean Carroll.
Thank you. That's the one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sean Carroll, because Sean Carroll referenced Alan Guth himself, one of the co-authors, confirms that this does not actually affirm a start date. It is not hard baked into it. Now, Vilenkin.
So he's making the same mistake that he's making the same mistake that WLC did.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Exactly.
He's making the mistake that all of them make. They don't actually know what the paper states.
They know what somebody says about it. Yeah. Thanks.
What the paper states, and Phil Hopper had both Alan Guth and Alexander. He went to their offices and asked them, and both of them said, what the paper shows is that inflation has a beginning. What it does not say is that the universe has a beginning.
Right.
Inflation is a process that occurred in the universe.
I like what Planet Peterson says. Like big bangs are something universes do. Is what he says very very cheekily. I'll add to that. It's like Jinju, Belle Biv DeVoe on Theremins. Okay, so point number 1, he's completely wrong. He's making the same mistake that William Lane Craig made. Gotcha. Okay.
By the way, just for Sir Equinox, the BGV theorem is not speculation. It's a theorem. They mathematically proved the geodesic incompleteness for null and time-like geodesics in an inflationary spacetime. by finding an upper bound on the Hubble parameter for null in time-like geodesics. They are therefore geodesically incomplete into the past, i.e., inflation has a beginning. So they mathematically prove. What's up?
Van the Man points out, Carroll goes out of his way to point out that the theorem shows that BGV is only applicable in classical physics.
That is true.
Okay. Sir Equinox, the universe does what the universe does. The universes. Universe is gonna universe. I like it. I like it a lot. So his number 2 was the law of causality.
There is no such thing as a law of causality.
Causality states that everything that begins must have a cause. The universe began, therefore it must have a cause.
So I disagree with that entirely. Like it's from the models that we have. So, but it completely ignores brute facts. So, NA for 666 says, what constitutes a date if there is no Earth in orbit? Wouldn't a start time be more accurate? I'd agree. And Van the Man, you're right. There is no such law. Agreed.
Technically, in philosophy, they have a thing for it, but there's it.
Well, that's the principle of causality.
Principle.
AI overview kind of confirms the one there. It is a thing with that phrasing, unfortunately.
Well, there is.
It is unfortunate. Don't get me wrong.
Metaphysicians don't think there's a law of causality, and physicists don't.
Well, yeah. At the same time, see, I take causality as a description of the function of the universe. Basically, that change itself is a function of the universe. But the thing is that you can't call anything a cause, because at that point you're attempting to quantify interaction, and at that point you're qualifying what gets included in the set, which means you're imposing identity on a subset. No matter what you do, the second you say a cause, good luck quantifying that. I will destroy you.
So going to causality in modern science, which was Mario. I'm going to mispronounce his last name.
Is it Mario Bunge?
Yeah, is it Bunge or Bung?
Bunge. He's
okay. Causality is an influence by which one event, process, state, or subject, i.e. a cause, contributes to the production of another event, process, state, or object, where the cause is at least partly responsible for the effect and the effect is at least partly dependent on the cause. The cause of something may also be described as the reason behind the event or process. And let's see, going to... It's a general metaphysical question. So really more viewed along the lines of a metaphysical principle in process philosophy.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, most philosophers don't think that there's a principle of causality, just like most philosophers don't think there's actually a principle of sufficient reason. There's a good chunk of philosophers of physics, not most, but a decent amount of them that don't even think that causality, that they're causal eliminativists. They don't think that causality is anything over and above the way that humans might talk about things. But causality is not a feature of the world. There is no causality as sort of a thing in the world on their view. And you guys know Kurt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a causal eliminativist. He holds that view.
He's never come over here. I mean, somebody I'd like to have over on the channel, but I think the issue with the prior channel is keeping him from popping over here and engaging. I'd love Kurt as a resource to have him come over here and supply his own.
I like just
stuff.
listening to him.
Yeah, I'd love to have him over here, and he's more than welcome to come over here at any time. You know, there just might be an intractable position for him. And yeah, I want to make sure I got that. And NA, what did NA say? Totally missed it. Dang it! I saw him post something up, and I totally. Anyway, oh, what a short door! It is a short door. Let's see what his number 3 is.
Nothing comes from nothing. Since something exists now, something eternal must have always existed.
What?
That doesn't follow.
That's not necessarily helping him. If existence itself exists, and yeah, okay, that doesn't help his case yet.
Right.
Okay, now where's the God of that?
This guy really filmed
this. There can't be an infinite number of past days, or we would never get to today.
From
That's
where?
false.
That's a failure. Can't get here. From where? Name a point.
So
Infinity
the thing
is not a
with
point.
this objection is, it does work if, and this is a massive if, a false if, and we know it's false empirically, if you hold to presentism. If you hold to presentism, then yes, because you would have to successively traverse through each past day in order to get to the present. But if there's an infinite number of past days, that's an infinite number of days you have to traverse through, and so you would never arrive at some terminating present moment to that infinite chain. However, we know that presentism is false, so it doesn't fucking matter.
Right.
Well, there's a thing though. When you say is an infinite, see that you're talking about actualizing an infinite as opposed to referencing it as a concept. So we're actually making a failure when we use the phrasing like that. So it's not the
I mean, yeah,
presentism
presentism would suppose that the past is actually infinite. On such a view, if you held the presentism and that the universe were infinite into the past, then you would just think that there are an actually infinite number of past events.
No.
Which I also think is problematic for presentism.
Oh, it is. Yeah, that's the thing. An actual. Yeah, the second you instantiate it, that's the problem. There's a great chat with, I think it was Skydive Phil and Alex Malpass that covered this. Yeah. So
Alex Malpass in his debate with William Lane Craig a couple months ago, that's what they talked about, were like the arguments, infinity and all those mathematical arguments for the impossibility of the infinitude of the past.
Basically, Skydive Phil and Malpass did the review of that debate. So this is where they broke it down, and it's like going, no, that doesn't seem to be a problem. Every time you try to instantiate an infinity as an actual, that's the failure.
No.
Never actualize. It is a concept. You never get here from infinity. It's not a point. Never reference it. That's, by the way, that's the absolute limit of my knowledge of this. All of it. I spent it all. Nothing else to go. It's all yours.
All right.
Have always existed. There can't be an infinite number of past days, or we would never get to today.
Obviously, a reference to things like, the Grim Reaper paradox is the infinite regress there. This doesn't apply, I think, in this context. So, number 5.
Like this fidget spinner, the universe is slowly running out of usable energy, so someone had to set it into motion.
No.
How does that follow? There has to be someone. What kind of leap in logic is that bullshit?
Now, it is true that the universe was very low entropy, earlier in its past, very, very early in its past. In fact, it was significantly lower entropy than it needed to be in order to get something like life. We don't know why it was low entropy. There might not even be a reason, but it's entirely possible. I'm not saying this is the case for our universe, but it is possible, both physically and mathematically, to have something like the second law of thermodynamics in an infinite universe where entropy has always been increasing, but never reaches a maximum. It just asymptotes. It just keeps increasing, but never reaches some sort of maximum. That is something. There's a specific type of name for the functions that are used under those considerations. I can't remember. I can't remember. I don't know if I'd be able to find a video because it was Dan Linford. I don't know if you guys know who that is. It was talking about this, and he's a philosopher of physics. You technically could have a universe with entropy, and entropy is increasing, and it just always increases and never reaches a maximum.
And Beam Me Up Bob is hung on the same thing that I was, trying to smuggle into someone. Because it's obviously smuggling in Telos. And so there's no justification for that bullshit.
I think it's worth pointing out, because I think that a lot of people miss this. The laws of thermodynamics are not fundamental laws. They are statistical laws.
Well, everything is, of course, provisional and descriptive at the same time as opposed to prescriptive. But the other thing that's smuggled in is the assumption that things were ever not in motion. That's the big killer. Well,
motion's a relative concept anyway, so, I mean, that's...
it is. So I don't think he can ever point to anything that wasn't in motion. So, frankly, if I go on pure induction, he has 0 samples of no motion.
I don't know what Confederate MP is going on about. Their issue with prawn. I could just say porn. It's YouTube. You may find it offensive, but some people don't. And for some people, engaging in the act, what you defined as prawn is not necessarily the case. That's not like the set definition of that. The removal of real or simulated sexual acts from the intimacy of the partners. Sometimes the display of those, the intimacy is in the display. For some individuals, being on display is how they show intimacy. So it's inviting people into the intimacy. So it's not set to that.
Why are we humoring what this guy said?
I don't know. I was just throwing it in there.
Nobody cares.
If the universe expanded any faster, then galaxies couldn't form. But any slower,
I don't think that's
and it all
necessarily
collapses.
True. If it was faster by a certain amount or slower by a certain amount, but
okay, but
there was a period already in the universe's history where it did expand faster. Granted, there weren't galaxies at that time, but
this is okay. So it's kind of like it's leaning towards fine tuning. That it's intended to be that way, right? But it ignores the possibilities. It's kind of like, well, is there any evidence that it could possibly be any other way? But it definitely doesn't get you to an agent with intention.
We've got another interesting problem. It expands any faster, huh? Remind me, Leo, is the universe accelerating in its expansion?
I think so, yeah.
So it's getting faster? It'd be a shame if we're in the middle. It would be a shame if we're in the middle of doing exactly what he says can't happen. Oh no, if it's getting faster, we're getting faster right now. When was then? Now, just now. When did we pass then? Just now.
When will then be now?
Soon.
Go back to then. We can't. Why? We passed then. When? Just now.
Okay, let's get past
this. Cannot cause itself. The cause of space cannot be space. The cause of time cannot be time. Sounds like we need an omnipresent, eternal God.
No, it doesn't.
What the?
Or maybe they're just not caused.
What the fuck? Wow.
Dead forces can't create anything.
What the fuck is a dead force?
What's a dead force?
Yeah, I don't know.
What is this? What is this baking this shit into his terminology? It's like the one dude, like life can't come from dead matter. Well, okay, well hold on. Dead is a property of things that were once alive. We never said that the chemicals themselves were alive. They can't be dead. They're just chemicals that interact with one another in certain ways under certain conditions. They're never alive to begin with, so they can't be dead. It's an improper distinction being given to these things to elicit an intellectually dishonest point. I hate when they fucking do this shit.
By the way, I think we've lost count of how every sentence must be an argument, apparently, in order to hit his deadline.
I'm guessing so, because he's only at 8. He's at 8, and we're halfway through. So,
personal mind can create something.
Only a personal mind can create something. Okay, so this is a semantic thing. It was like, but natural forces can result in things. They're not create. I mean, you can say that they're creating them, but there's no intentionality behind them. So this is kind of like the semantic like juggle between things being a result of prior forces that are naturalistic and unguided with no intention behind them, or things being created directly by a mind. If he's saying that they're equivalent, then he's basically saying that it's obvious that the universe or that life itself was created by a mind with intention, which is not. He's I'm pretty sure there's a begging the question fallacy that's in there. Probably an argument from personal incredulity as well. So
he's making into the word create. The create has the intentionality built into it.
Right. Yeah. That's the context he's using, and he's doing it with no justification whatsoever.
Yep.
But JL, look at all his big books. So many big books.
All those great big books. I bet they're I bet they're all dictionaries.
Would it be possible to take a quick pause since we're on the notion of books?
Huh.
And share a video. Oh, hold on.
If it's somebody
with you guys.
Is it something to do with review or?
No, it was because he's got so many books there. He's got.
You're talking about you're trying to make a funny clip.
Yeah, there's this clip. I gotta find it. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's so fucking.
How short is it?
And
Because I don't want to get. I don't want to get.
It's not gonna. No, it's nothing that you're gonna get in trouble for. It's from a stream that happened on a channel. God, why can I not find this fucking video? Jesus fucking Christ.
And Solitary Core, good to see you. Jay Patchett, good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being here. Didn't say hi earlier.
Hold on. Let me get this.
Virtually every scholar, whether atheist or not, agrees that Jesus is a real person.
Virtually ever, there's disagreement. There are mythicists, they do exist, but that does not logically entail that the entity was supernatural and that the individual was supernatural in nature. That doesn't get you to a god. It's just saying, sure, a guy lived who inspired a cult. We see that all throughout history. So what? That's just nothing. That's a nothing burger. Virtually is doing a lot of work there. Yes, it is.
Here's a question. Was the tomb really empty? Well, even Jesus' enemies admitted that it was.
What tomb?
When he talks about Jesus' enemies admitting that it was, it's referring to the guards who were paid. The guards who there was a deal where the guards were bribed to say something, and they admitted that they lied or whatever like this. So there's some sort of like, I remember one apologist or somebody referencing that shit to imply that there was a conspiracy, and the existence of the conspiracy would lend credence to the idea that Jesus resurrected, and it doesn't get you there. But even if they were, like, even if the guards were and his followers absconded with the body, the tomb being empty, if the whole tomb thing was even a thing, the tomb being empty is not evidence of the resurrection. It's simply evidence that the body was put in there and then the body was taken out. That doesn't get you to, certainly doesn't get you a resurrection. And I honestly think that my understanding has always been that it was most likely that his followers absconded with his corpse, or somebody absconded with his corpse, either to prevent looting, or to just get rid of him and bury him somewhere else. So, or to even to give the impression that he did resurrect. Either way, it doesn't get you there.
Do you guys know who Nathan Ormond is, right? Digital Gnosis?
Yes.
Do you guys know who Sal Cordova is?
Mm-hmm.
The creationist? Okay. I don't know if either of you have ever seen this clip. I couldn't find it. The channel it was on was deleted. But so he had a bunch of big books that he had all on his desk and everything to look super smart. So,
which one? Who did?
This guy that were this guy that we're reviewing.
Gotcha.
I had all those books. So there was a stream that Sal was on.
Take it easy, Yagi-chan.
Where and Jay, I know Jay Pasick knows exactly what I'm fucking talking about. God, it's so funny. And he mentioned something about Bertrand Russell, and Nathan Ormond, Digital Gnosis, goes on and starts asking him questions about Bertrand. He's like, "Do you know what Russell's theory of types is?" And obviously, Sal has no fucking clue what he's talking about. But then Sal mentions something about Gödel and the incompleteness theorems, and so fucking Nathan asks him, like, can you state what the theorems are? And Sal's just quiet for 10 seconds and then comes up with some excuse. And then Nathan's like, so can you tell me what the form of the proof is? And then later on another stream, I think it was, Nathan comes back in because, Sal's doing his shtick again and starts grilling him again. And he's talking about, all this math Sal is talking about this math that he knows. And so Nathan starts asking him questions about it. And he's like, well, I mean, you didn't know what Gödel's incompleteness theorems were, so I doubt you understand much about mathematics. And so Sal goes and gets 10 fucking books off his shelf. And this is literally what he's doing. Okay, and they're all math books, by the way. He's grabbing books, and I'm just gonna like say random titles. He'll be like, differential analysis, name the author, no mention of Gödel's incompleteness theorems. Just slams the book down and does that like 10 times in a fucking row. I wish I could find the clip. It is so fucking funny.
If you find it, please send it. Please send it to me.
Oh, fuck. I can't stand it. It is one of the funniest things ever. Oh my god. Oh Jesus. But yeah, that was, I was gonna bring up that clip because of the books, because it was relevant, but I couldn't find the clip, so that didn't happen.
Imagine a book that was actually made up of 66 different books written by over 40 authors and yet contained only one unified story.
Yeah, no, we've hit about 5 problems already. Not at a minimum. We must have. It's got to be a minimum of 5 problems here. Before we finish the last one, only by Jesus' enemies. So that fictional book about fictional people includes other fictional enemies that fictionally said things about them. That's a cool story. That's the book proving the book. So I just want to put a pin in that one. So that was horrible. So yeah, the enemies thing is a total bust because it's just a story in the book about stories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The to address what he said here, technically you could go by the Quran, and if you apply this logic to the Quran would be more consistent because it has remained. There has been less interpolation and less changes to the Quran over time than there has been to the Bible, because the Quran has been around a shorter amount of time, and not to mention the the consistency of the Quran has been generally secured through extreme violence. So if he's going by this logic, then Allah is God and Allah exists. This is evidence for Allah's existence, not Yahweh. So
we've got a bigger theological problem here right now. Sorry, buddy. Your Protestantism is showing 66 books, you say?
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah. Translated by how many languages? Where? Basically, this was a line that was recently said or recently reviewed by Apologia, critiquing. Oh, shoot. I drop names out of my brain like there's no tomorrow. Canadian, Ontario, blonde guy, holy crow. That he's constantly getting dumped on now. The one who's on Rogan all the time. I can't remember his name. Good Lord, I am losing names. Somebody save me here. Famous apologist. Top
apologist, yeah. Blonde.
Younger guy, blonde.
Younger guy appears on Rogan all the time.
Well, that's not Stephen Meyer.
Wes Huff, thank you, host of the
Wes Huff.
Wes Huff. Apologia did a long format takedown showing, like, watching Wes make like 20 mistakes in as many seconds with exactly that intro. He did an epic takedown on it.
Nice.
Huge props. Yeah, your Protestantism is showing. Cool story, bro.
Shinju, people still watch Rogan? Why? It's a good point. But occasionally, very occasionally, I would say very uncommonly, Rogan has moments where he can be intellectually honest. Occasionally. He used to be that way all the time, but then he took the money and, he realized that there was more money in swallowing and proliferating bullshit than there was actually having honest conversations. So he took the money, but occasionally, even still occasionally, he has moments. Same goes for Piers Morgan. He has moments, at least they seem to have a line, but it's getting him to that line is difficult. Let me relink that and back to number 13.
That's the Bible. How can consciousness exist when matter cannot produce a subjective experience?
Well, but that just begs the question against physicalists who think that it can.
It can?
Or at least certain physicalists who think that it can, I should say. Because they think the brain is just matter. So,
right.
And that it produces subjective experiences. So, I mean, quod erat demonstrandum.
You and your fancy learning words.
Yep. Oh.
I got a video to share after that. I'll drop it in the private chat as we continue to roll tape.
Okay.
Yeah.
The energy of empty space is fine-tuned to 1 part in 10 to the power of 120. It's the most precise number in all of physics.
What did he just say? Hold on, back that up.
Yeah, hang on a sec. Give me. And I see someone that we do have somebody in the back. Hello. Your devices are not connected, so I don't know if you can hear me, but you need to have your devices connected to be brought up on stage. So, because I can't bring you up if your devices aren't connected. Oh, and you can hear us. Fantastic. Can you do me a quick favor? Now that your devices are connected, can you? You don't need to have your camera on to be on stage, but can you flip your camera on to show me that the person there? Show me there's a person there, and then you can turn it back off. This is to make sure that the stream doesn't get prawn bombed or anything like that. I'll let him sort that out. I know he can hear me, so
100.
Okay, sorry, I got to back that up a little bit more. Apparently, this is a big point because he spent a lot of his precious seconds on it.
Objective experience. The energy of empty space is fine-tuned to 1 part in 10 to the power of 120. It's the
Yeah,
most
that's what I thought he
precise-
said. Nope, not at all true. He is completely misunderstanding. So the difference in the prediction for the vacuum energy of empty space between what quantum field theory says it is and what cosmology says it is different on the order of somewhere between 10 to the 80th and 10 to the 120th. But it's not fine-tuned to that's no. They could just, Of course, he can't spell theorem, so I wouldn't expect him to understand this.
All right, really quick. We're at 14 already, and he's got less than he's got like 45 seconds left, maybe even less than that. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna bring this down. We got someone in the back. Hello? Hello, can you hear us?
Rooms, and now they're in the front rooms.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, what's up, guys? I think fine-tuning is evidence for theism.
Okay, so articulate fine-tuning as you understand it, so we can ensure we're on the same page.
Yeah, I understand fine-tuning to just be, worlds in which they allow for life, and the fine part referring to those worlds being few and far between, in contrast to all the possible worlds. That's the way I understand it.
Okay. So, in the sense of fine-tuning something, of structuring something for a specific goal, right? For a specific intention, to finely tune something to elicit an outcome. Like the world is made a specific way, chemistry is the way it is, physics is the way it is, to facilitate a specific outcome, that outcome being humans.
Be right back. I got to use the lube.
So my question then would be, given that that's what that's the position that you're operating on, how do you know that humans are intended to exist, or life is intended to exist as it exists on this planet? How do you know that that's an intentional thing?
Oh, what? Just to clarify, that's not how I construed fine-tuning. I may be able to get the update on fine-tuning to at least imply that on theism, God has an intention. But that's not what I'm doing currently. I'm just saying fine-tuning is something that everyone can agree on, which is that there exists a world in which life can exist, given some constants or whatever, and then out of the parameter space, the parameters that allow for life very, very small in contrast with the total parameter space. That's all I'm saying. Nothing too controversial about that. Nothing to do with intention yet. Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, but that's the fine-tuning argument. Fine-tuning is a kind of modernization of the teleological argument, which is operating off of the sense that things exist the way they exist currently because they were meant to exist that way. Otherwise, that's where the fine-tuning comes from, that things were specifically tuned in order to facilitate existence as we experience it, like what is going on this planet, so on and so forth. Now, if there is no telos, we can say that life exists on this planet as a result of the natural, unguided forces that resulted in life existing in this way. But that humans are not intended. Life is not like right now, humans as we exist, Homo sapiens as we exist, all the other apes, all the bacterium, the brain-eating amoebas, they're all a result of the natural unguided forces that the selection pressures that resulted in our existence. So, but we can operate off of that without begging the question of the existence of something with intention.
Yeah, there's a few. So the first quick thing I should point out is that, I acknowledge there's a lot of arguments are named fine-tuning, which all have an equal claim to being fine-tuning. But I'm not construing my argument in the way you've just construed it. So the teleological aspect is more so on the back burner for now. I'm just trying to construe the evidence. And the evidence should be the type of thing that everyone can agree upon. That's the first thing. And not evidence for theism, I mean just the thing we want to conditionalize on. Secondly, about what you said, I think it was concerning whether, it's the teleological thing. Yeah, I don't think I need to posit purpose here to get the update for in favor of theism. I'm not under that impression. And I kind of forgot the last thing, so could you quickly repeat it? Sorry, I have a very bad memory.
What was the evidence part? I think I missed
that.
I'm
just saying I'm trying to construe the data. I shouldn't say the evidence, yeah. I should say the data that I want to conditionalize on. That we can all conditionalize on because we can all agree that it's actually
that's kind of the kicker. You said the evidence of fine-tuning is evidence of theism. The problem is no. Go ahead.
What evidence are we looking at? I think I missed.
Maybe I shouldn't use the term evidence. I'm sorry about that. What I want to say is just data, just the statements that we can all agree on, which is that life exists. That implies that life's possible in this universe. That's all we need. I think that's all we need, really. We can all agree upon that. That life is possible in this universe.
All we need for what?
Life's possible in this universe?
No.
Well, no. Okay.
All we need is what you said. All we need for what?
Yeah, because just from that, life is possible in the universe, and the conditions on this planet facilitate the existence of life for a short period of time, cosmologically speaking.
Yeah.
It's a very small window. Eventually, it won't be that case anymore, and there could be billions of planets that are out there that have conditions that facilitate the existence of life. So, mathematically speaking, that's damn near a certainty. So, my question then is, sure, I agree with you. Life exists on the planet. This universe exists in a way that life can exist, and life can exist on planets or in places where the conditions facilitate it. So how does that get you to theism being the case or a God existing?
Well, I didn't mention any of that. All I mentioned was that life exists.
You said it was evidence for theism. You said it was evidence for theism.
Yeah, I think the statement life exists and can exist is evidence for theism. That statement is. So that's what I'm conditionalizing on. But I didn't mention all the other factors. But bear in mind, these factors you mentioned are consistent with my prior statement as well. So it shouldn't be contentious.
No. Theism is theism itself is the belief that there is a creating entity that interacts directly with with what it created, with the universe itself. So it's an interventionist or an interacting God, or godlike entity is what it is. So it's a creating entity that interacts with shit. That's theism, which technically many Christians or many believers would say that would be a God. But the fact that there's something that exists, we can just look at the evidence we have, and the evidence would be that we are the result of the natural unguided forces that facilitated our existence. We exist as opposed to the Neanderthals because of the selection pressures that positively selected for our species and selected the pressures that selected against them, which is why we're still here and they went extinct. So, but there's no goal there. There's no intentionality behind it. So we can't really say fine tuning. We can say life crops up under the conditions that facilitate its possibility is all it is.
Yeah. So saying there's no intention, that just begs the question. I agree with the empirical facts, which that, life came around by natural selection, all these things, the reason why we're here, the answer was natural selection. I agree with all that. Certainly. I even may agree with the abiogenesis point. I agree with all that. I agree with the empirics. That's what you need to do to condition the data and render a range of hypotheses that we can, I guess, talk about with each other. But what I'm concerned of is whether we should think that given the data, it is intention or is guided by some intentional being or not. And I think that the evidence lends itself towards it being guided by an intentional being for the reasons I could lay out once we get past this weird data point. So do you agree that it is true that this is just...
that's my curious, is what data points? What data are you looking at?
Well, this is the data, which is that life can exist. That's the data. That's all it is.
No, that's not an argument. That's saying because life therefore
That's
Well, he's
Yeah.
not saying
That's
it's an
not even
argument.
what I'm
He's just
saying
saying it's a
either.
data point.
you're not adding more though.
yeah. So
Where's the
wait,
more?
I'll clarify what's happening. So okay, so I have a datum, right, which is that life can exist in this universe, and what I want to conditionalize on that for some other hypothesis, and then the hypothesis that has the highest probability, given this data, I should take that one to be true or else equal. That's all I want to do. So all I'm just doing is making sure we agree on the data. That's all I want to do.
Okay,
no.
hang on a second. Look, I will agree with you on the data point that life is possible in this universe and life exists
Yeah.
on this planet. I agree with that data point. I think that's trivially obvious. So what?
Mhm.
I want to
now
hold on 1 second. Keep in mind, you invoke probability, where we have exactly one universe to look at. So you don't have access to probability. You have a set of one. So you may want to revise your use of that word.
Well, there's a few things to point out here. Firstly, this requires understanding. This requires finite frequentism to get that result. So in finite frequentism, if you have a reference class of only one member, one trial, yeah, the probability that's one. But notice how that just seems really weird to us. I mean, this actually undermines a lot of induction science. But that doesn't actually matter unless you actually.
No, it undermines.
I'm not using finite frequentism. I'm not using that, so it doesn't actually matter. I'm using.
Well, no. All it is we're able to say is that we have a sample size of one. The probability, the distribution functions don't exist in order to calculate odds off of a sample size of one. We have one universe that we have access to, and we have one universe that we have access to, and that universe has life in it. So
with the probability
that's what we have.
Trivially, so you kind of have a distribution over that. But I'm just I'm saying the result you're getting there is true for finite frequentism because if there's only one trial, only one member in the sample space, then yeah, the probability is one. I agree. That's a big problem for finite frequentists. But for Bayesians, when we talk about the sample space, we talk about all of the epistemically a priori possible worlds that could exist. So this world obviously does exist as the actual world, but it's epistemically possible that another world exists in which the constants are slightly stronger, or slightly weaker. And we can kind of we kind of dictate the weak. Oh, I shouldn't say dictate. We can kind of express the weakness or strength of it using the real numbers. That's true. Then we can just scale up infinitely. We have an uncountable, sample space.
Bayesian is not going to get you anywhere because once again we've got zero priors. We have one example universe.
What do you mean zero?
I just want you to know right away, I will not grant you any prior probability.
And there's also I mean, it's also ignoring it's also ignoring the possibility that even if the universe were different, like structurally different, that life could still exist. It would just that life would just look different. Life is a result of chemistry, and the particular elements have atomic weights. And so it would just be other elements that are involved in that process. So even if the universe were different, it didn't.
He's technically granted all of this already.
Yes. Okay. So I'm.
I
want to get. Okay, hang on. I want to get past this thicket that we're in, and try to get to a God entity. That's right. Because all we've done right now is say, "Hey, there's a universe, life is possible, and there's life in it." Okay. So at that point, so what? Because that doesn't get you to a God entity.
Okay. Yeah, can I respond to the point you made about that could be other life? Because I actually agree with that, by the way. Yeah, I agree there could be other life. But notice just real briefly, notice how I constructed the sample space such that it's uncountable. But then the amount of worlds in which life, or the parameters in which life can exist, the subset of that space is finite. Because I can only increase it or decrease it so much for life to exist. Right, so we agree there's other types of life that could exist, like non-carbon based life, many types of life, sure. But it's still finite in contrast to an uncountable infinite set. So obviously the unconditional probability, or the unconditional distribution should not favor worlds with life because
okay.
It's just
one thing,
so
slow down a little bit because you are slurring your words together. I need you to articulate. I need you to articulate.
Did you understand what I said, or should I repeat it?
I got it.
Yeah, we're good right now. I don't.
Okay.
I'm looking at the chat and I'm kind of like, you got to slow down a little bit because you're starting to run your words together. So
sorry about that.
Take me from life exists to this being evidence for a God.
Yeah. So we have, these facts real simply. Real quickly. So we have the fact that the probability of a world like this existing, the unconditional probability, is really low.
No,
and
there's no
now
way to
we
there's
go
no
from
way to
there.
calculate that.
Whoa, hold on. It's okay. I'll walk through it again. So we have an uncountably infinite space, parameter space, right? And the subset of that space in which life can exist, and I mean any type of life, whether it's carbon or not carbon, any type of life, the subset in which life can exist, that's finite. So compare finite to an infinite. Obviously, the finite is significantly smaller. No matter how big the finite is, it could be a billion, it could be a trillion, still significantly smaller than the infinite. Now, if that's true, then we should at least have good reasons to believe the probability of these worlds obtaining, in contrast to other possible worlds given it's uncountable, is really low.
Hold up.
No?
Because the conditions on other planets can change. And so a planet that currently is not hospitable to life can be made hospitable to life given the circumstances of the planet. If the planet moves into a particular area or its orbit degrades and it falls into an area, and these things take time, then it could facilitate life. Maybe not to the point that intelligent life could develop, but you could at least develop like single-celled organisms, something that abiogenesis could occur, so long as the conditions facilitate it. We do know that planets, just by looking at the planet Earth, when the planet was forming, it needed to get to a point when it could facilitate life, and then sometime in the future, life will no longer be facilitated anymore, just by virtue of orbital mechanics. So we know that these things can change for other planets. It just requires the right circumstances, and we know that happens. So we can't say that it's finite, because you could have an umpteen number of planets which can't currently host life, but at some point in the future could, given the infinite number of probable changes that could occur that could facilitate that happening. So I don't think you could say it's finite to that degree.
Regardless of that, we're still down to we have life. Now let's just take that same argument of yours and just say,
wait, can I respond to him?
What are the odds? What are the odds?
Well, Andrew, let him punch back at what I just said, because we know that planets can change and that planets can go from inhospitable to hospitable, because the forces around them can alter them. So and new planets are forming.
I agree with all that.
Old planets,
I agree. Like, planets previously hostile to life can become hospitable to life given differences. Yeah, I agree with all of that. But bear in mind that happening is beholden to these nomological laws / these physical laws, or the laws of physics, whatever. So I agree there can be differences in planets, in the past and the future, such that life can obtain, but they're beholden to these laws of physics, and that's what allows that to happen. Now that's true, and the parameter space is supposed to be an analog for all possible worlds, and the differences in each parameter is just the differences in the laws of nature, the laws of physics. Then the worlds in which they allow for life, even if the planets that were hostile previously and subsequently do allow life in the future, those worlds in which that happens are still the worlds that count as worlds that allow for life. Because it's only true that the planets became hospitable to life beholden to these laws that do permit life, at least in some time, in the future, whatever. Same thing happened in this universe as well. The planet beforehand was not hospitable. Now it is. That's not to imply this, the universe is not life permitting. That's just to imply that at one point me pushing back.
That was just me pushing it back against the finite assertion. Yes, we can say we have an infinite amount of space, but we know that planets are forming all the time, and we also know that planets are dying all the time. So, given the amount of space, and given the amount of things, and that work can still be done, and that these conditions do change to facilitate it, we can't really say that it's finite until the point when matter can no longer form. So you say the heat death of the universe, but we could even say that might not be a point that ever arises. So technically, by cosmological standards, the number would be as infinite as the space, so long as planets can form and their conditions can change. So that was just me pushing back on the finite, on the assertion that the amount of life-bearing planets is finite, when I'd say not necessarily. Because
Jay, this isn't the pre-sup argument. This is your standard Bayesian teleological argument.
I'm just be pushing back on the finite assertion, because I don't think that I think just the way the universe is, I think bears that out.
My objection here runs pretty deep at the same time. You're still coming up with as if life was the determining factor, as if that rarity, like, hey, think about how many universes had a Henry Ford that decided to make a car company, Why is that not the metric of rarity? Oh, well, we got a Henry Ford specifically. So that must mean it was intended, because otherwise we would end up with a Henry Ford. You're just like going, I like life, therefore God. So picture anything. How about, what if black holes was the purpose and life was a byproduct?
All right. Look, I don't think, like, not to be rude, like, okay, you just haven't been understanding the argument. Look, yeah, I mean, look, so to respond
No,
to...
I'm following where you're going. I was just pushing back
No,
against
I'm
the
not saying
finite
you're not
assertion
understanding.
because the finite assertion was doing a lot of load bearing. And so I was just pushing back on the finite assertion from a mathematical perspective, which is fine. I honestly, I'm just trying to see how we're getting to a God thing, because even if it was the fact that it was finite, that would just be a limitation of energy is all it would be. It still wouldn't get to a God entity.
Yeah, okay. I mean, firstly, I think we should at least agree that physicists who are, our epistemic authority, like, they have more access to the field than us and they know more than us. Most of them do agree the probability of universal life is very low. But suppose you don't believe that's true. Suppose you're skeptical of the scientists and physicists. I can motivate the parameter space that allows for life being finite. So I acknowledge what you're saying. Just want to walk you through it once again. So do you agree that the world going from hostile to hospitable to life is beholden to the laws of nature? Do you agree with that? So it only happens if the laws of nature permitted are consistent with it. Yeah,
I
do you
say
agree that
it's consistent.
Sorry,
Yeah. Per the functions of the universe that we describe using the laws of physics. Yes, these things can happen, right?
Yeah. So a planet going from not being able to not allow for life to being able to allow for life is only possible if the laws of nature permit the possibility of life in that particular world. Correct?
If it is the case that the conditions arise that facilitate these chemical processes taking place, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's any. I don't think it's about the laws of nature intending for that to happen. I think that things occur as a result of So I'm not taking a prescriptivist view on this. That these as to what these laws do. I'm saying that yes, the laws of the laws of nature as we describe them do facilitate these events taking place. So.
That was a really long form way of saying if it's possible, then it's possible, right? That's all you really boiled that down to.
Look, I get you want to jump in, man, but this is just look. So
I want you to address that what you said boils down to what I just said. It's possible. It's only possible because it's possible, right?
I think you're trying to get overly angry because you realize you just.
No, I want to get a confirmation. That's functionally what it boils down to, right?
Yeah, you can think that if you want to. Look, so
it's not. What part am I incorrect about?
No, it's not. That's not what it boils down to.
Okay, what part am I incorrect about? Yeah, correct me then.
Yeah, I'm saying the statement could only validate as true just in case it's consistent with the nomological laws. That's what it boils down to, formally. But anyways, what I'm saying...
Hold on, we're getting a cross version because you just invoked nomological. So we went from possible worlds and now we're going nomological. I just want to make sure we're.
Well, he was talking about nomologically possible worlds would be my assumption, but I could be wrong.
Oh, well, nomological is the only one because that's talking about actual.
Well, but you could talk about logically possible worlds.
I know. Before we were talking about possible worlds, which is where we're starting to cross around.
There's different types of possible worlds, man. Just stop, man. Come on, dude. Look, okay, so
let me ask you this. Hello. Let me ask you this. The fact that life exists, is it within the realm of logical possibility or even nomological possibility that life exists as a result of natural unguided forces?
He's granted that already.
Okay, so we're good there.
Yes, it's possible, but that's not very interesting. Like many things are possible explanation for many, data.
Well, not very interesting. Not very interesting is not a defeater. My question then is.
I'm being like very cool.
Yeah, I know, but what justification? What justification do we have? What rational justification do we have?
Wait, hold on. I was going to make a much more substantive point, which is that I'm saying it's not interesting because that doesn't give us good reasons, at least good strong reasons to believe that the explanation is naturalistic. That's what I'm saying. Like it's possible.
You're jumping ahead of the question. You're jumping ahead of the question that I was about to ask. What rational justification is there to conclude that there is a God entity?
Yeah, because I think the data is more expected if a God was to exist. So it's less surprising for God to exist. At
best, that would get you to classical deism.
Well, sorry, by deism, what do you mean here?
A creating entity that kicked the football on the universe via naturalistic forces and then fucked off with no evidence left of its existence. It doesn't interact. It doesn't intervene. It doesn't intercede.
All powerful enough.
Just a creating entity is all it is.
Well, that doesn't seem like it actually predicts the same thing. I can explain why I don't think it predicts much or anything too interesting. Well, I keep using that word, but you get what I mean. Mainly because deism, as a hypothesis, doesn't make any unique predictions because it lacks many strong auxiliaries that predict things uniquely, like classical theism does. For example, on deism,
hold up. No, I got to push back on that. The predictions made by classical theism are predicated upon assumptions regarding the ontology of various things within reality. But those ontologies are assumed.
God, no.
There's the thing baked in here because, see, we're just saying it's more probable if we think that something intended it. What makes this more possible? Is it something that specifically made this the thing, which is vacuous? It is just vacuous. It's more likely somebody intended for this to be the way. Well, I suppose, but it's vacuous as hell. It says nothing.
Who's talking?
Well, no, hello. It makes it the concepts that in like theism. If you're talking about, I don't know if it's classical theism, if you're talking about like some like Christian notion of it, doesn't matter. There are assumptions being made as to the ontology of the things within what we would call like the not God set or the not God category. That the ontology of them, it's the ontology of these things that reveals that the God exists itself. But these ontologies are assumed. That we assume these things within the ontology of these things like transcendentals and shit like that. But these are not things that we can demonstrate to be the case. You take them as axioms.
I'm not assuming transcendentals, huh?
No. I'm just using it as an example. Is all it is.
Oh, okay.
So if we are assuming if we are assuming ontology about the nature of things within the system, you have to show that those assumptions are in fact the case in order to get to the justification for saying that there's a God, or even increase the probability that there is one.
Well, that's actually not even true either, because that means you'd have to prove other assumptions in scientific hypotheses before you conditionalize the evidence to substantiate them, which obviously is
we can prove them to a probabilistic degree. No, we can prove them to a probabilistic degree.
That's by conditionalizing the evidence. So that's all I'm doing right now. Then.
No, you can't, because you're talking metaphysics.
Wait, that's all you. The evidence is what you conditionalize on that confirms the hypothesis. That's what I'm doing right now.
Down so that the audience can fucking hear you. I get what you're saying.
Evidence.
But it doesn't go that way because we can operate from the ontology that is shown by the empirics that these things are a result of natural unguided forces, because there's no justification to say that there is anything with intention behind them, because there's no evidence that any such thing exists. You're operating from a field of metaphysics that supplies what you need to make the ontological assumption that you're making, which requires you then to undergird that with the assertion of the increase the probability of a God entity, which it doesn't do. Because you can't show the underlying foundation of it.
Yep. All my hypothesis assumes, right, prior to conditionalizing on evidence, is that there exists a being that's all-powerful, all-knowing, agential.
Well, now I know it doesn't exist.
Sorry?
You defined it as omniscient. I know it doesn't exist because it's a contradictory attribute.
Well,
logical contradictions can't
exist.
I
guess, if you want to.
No,
we can do it now.
Depending upon how you define it, if you define it in a logically contradictory way, then I know it doesn't exist because logical contradictions can't exist.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's even true either, because there's like certain statements that are contradictory that do exist in quantum mechanics.
Can an omniscient entity know what it's like to not know something?
Well, that's not possible. I don't think now. But it's like certain statements that are contradictory.
Omniscience is not a thing that can exist.
Well, I mean, I can give you an example. Like, for example, bosons are indiscernible. If you accept the identity of indiscernibles, then that means there's only one boson. There's more than one force-carrying particle, so that's a contradiction. But like, there's like literally logics that talk about this. By the way, this is one-known thing in physics and formal logic. So there are statements that are contradictory that are still obviously true, which is that bosons exist and these things fall from bosons existing. So I'm not convinced that's true either. But it's fine.
You've got to slow down. You sound like you are rambling. If you define your God in a logically contradictory way, I know that God doesn't exist. So either redefine it in a logically consistent way, or drop it all entirely as a hypothesis.
I can define it in a logically consistent way, but it seems like the charge is that I'm defining it in a way that's inconsistent.
You did. You defined it as being omniscient.
Wait, how's omniscience inconsistent?
Omniscience is knowing all true propositions. Knowing all true propositions.
No,
a true proposition. Yes, it is. That is what
That's not what I mean by omniscience.
So you're just using
There-
proprietary terminology now.
Well, no, I mean omniscience.
That
What
could
it
be
means
true,
is
but Thomas
debated
didn't point
amongst
it
a
out.
lot of theologians. Not there's actually a lot of theologians that don't think omniscience is exhausted by knowing all true propositions. Some
Yeah.
would say that it's not just true propositions, but all counterfactually true propositions. Some people reject that. So I mean, there's a debate to be had even amongst the theologians as to what specifically exhausts the notion of omniscience.
But that doesn't cross the boundary.
Yeah,
I don't know how Hello defines it though, so
that
because he
doesn't
hasn't
cross the
defined it
boundary.
yet.
Knowing all true counterfactuals, they can't be true simultaneously. That's just talking about other
Okay,
worlds
but
where
look,
the
that's not how I
where they
define
count.
it either, though.
No, that's talking about another all in modal logic. It's talking about a logically possible world and where something that is the opposite
I
is
understand
true.
counterfactuals.
Okay, so,
look, I understand.
but I don't care. But I don't care about that because it still falls within the realm of all
you
true
should, because the
propositions.
charge was inconsistent because of how I define omniscience, and I don't define it that way. So obviously, that
How
charge
do you
requires
how do you
modification
define
for
it? How do you define it then?
I take omniscience to be God having all knowing of all non-propositional knowledge. He has all non-propositional knowledge. That's what I think omniscience is.
Does he know what is true?
Well, that's propositional, so trivially no. He has non-propositional knowledge. But that's not to
So-
imply he doesn't apprehend these concepts.
What does that even mean then? What is
Yeah,
non-propositional?
so you can just this is like Thomistic. Yeah, Thomists think that God knows everything by knowing himself because he created everything.
Knowing how to
No,
ride a
it's
bike
using-
is a form of non-propositional knowledge. Sorry to interrupt. Hello.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There's a distinction between like knowledge how and then knowledge that,
Knowledge that.
which is generally
Yeah,
what is meant by propositional knowledge.
Is there any knowledge that God? Is there any knowledge that God does not possess?
Nope. Because God,
Okay.
God can know
Is
knowledge.
can it be a true?
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
This is-
Can
this
it be? Okay. No, you said no. Can it be a
Something
true
needs to- no,
proposition?
wait, you need to
Can
clarify
it be a
something
true? Can it be a true proposition to know that you do not know something?
Nope. But for God,
To
no.
to be aware that you don't have knowledge about something?
That's not true. That can be true for God, but it could be true for like limited beings. Yeah.
But knowing all true propositions.
But that wouldn't
Does
imply it's
God,
true for
does
being as
God,
knowing it. What are you
does
saying?
God
What?
know what it's like to not know? Does God know what it's like to not know something?
No, and I can tell
Well,
you
if
exactly why this
God,
wouldn't be an issue.
if God
obviously.
knew, if
Because-
God knew everything, then it would just be trivially true that He doesn't know what it's like to not know something.
and that wouldn't be a true statement they need to know of, so it wouldn't be something he knows of. It's also like this is literally the same as saying, right? You know, does God know that he's physical? Or no, because he's not physical, but I know I'm physical because I am physical, right? So obviously, the truth value of the statement based on the based on what the index is denoting is different.
But God can
So
make
this is-
itself physical.
Okay, suppose that's true. I'm just elucidating like the problem being made here, or the problem.
Okay, we've gone into a whole lot of weeds here because we went down the idea
I mean,
of why
That's not
we're-
my
why
fault. You
we're
wanted to get
even
into mission
using-
stuff.
Why we're even using life as any kind of metric for probability, which doesn't work. Why I cared about that as a
Wait, sorry,
factor.
could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch that.
Why we cared about your usage of life as any kind of reason for why we need something more. See, you're trying to
I didn't
calculate
say that either.
probability.
What?
No, you did, as to we have
I
life.
said we're just conditionalizing the statement that life can exist. That's what we're doing. We're
Yeah,
conditionalizing.
and-
It's not
but-
the
but-
metric
but you
probability.
could say
what
that
you're
about-
talking about.
But take any other fact of this existence. We have planets, therefore God. We have stars, therefore God.
No one's saying that though. Why do
Well,
you
no,
mention
I mean
this?
you're picking just one thing, so why stop at just one thing? Let's pick any little thing and
Because
say,
fine tuning just wants to establish the likelihood ratio based on this one thing. What?
oh no, pick anything then.
Why is your
not pick
critique that life
anything?
fine tuning doesn't do all these other things? Why'd that be your critique?
Well, no, let's pick everything then. Why?
Okay, then you're wait. Then that equally applies to every single atheist critique of theism.
In or-
Why do
no,
we
in order-
the
in order to
EPOE
have stars-
wait,
in
no,
order
hold
to
on. Why
have-
does wait, hold on.
In order
Why
to have
does the EPOE
stars.
not also target the logical possibility of there being evil in God? That's obviously not a
Oh,
response.
no,
to
we're
this.
not. No, don't worry. We're not switching topics. We're not going to play the hit. and run
I'm
game.
not switching to. I'm
So-
showing the absurdity of your critique.
No.
Suppose
What
it's
you're
successful, it
doing
proves
is
too
you want
much.
to take
What?
You want to take one aspect of this reality that we're in and make that the hinging point. So how about like
Who am I
black
talking to?
holes? Black holes, therefore God. Because that's another aspect of reality, right? Black
What are you
holes,
talking
therefore
about?
God.
How are you so confused? Look, no one's saying this. Suppose someone
No,
said that. I
I'm
might be
taking-
confused.
I'm
No one's
taking your
saying
argument. I'm changing the target for your argument because see,
Then
if
you're
no
literally
other
straw
aspect-
manning me. How slow could you actually? You're straw manning me then. How are you this slow? You're just straw manning.
Why is life the important thing? That's what I'm destroying.
This is important.
Why is life the
You're
determining
gonna
calculating
equivocate important,
factor?
but I know you're gonna. I'm gonna predict
What's the likelihood of black
I'm not saying it's
holes?
important since you're using it.
What if
I'm
black-
saying it's the
what if
evidence that
black-
we're rendering in this particular case. Stop
What
talking
if-
over me. I'm answering your question. Stop.
Your motor mouth thing.
It's not important in the way you're using it. Rather, it's true. That's the only thing we're conditionalizing on in this particular case. There's other cases we can give for theism, but not in this particular case. Fine tuning is concerned with the statement that life can exist. That's all it's concerned with. The other stuff is obviously just not relevant currently. Lord have mercy.
What about any other factor? Because you still have to come down to intentionality. You see, you still have to make life
God.
special for
It's
your formula to
literally-
mean anything. Life has to
Steve,
be
answer what I just said
special.
to you.
Life
Okay,
has
so,
to
okay,
be
look,
special.
you did. Oh my God, look, I still even treat them. It should need to be expected on the hypothesis. What are you talking about?
Oh, it's only expected if you're saying that God did it on purpose, and then you're just begging the question.
That wouldn't even be true either. What are you talking about? There's like many hypotheses that don't introduce purposeness or purpose or intentionality.
It's
that
more
also
likely. It's more likely if it was intended. Well, everything's more likely if it's intended, but you haven't.
And
proved
that could be
intent
true,
yet.
but that's not the same as saying what you
Question.
said beforehand. So that's just not true. Oh my
I know.
God,
Well,
look, it's still
once
irrelevant.
again,
Look,
It's
do you want me
only
to give you
more
reason to believe
expected.
this?
It's only
Wait,
more
stop.
expected.
Okay, guys, we're not getting. We're talking over each other. Here's the big problem that I have. It comes down to it, and it's something that Andrew mentioned earlier. Bayesian logic requires, and from my understanding, Bayesian logic requires an initial mathematical assumption of how likely a designer is before looking at any evidence, which would be the prior probability, which Andrew said he
Yeah,
was
the
not
prior
going to
probability.
grant you. Because we only have
You
one
don't require that
universe.
for fine tuning.
I'm still fucking talking. Because we only have one universe to observe, there is no objective or scientifically rigorous way to assign any prior probability to a supernatural creator. So as a result of this, you being a proponent of this is essentially you're going to plug in numbers based upon your personal or philosophical biases, which is not going to be a justification for getting you to a god, which harkens back to what I was talking about in the metaphysical assumptions that you're going to be making.
Can I
that you
respond to
need
that point before you
to-
start
that
introducing
you-
a bunch of other points?
I'm not introducing a bunch of points. I'm finishing my point.
Sure. Sorry,
Which I brought up later, your philosophical biases that you're going to need to invoke a god entity defined in a specific way in order to undergird the assumptions that you're making, the
I think
metaphysical assumptions that
there
you're making.
is
So
a bit of
Oh
a confusion here about
Wait, can I respond to him before you introduce
Bayesian
the
analysis.
point of the confusion? Can I
really
respond to him
really
first?
quick. So in like a Bayesian analysis, you can conditionalize on a prior probability even over a sample space of one, because the actual sample space isn't what's important. It's like possible worlds. So you can
that's true,
conditionalize over like a possible world. So even though there's only one universe that actually exists, we can imagine ways the universe could have been, and we can factor those into the probability space that you're conditionalizing over, or that you're sampling over.
but that would be covered by the
I'm
fact
sorry
that
to try to
there's-
interrupt you.
no,
That's literally
but-
correct. Yeah, that's literally
But that would be
correct.
covered by the fact that I said that there's no objective or scientifically rigorous way to do that.
Are you reading?
Sure,
that would
but
not be
that's-
subjective
that would
basis.
not
I
be
mean, that just
objective.
wouldn't be. It's just not going to be relevant to the analysis.
Exactly. Like, suppose I'm a subjective Bayesian, this just wouldn't touch anything. But even suppose I'm an objective Bayesian, by the way, there's other ways to set the price. They don't require there being multiple possible worlds in any sense. I can set the price based on parsimony. I can set the price based on maximum entropy. There's many ways I can do it. I'm suppose okay. Like, I'll just set the price for you without being a subjective Bayesian. If that's tripping you up, that's fine. So I want to
As
set it
long as
based on
as
parsimony.
long as you don't commit the sharpshooter fallacy, then that's fine.
Sure, we'll do that. I want to set the price based on the amount of statements required for the hypothesis to be true. Right? So if some hypothesis requires billions of statements to be true for it to be true, that's obviously has really the high probability. And the very easy way to calculate that is just by guessing just by guessing 1 over 2 to the power of n, where n is the amount of statements that are required to make that hypothesis true. So in the example, it's 1 billion. So the probability would be very, very low, right? So we can do this for theism. What statements need to be true for theism to be true? Well, here's the following statements. There exists a being, then being has x, y, z, ... predicates. Finite amount of predicates. And from the way I define it, the predicate of being omniscient, omnipotent, agential, or loving, or good, and also it has like a two-place predicate of creating the universe, supposedly, not saying it's true, but supposedly. And that's literally it. That's all you
Well,
have.
then
on
I'll just
theism.
reject the god. I'll reject the god concept on the Epicurean trilemma.
Because
So,
omniscience, like
even before-
No. Hello.
Morality,
Hello. Hang on. Hello.
I'll support
I'll just
that.
reject that god the way you defined it, that god entity, on the Epicurean trilemma.
Here's the thought
Okay,
for you.
but-
The idea of a universe containing life. Okay, let's take that exact sample you just gave there. You gave a whole list of properties. It becomes infinitely less probable with every property you're adding on, because at that point, yeah, we're really reducing
Not
the list.
infinitely, but yeah, it
Now,
does.
substantially. So, frankly, how about we just imagine this thing of yours being a dick? Because apparently, the way shit goes down, being a dick looks a whole lot more probable. So, your thing is a dick. Probabilistically speaking, it's a dick. We're going to start getting omniscient.
You're a grown man trying to rage bait by saying he's a dick.
See,
No one cares about
have to know how everything is going to turn out.
Well, I can.
This would be good enough to make
their rage
right?
bait. What?
Yeah, but I can break this all down. I can break this down really
making a
simply.
good point. Just rage bait.
Yeah, but
This
hello,
is
I can
real.
break this
I
down really simply for you. Are you able to demonstrate that the God exists as a concrete entity that exists independently of human minds without begging the question?
I answer. I can shift away from my
Did you
prior
listen
argument
to the
to
question
being
that
a
I
view.
just
can do
asked
that.
you?
I can do that.
Did you listen to the question that I just asked you? Because you
Yeah.
stopped,
Obviously bad faith.
because you started talking before I finished.
Yeah, I'll do it right now.
Okay? Listen
Yeah,
to
prove
the
it to you right
question
now.
that I'm asking you. Can you demonstrate that this entity exists as a concrete thing without
Yep.
begging the question?
Yep.
Please do
I
so.
should do that right now, correct? Yeah, great. So what you want me to do is give an a priori argument to shift away from my a posteriori argument.
No, that is not what I want you to do.
Wait, so I
do
can
not
stick to my
do
prior
not
argument then?
misrepresent what I'm asking.
Wait, then why do you ask it then? Why do you ask that? From
Because
giving
I'm
you an
asking you a
argument
very simple question. Are
already? But
you
why wouldn't you
able
if I'm already
to
giving you an argument?
are you able to demonstrate
Like how
that this
confused are you?
entity
How confused can you
exists
really be?
as a concrete thing without begging the question? Yes or no?
So
I just said yes.
by demonstrate, are you wanting something that's like strictly empirical, or are you wanting some sort of deductive?
Either one would work. A predictive model would be a solid way to
Well,
do
you
it.
know, it's funny
invoked a
because
priori,
I
so
think
it's
that
not
fine-tuning is
empirical.
empirical, and that's why I've been doing this whole time. So either you just think I've been doing it, so you're just not tracking, or you do acknowledge that, but you're just saying nonsense for some reason.
No,
Look,
yeah.
that's what I've been doing this whole time.
What I'm getting at,
invoking
what I'm
logic.
getting at is this: is that you can invoke Bayesian teleology. You can invoke Bayesian teleology. All
No
you
one
fucking
mentioned
want.
teleology. What's wrong with your?
So, I'm going to mute
No
you.
one's
I'm gonna
invoking.
I'm gonna put you down in the back because you won't shut your fucking mouth. You can invoke the Bayesian teleological argument all you fucking want. You can go to the math all you fucking want. You don't have it. You don't have anything to establish any legitimate, fucking rigorous prior probabilities. Doesn't matter. Your God is logically inconsistent, therefore it doesn't exist. But you can redefine it in a logically consistent way. That's fine. Great. You are asserting that an entity exists as a thing, independent of human minds, as a concrete thing that stands in causal relation to all of the things that are not itself. Great. How do you know it exists, and can you demonstrate that without begging the question? Because all I've heard is you making a whole ton of fucking metaphysical assumptions about the ontology of things within the system, and then inventing a God defined in a specific way to undergird your fucking assumptions, which means you're begging the question. I want to know, how do you know it exists to do the things that you think it do without begging the question? That's what I want to fucking know. You're back up. You can answer the question.
Yeah, let's all the metaphysical assumptions I made. Go ahead.
It's a yes or no question that I asked to you.
There's no answer. I didn't list any. There's no assumptions made. No assumptions. No
They're
one's seen
baked
the-
into
you don't
your
even see
fucking
the God exists.
premises. They're baked into your fucking premises. So I'm going to ask you one more
That
time.
just means they're entailed. That means they're entailed. Are you slow? What?
I'm going to ask you one more fucking time,
Wait, you
Philbro,
understand
because your
the conclusion-
Philbro
wait,
shit is
hold on,
not
you understand
flying
the
here.
conclusion of
Your
premises
Philbro
of-
shit, your Philbro bullshit is not flying here. You're not going to lose anybody in your goddamn semantic nonsense. I want to know how you know that this entity exists as a concrete thing and how you were arriving at that conclusion without begging the question.
I mean, look, man, you're just like too retarded to talk to, so talk it, man.
Yeah, I figured you didn't have
retarded
anything to
talk.
say to that. Right. So we'll move on from you. Dude, I fucking can't stand Philbros and their bullshit. I get what he's doing. Okay, but it does not get you to a god. It doesn't even, it maybe increases the probability of maybe classical deism, but it does not get you to a Christian god or even to classical theism. There are problems entailed within all of those. I did not like the fact that he was just breezing past all of these fucking attributes that he's giving to it, arbitrarily giving it to it to satisfy whatever personal need he needs it to satisfy. That does not get you to truth.
No, that's the best part, though. See, every property he stacks on plays against him. Basically, being a dick is one less thing, making it that much more probable. He's making his god less probable with every property he proposes, and of course can't justify that it actually is present on the thing because he's not presenting the thing. So he's begging the question, hence your complaint. But statistically, he's shooting himself in the face with every property he asserts. So no, being a dick makes it immensely more probable on those grounds. So yeah, that's just dumb.
So Leo, I'm willing. I'm opening up to critique. Break down where my assessment falls apart on what he's doing. If it does, I'm willing to say like I'm jumping to conclusions, or is the conclusion that I'm getting to? I'm trying to drill down to the core of this shit. Do you have anything for me? I'm willing to open it up to.
I wish you guys would have let him get all the way through the argument he was presenting, because it's a standard Bayesian fine-tuning argument. So all he wants to say is something like, look, there's some, let's just say, an infinite set of possible worlds. The subset of those worlds that is life permitting is going to be extraordinarily small. And that conditional on that fact, the probability of theism goes up. And so since theism would be more probable than, say, atheism, or maybe more specifically naturalism, conditional on that fact, we should be more inclined toward theism rather than atheism or naturalism.
How is he determining that the probability of life bearing worlds is so low?
Because if the set of possible worlds is infinite, then any finite number of worlds is just going to be extraordinarily low, relevant to the entirety of the infinite set, just by the nature of something being infinite. The difference between 1 million, 1 billion, and 1 trillion doesn't mean anything nested within an infinite set. The broader set is infinite.
It's effectively
exactly
zero.
So the number of life-permitting universes thereby is just extraordinarily low, because the total set of
why wouldn't it be equal?
Well, and see, this is where my objection would come in, is that, look, if one's prior probability, and most of them aren't going to want to say this, is that God exists, then I would say that the number of life-permitting universes is just the number of universes, because any universe that God has the power to make, he could make life-permitting. God does not need to be restricted by the nomological structure of a world. So if we're granting a universe as being life-permitting based strictly on its nomological structure, then sure, I can grant that the number of life-permitting universes is low, but I just don't care. If God exists, then the number of life-permitting universes is high, because any universe could be a life-permitting universe if God wants it to be. God is all-powerful.
It just from my lay perspective, just my gut is telling me, which says I have some modicum of understanding of this, that there was no justification to sit there and say that the number of life-permitting universes is like extraordinarily low, because the metric by which that is, given the infinite, I mean, if you're talking about the infinite number in that, I don't see why they can't be equal. And I'm inclined to say that intuitively we would say they were equal unless we had a prior probability to establish that they are extraordinarily low.
Do you think that there are possible worlds, obviously not actually existing worlds, but do you think it's possible that the world could have been such that life cannot form according to its laws?
Okay, so if the universe is different, then the laws would be different.
Yeah. Could the universe have been different such that according to its laws, something like life, at least as we understand it, just could not form? Much
Life
the
as we
same way that you
understand it?
can't
Sure,
go.
like, yeah, sure.
That
There-
cannot form in much the same way you can't go faster than the speed
Right,
of light.
exactly.
It would-
There could be a
yeah.
universe in which the laws are such a way that life, as we understand it in this universe, could not exist in that universe. But that does not entail that life would not exist at all. It would simply be in a way that we don't currently understand.
Well, but that's what I'm saying is that life, that there is no life. If we only grant the kind of life that we know about,
which I wouldn't do.
well, but just for the sake of argument, because we don't know about other kinds of life, so talking about them isn't really helpful. But that because I think that's just trivially true. It's possible that the world could have been such that life just cannot exist. Having something, a structure like life, would be akin to going faster than the speed of light. If the universe only had protons and no neutrons, you would get a world like that. So,
But I can also say that,
and I do agree.
I can do the converse. I could do the converse because I could say that given that there's a universe and there is life within it, and given the parameters that allow for a universe to be stable, then life is virtually guaranteed in every single one of them.
Maybe. I mean, I think it's possible to have life-permitting universes and they still not have any life in them.
Because
Life permitting,
the conditions haven't facilitated the existence of that life per.
yeah, and they may never, and they may never. So, I mean, I'm just willing to grant that, yeah, the subspace of life-permitting universes is extraordinarily small when compared to the total probability space. I don't think there's anything wrong in granting that. And I think the objection I would raise, I'm pretty sure it's an objection. I might be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure it's an objection that James Photo raises, that this idea, I mean, if God exists, then the probability space of life-permitting universes is as big as the probability space of universes in general. Because if God is all-powerful, he doesn't need to be restricted by the gnomic structure of any particular world in order to create life. So
if I'm following this correctly, all this I don't think that this increases the probability of theism, but it does increase.
I think it maybe in some bare sense it might, but it's not. I don't think it's that significant because the thing you have to understand about Bayesian analysis, and this is something that Happy because a lot of the stuff he said about Bayesianism was not incorrect. There was one thing that I'm not sure is accurate. He said something, and I might be misremembering what he said, but he said something like that if you've got a set of probabilities and one probability is higher than the others, that we ought to take that probability as being true. I don't actually think that's the case. I think you can have a set of probabilities where one is higher than all the others, but they're all still relatively low, and so one should suspend judgment on them altogether. And if that's the case, then yeah, theism can have a higher probability than naturalism, conditional on the subspace of life-permitting universes being extraordinarily small as measured against the entire space. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the amount by which the probability of theism goes up is enough to move you towards theism, or enough to overcome the probability of naturalism. You can have something that's probability is raised, but still have something else that is still more probable. Right?
Well, at best, it would just
it's really not a strong argument.
At best, it would just result without without multiplying your entities unnecessarily. At best, it would get you to life is that life is rare or uncommon. At best, it would say that without multiplying your entities unnecessarily. Because that's a big bridge to get to jump to get from intention to something to an event simply being rare. Because I don't think you can cross that bridge.
You also have somebody in the back that would
we're gonna get to Baba. Yeah, right. Okay, so I'll let Plottle. Plottle, good to see you. The jail's focus is high tonight. Operation Derail is not working. I've been around the arguments enough, and I'm willing to admit that there may be some things. Like I said, I wanted Leo to push back on this and to see where I was going, to see if my
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
With respect to an objection that Andrew raised, which is also an objection that I've raised before. I don't think Happy was following it, what Andrew's objection really was. And I'm at least assuming that I did. But so Happy wants to say that the subspace of life-permitting universes is extraordinarily small against the wider probability space, the total probability space. And as I understand it, Andrew's objection is, well, why does it being specifically life permitting matter over it being proton permitting or black hole permitting?
Right.
Why favor life permitting over any of the other things that are also permitted in our world or in potentially any other worlds, which may be equally as small as a life permitting universe, but why single out specifically life?
That's the fucking assumption he was making.
I'm not going to say that Happy might not have motivations for why he focuses on life permitting versus something else.
What did you say, Andrew? Because why?
Well, when it comes down to it, it's like you're still coming up with this as being an intended outcome. So why is any particular
because he likes it? Because he likes to be alive. Because he prefers it.
Yep.
All right. So
I feel special.
It is the fucking underlying metaphysical assumption that he's making, that he's inventing a god to undergird. Bam. So fucking A. Okay, I was on track. Son of a bitch.
There. So I brought black holes. Like, just picture anything else that's there. It's like, well, apparently, there's like 5,000 species of beetles.
Hello?
So I guess that must have been the intention.
Hey, howdy.
How's it going,
Can you guys hear me
Bob?
clearly?
Sorry about the wait
Yes.
on that. I do apologize. Thank you so much for your patience. We were just hashing that out to get to a deal, and I wanted to make sure I wanted to double check myself, and I want to make sure that I was on track with my line of thought. So thank you for your patience again. What brings you up tonight?
Yeah, no problem. I'm here because I heard the claim that evolution was true. I'm here to question that and argue against it.
Sure.
Before you get started, since I don't do evolution stuff, I do like physics and philosophy, and they're hard, and I'm here to help. But I'm going to take this opportunity to take off since it's 11 o'clock and I should get to bed because I got to work in the morning.
All right, bud.
Man,
Have a great night.
take
Thank you,
care.
Leo.
You guys take it easy.
And thank you for being the sounding board there, bud.
Yep.
Okay. Before we jump forward, I'm going to make sure what is your understanding of evolution to make sure that we're on the same page.
I'm talking about evolution, the term or the theory?
Yeah, like what is the theory describing?
The theory is describing typically how organisms, specific populations of organisms change in allele frequencies, etc., leading to morphological changes and speciation, etc.
That phenotypical presentations will diversify, they'll split out over time as one species.
Yeah, due to particular mechanisms,
right.
Natural
in
selection, random
population,
mutations,
right? Okay.
etc. Yeah.
So it is something that we observe. So how are you arguing against it?
Yeah, I'll just give you my argument premise by premise. Is that cool?
Sure. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, lay it
Okay.
out. And and just
Mm-hmm.
real quick, AC, I'm going to bring up Austin Sims. Well, I was going to bring up Austin Sims when he comes back. Austin Sims is in that field of evolutionary biology, so he may have a bit to say on this. So, but lay out your syllogism.
You're calling in the recruitment?
No.
Yeah, so
Austin comes up here. Austin comes up here quite often. So, but go ahead.
yeah, I got you. Yeah, so P1 would just be there was a time T0 such that no humans existed at T0. P2 would just be at T0, no pair of non-human organisms was capable of producing a human offspring. P3 would be if humans cannot be produced by any existing organism at a time, then they cannot arise naturally at that time, or at any later time purely through natural reproductive processes alone. P4 would just be all natural human origins must occur either at A, reproduction from pre-existing humans, or B, reproduction from non-humans capable of producing humans. P5, at T0, neither A nor B is possible. C1, therefore at T0, human existence cannot begin through natural reproductive processes. P6, if human existence cannot begin through any natural...
Hang on a sec, dude. Hang on a sec. Go back to the beginning because you're running through these fast. Okay, and I realize I've been
no problem.
Okay, so what's your first premise?
Premise one was just that we're just laying out like a specific time period, we're saying there was a time T0 such that no humans existed at T0.
So formulate that. So what exactly is the statement there?
Hold on real quick. Yeah, so the statement there is just that there was a period of time where humans did not exist, something I'm sure we all agree with.
There was a period of time, let's say Homo sapiens did not exist.
I don't entirely agree.
You don't agree with that? You think humans always existed?
The boundary point is what I disagree with.
Well, okay, no. So we could say that there was a time 1 million years ago Homo sapiens did not exist.
Yeah, maybe.
Right.
Okay,
But as
so
long as
I can
we-
agree. I can
essentially,
agree
yeah,
with this.
yeah,
I can
yeah,
agree
yeah.
with this, and I would say the boundary point would be
That's
the
right.
I would say the boundary point I would set, and that would be the fossil record. Anatomically modern Homo sapiens did not enter the fossil record until roughly 270, 300,000 years ago. So we would say that 500,000 years ago, the species Homo sapiens did not exist, which I'm good with. Okay, what's premise 2?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to say that, right? As long as there's a time period where we can say that humans did not exist, then yeah. that's
Not
fine.
exactly. I'll give the big pushback here, because see, you're not going to have a quote unquote human coming from a non-human, because see, you're not going to differentiate the kid from the parent. That's never going to happen. See, that's the whole problem when you try to delineate a species.
Yeah, that's
That
my argument agrees with that.
That is not a thing. So that's why I want to take your little T0, and that's going to burn right now.
What?
Well, no, hang on a sec. No, hold up. In evolutionary biology, we can understand that there are species that exist today that did not exist in the past. There are species that exist
Right, exactly.
that did not exist today. So we can say that there was a time period in which Archaeopteryx did exist. Archaeopteryx does not exist anymore today. The genetics of Archaeopteryx have since filtered out through population mechanic or population dynamics into other species that exist today, but the species itself does not exist anymore. It is extinct. So Homo sapiens do exist now. We did not exist a million years ago. That species, that phenotype did not exist then. The genetics that make up our phenotype were distributed through other populations of primates. So
I don't know why we're spending so much.
I'm with you. I want to get to what's premise 2.
Okay, yeah. So premise 2 would just be at T0, no pair of non-human organisms was capable of producing a human offspring.
Okay, so there was a period of time, I'm going to make adjustment, which we will call T0.
Yeah.
That Homo sapiens did not exist.
Yeah.
At T0, there were no...
Yeah, there were no pair of non-human organisms capable of producing human offspring.
No pair of what?
And well, hang on a sec. There were no organisms that could produce
no non-human organisms.
There were no... Well, technically, they would all be non-human because they're not Homo sapiens.
Exactly.
And if and at Tier 0, we've already established that Homo sapiens doesn't exist.
Right.
So there's no Homo sapiens that could produce directly a Homo sapiens. Okay, that appears to me to be trivially true. What's premise 3?
Well, hold on, but there's
Andrew, hang on a second. I want to get through the premises first before we start destroying it.
Just so I'm clear, right? There's also no other organism that could produce human offspring.
There are no. I'm saying at T0, which is defined as the period of time in which Homo sapiens did not exist. There were no organisms that could directly produce a Homo sapiens. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
In evolutionary biology, that would be classified as is trivially true. Okay, so what's
cool.
P3?
I'm glad we agree.
What's P3?
So P3 would just be if humans cannot be produced by any existing organism at a time, then they cannot arise naturally at that time or any later time through purely natural reproductive processes alone.
Okay, that's where the evidence. That's where that premise fails on the evidence. So humans did not, like Homo sapiens, didn't suddenly pop into existence via evolution. That's not how evolution works. The development of anatomically modern Homo sapiens was a gradual process, as indicated by the evidence in the fossil record, as a gradual process from prior existing primate populations and common ancestors that we have with the genera that exist today that we share the planet with. And so the attributes of those organisms lent their genetics into a population that eventually fed into our population. We are the result of changes from the prior population going all the way back to the common ancestry that we share with the other primate genera. So at no point was it suddenly an organism gave birth to a Homo sapiens.
No, 100%. Yeah, I mean that's a good story, but
it was Homo erectus.
Oh, okay, continue.
Which from which Neanderthalensis and Homo sapiens and others proliferated from. Homo erectus shared a common ancestor with other prior members of the genus going back. So these are primates changing in form, is what they are.
Yeah. So, I mean, the issue arises because you seem to have already agreed with P2, and in fact, you declared it as trivially true. So, I mean, with that being the case, then you already agree that there weren't non-human. You said P2 is trivially true.
Hang on a second. But you're failing to understand why I agreed with it. Because evolution doesn't describe and evolution. Okay, so at a time when humans didn't exist, there would be Homo erectus. Okay, Homo erectus existed before Homo sapiens did, but Homo erectus population did not suddenly give birth to anatomically correct Homo sapiens. That's not the way that works.
Right. So hold on. So once again, you agree with P2, right? So if you agree with P2, then you agree that there were not any organisms capable of producing human offspring.
Stop. You are not following.
Why are you muting? You're talking more than me. Why are you muting?
Because you're not following what I'm saying. The population of Homo erectus, okay, which is a member of our genus, which from that population gave rise, okay, through those incremental changes to anatomically modern Homo neanderthalensis and Homo sapiens. At a certain point, the morphological changes result in what we call anatomically modern Homo sapiens. The benchmark for that was roughly 300,000 years ago when we entered the fossil record. But the individuals, the organisms in between, in those population dynamics, those organisms were slowly changing. And so there's no hard cutoff when it was suddenly not a Homo erectus and suddenly was an anatomically modern Homo sapiens. It's a gradual change in the phylogenetics until we get to a point where anatomically modern Homo sapiens are recognized. But it happens incrementally.
Yeah, but hold on. So you're just saying something I'm aware that you think this, right? I'm already aware of that, right?
No, the evidence shows this. It's not that I think it.
Well, no,
the evidence shows this.
No, the evidence is not going to show you
yes, it
any
does.
Homo erectus population producing humans. That's not what the evidence is going to show.
This. No, it does show this. It does show this. And I'm going to pass this over to Austin. And I'm going to pass this over to Austin, who's going to explain how the evidence shows this.
Wait, but hold on. But you just muted me. I want to respond to what you just said. Like I can't respond? Is that what's happening?
No, you keep saying nuh-uh, and you are flatly wrong on it. You keep saying
I'm
nuh-uh.
I'm telling you why what you're saying is incorrect. I'm about to tell you. You're just never going to be incorrect.
Because I'm going to tell you. I'm going to pass it to Austin Sims, who can better articulate why you are wrong on this.
Respond to it. Are you just going to run away?
I'm not running away. I'm sitting right the fuck here.
Okay, so then let me respond to you.
Okay, so shut your fucking mouth and listen. Austin,
let me respond to yours.
Please explain to him why he's wrong on this.
So basically, what JL is describing.
Austin, you gotta check your mic. You're coming in really watery.
Well, fuck. Of course I am. I'll jump out and come back in.
Okay.
Do I still sound bad?
You sound good. Okay.
Okay.
Much better.
Okay. So what JL's describing is how basically the scientific community has unearthed a model that unarbitrarily explains a huge collection of observations and data and makes successful predictions about future data. And he's explaining some of that data that we predicted to you. And some of that data is the entire suite of human species. So you guys have been talking this whole time like Homo sapiens is the only human species, and there's actually at least half a dozen.
Right,
so
there's
that's
other
the
humans,
first
yeah.
major mistake. Yeah. And then JL exactly called out the ontological fallacy that's being performed. You can tell the difference between a pile of sand and a loose collection of grains of sand once a pile of sand has accumulated. You can't do it beforehand. You can't say the exact moment when a certain number of grains of sand added to the pile turned it into a pile. And it's the same with evolution. You can look out over the time span of what exists in the fossil record and what's extant today, and we have this whole suite of human and pre-human species.
Got it, man.
And then we have embryology, genetics, we have observable speciation and applied evolution. And all of those things alone are more than enough to sufficiently warrant belief in the evolution model. besides the fact that it does exactly what a good science theory is supposed to do, non-arbitrarily explain a large body of observations and make successful predictions about future data. And so one of the best successful predictions about future
man,
data
I gotta respond to some of this, bro. Like, what's
and
going
I'm
on?
going to end with this question. Are whales mammals?
Yeah, that's just completely off topic. That's a red herring, man.
No, it's not.
It's not a red
It's a red
herring. He's
herring.
going.
It's a red herring.
Going down.
Now,
He's
I want to
making
go
a
back.
point.
No, hold on. I
He's
haven't even
making a point,
responded to anything.
but
You've just been
nonetheless,
talking the whole time.
when you said humans can't come from that in your third premise, humans can't come from a non-human organism. Homo sapiens came from Homo erectus. We're all humans. We're all part of the same
Yeah, I mean, I understand. You keep restating the claim. Okay, so am I going to respond now, or?
So, are you talking about the Homo genera? Like, where did the Homo genera come from?
No, I'm talking about. So I don't know what's the confusion here. First of all, this guy's saying that there's more than one type of human
yeah,
or something
there is.
like that.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, I mean, nonetheless, I mean that was not a. Bro, hold on. What is going on, bro? You have to stop talking. You just got to stop talking for 1 second, man.
This is a fact.
God damn it, Baba! You've got okay. Hang on, Austin. Your audio's fucked up again.
Is it bad still?
Yeah, it's going all watery again. Sorry.
I don't know what's wrong. I'm sorry.
So,
Wait,
Baba,
he
if you give him a second,
me,
if you give a second,
how does that make?
If you give a second, I will try to ensure that people don't overtalk each other and correct audio issues if there are some. Okay. Now,
so am I ever gonna get a chance to like respond to any of this, or is this just like
the homo genus? What is the issue?
Restate the claim again. Yeah.
What is the issue that you have with the homo genus?
So I don't know why you're fixated on the Homo genus. I'm talking about specifically the fact that a human is going to be defined by a specific set of characteristics, and there's a point in time where an organism is not going to meet that criteria, and there's a point in time where an organism will meet that criteria. At that point, then there was an organism that was non-human that you'd be saying gave birth to a human.
No, incorrect. Because the population that gave rise to Homo sapiens, because the population that gave rise to Homo sapiens were also human.
Okay, so hold on. So human. Okay, we're just hold on. So I get the confusion here, right? Because you're of the mind now that like there's more Homo sapiens aren't the only humans.
Right.
But remember,
all the
my
members
argument.
Of the Homo.
Hold on. My argument.
Right. All the members of the Homo genus are humans.
Okay. I don't know why you cut me off. I'm responding, but
because you need to listen to what I'm fucking saying. All of the members of the Homo genus, all of the members of the Homo genus are humans.
I got you, man. I got you. All the members of the Homo genus are humans. Cool, right? My argument was never specifically about Homo sapiens. My argument was just about humans. So I don't know why you're trying to equivocate. I'm talking about humans. Okay, so don't get confused. We're talking about non-human organisms producing human offspring. Whatever you define human to be, and if it includes the entire genus Homo, or if it includes only one species of Homo, it doesn't matter.
So we can talk about how Australopithecus gave rise to the Homo genus.
Okay, that's not gonna be any refutation to my argument, obviously.
Well, yes, no. We can show from the fossil record how these things evolved. So we know that the members of the Homo genus gave rise to prior populations like Australopithecus.
Wait, what claim do you think you're making?
You're saying that okay, so there is no hard fast line that you're trying to point to. That you're saying like where all of a sudden humans existed out of something that wasn't a human. No, they were primates. They were primates. We're all primates.
No, that's what.
There was a population of primates.
No, I'm not even. This argument doesn't invoke that.
There was a population of primates from which the genera, from which the genus Homo, who were also primates, came from. The genus Homo is the genus.
So let's just get this straight, right?
The genus Homo is identified by certain morphological traits that were not prevalent in the prior genera or the prior genus.
Okay,
so what's the issue here?
Didn't have those morphological traits that produced offspring that had those morphological traits that we consider human.
They weren't prevalent throughout. Some of them did exist, but like Austin's analogy, grains of like and a loose assortment of grains of sand.
Yeah, I don't care about the analogy, man. I want a yes or no.
The analogy is important because there is
but just a yes or no first. Can I get a yes or no?
There is no hard, fast line. It doesn't exist.
Okay, so is that a yes or a no?
Yes or no to what?
Okay, do you remember my question?
If I say yes or no to what, that means fucking ask it again.
Okay, so you don't remember my question. I'll repeat it. So I'm asking, was there a point in time that you believe where there was a non-human organism that produced human offspring?
That's the non-valid part.
That's the non-valid question.
It's a yes or no. I'm asking a question.
No, Baba. It is
invalid.
We've already explained. It's an invalid question.
What?
Category.
Wait. Hold on. So you can't answer my question? Is that what I'm
No. We're trying to explain to you. It is an invalid question.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah, but hold on. I'm not gonna accept. Hold on.
On a scale of 1 to 10, what's your favorite color of the alphabet?
Yeah, but that's not what I'm asking. Obviously.
Yeah, you're asking something equally invalid.
It's an invalid question.
Hold on. Okay, why is it invalid?
Because
there's no fine line.
Hold up. Because while there were no anatomically recognized like Homo erectus at a certain point, Homo erectus was still a primate, and that gene, that species.
That doesn't tell me why my question.
I'm not fucking done. And that species arose out of a prior primate.
So obviously,
it's called nested hierarchies.
Anything? Do I still sound like crap? First of all, do I still sound like crap?
Yeah, so hold on, real quick. No, you sound fine. Right.
Okay. Anything?
Yeah, but hold on, real quick. I gotta respond to this because they're running away. They're running away from the question, right?
They're not running away.
They're running away. So hold on, I'm gonna ask.
Shut the fuck up. Okay, hold up.
Anything that could be considered a human, the parents of it would have also been considered a human. It would have just been a human with a slightly less anterior foramen magnum, a slightly smaller brain case, and a slightly, you get the point. Slightly less bipedal hips, slightly less of a mental protuberance. It would have just been another human on the anatomical level when you're just looking at it. But when you look at the genome, there's hundreds of mutations that are being filtered by selection, and that's evolution.
So, what we're talking about,
I'm going to be able to respond now or no?
So what we're talking about, Baba, is that if you understand nested hierarchies and that there are no hard, fast lines in which these morphological changes suddenly appeared, they appear gradually over time, and we benchmark them by the fossil record. That's why we don't say there was a time on the planet when Homo sapiens suddenly appeared. No, we mark them by when they entered
the claim, bro.
We mark them by when they entered the fossil record. So you haven't debunked evolution.
Okay.
And the
so
way
hold on,
and the way you argued against
a human to be? Hold on. What do you define a human to be?
Like
any organism. You know what? That answer I could answer it in one sentence, or I could spend 30 minutes answering it.
I feel like you're not going to answer it at all, actually.
The one sentence answer is any organism in the genus Homo. There you go.
Okay. Any organism, and also, so to be in the genus Homo, is there a set of characteristics that you must have?
Yeah, you'd be a bipedal ape. You'd have a mental protuberance. You have a mostly anterior foramen magnum. Frustrum-shaped chest, the clavicle business.
So there's a set of characteristics that you must have to be in the genus Homo, and that would make you a human. And there's a point in time where you can say that there's an organism with this set of characteristics, and there's a point in time where you'd say there's no organism that has these set of characteristics, correct?
Okay, so hold up.
Wait, hold on.
No. I'm elaborating on what you said. Okay, because what you are, I'm elaborating. Okay, I just got to fucking mute him because he's just being a pain in the ass at this point on purpose. So, Baba, you are addressing two different time periods. What connects those time periods are the morphological changes that give rise to the next population. Okay, to the next genus. It's not that you're trying to articulate this as though there were organisms that existed that were not classified as Homo. And then all of a sudden, they gave rise to organisms that were. And that's not the way it works. It is a slow and gradual process by which these organisms eventually begin to emerge and then become more prevalent. That is what speciation is. It's not a hard, fast line. It is a gradual process by which these arrive. Now, because going to Austin's analogy, because you cannot differentiate between a pile of sand and a loose conglomeration of sand of particulates, we benchmark these things by the fossil record. We say that Homo habilis entered the fossil record at this point. Homo sapiens entered the fossil record at this point. And then going back, Homo habilis, Australopithecus, so on and so forth. But what you are missing is that these are primates, populations of primates that are giving rise slowly but surely to portions of their population that have different metrics. And so when they meet a metric that we arbitrarily designate, that is where we say Homo sapiens begins, when they enter the fossil record. Okay? So the way you're presenting it,
listen, it's already too late for that, right? Because he already defined human to be a discrete category, right? He said that a human is going to possess specific characteristics, which he listed out, one of them being bipedalism. So if that's the case, that means that there is a point in time where there was an organism that did not possess those characteristics. And of course, there was a point in time where an organism did possess those characteristics, because you would say we're humans now, right? So why did you not just say yes to my question?
Okay, so that non-human genera. I'm just rephrasing. That non-human genera eventually gave rise to human genera.
Hold on, we're not even getting, bro. We're taking it gradually and slowly. We're not.
No, that's what I'm trying to articulate. Is your position is what you're asking, that there was a point where there was no, with the human genus did not, the Homo genus did not exist, and that non-Homo genera gave rise to the Homo genus. Correct.
Bro, we have not gotten to that point yet. Let's take it sequentially, bro, gradually and slowly, right? So I'm just asking simply.
No, I need you to answer the question that I'm asking. Are you talking about how at one point, but you didn't answer mine. At one point, I'm trying to get a clarification, dude. Are you talking about how at one point on this planet, the Homo genus did not exist? There were non-Homo genera. There were non-Homo genera. Those non-Homo genera eventually gave rise to the Homo genus, correct?
No, that's what you would be claiming, of course.
Because that's what the evidence shows. Yes.
Okay, so why did you just try to impute your claim on me? That's ridiculous.
I didn't. I'm saying that is what the evidence shows.
Oh yeah, so okay. If you were just asking, am I making your argument? The answer is no to that. I'm not making your argument. I'm making my argument. So now going back to my argument, it would just be the case that there would be no pair of non-human organisms, this is P2 by the way, that were capable of producing human offspring. Do you agree with this or do you disagree with it? Okay, so you do believe that there are non-human organisms.
No, false, because genetics disproves that.
The question is
so just so I'm clear, you do believe that there are non-human organisms capable of producing human offspring?
My ad nauseum argument detector is just going insane.
His intellectual dishonesty in presenting this. You are stating that incorrectly.
It's a dodge, man. That's a dodge.
It's not. You are stating that incorrectly. There were non-Homo genera that gave rise to I'm so sick and tired of your fucking bullshit. There are non-human genera that gave rise to the Homo genus. Those non-Homo genera and the Homo genus are all within the same fucking clade. Okay? The evidence that the prior genera gave rise to the genus is in the genetics. Okay? So that's what you're looking for, is genetics.
Okay, just for the sake of clarity, you are saying that there were non-human organisms capable of producing human offspring?
No. You're okay, no. So, there are non-human. Repeat what I just fucking steal, man. What I said.
Wait. So you agree with P2?
Non-Homo genera that gave rise to another population of primates.
Okay.
That at a certain point we arbitrarily recognize as anatomically modern Homo sapiens.
So how does that affect premise 2?
Because premise 2 is ignoring all the time period and all the reproduction that's going on in between those 2 points.
No. I'm saying strictly.
Because it's not because the attributes of the Homo genus are gradually gradually accumulated over time.
Okay, so it's obviously going to be the case that it either A, that there were non-human organisms capable of producing human offspring, or B, there was not human organisms capable of producing human offspring. That's going to be the case.
Oh, fucking hell. I'm going to describe this one more time.
JL,
now, hold up. There is a group. Hang on. There is a group. Fucking hell. Stop. There is a group of primates.
You don't like basic logic?
There is a group of primates that gave rise to another group of primates that we arbitrarily identify as Homo. That's it.
Okay. And now, was this group of primates capable of producing human offspring?
The general was, yes.
Okay.
Offspring that eventually
hold on. And when
offspring that eventually matched what we arbitrarily decide to be anatomically modern, like whatever the members of our genus are.
And when you say that, are you saying that there was a member of those early primates that gave birth to a human offspring?
To where Homo habilis came from?
No, I'm saying those early primates that you're talking about that gave rise to the genus Homo, was there any member in that group that was capable of producing human offspring?
No. Not producing a human by itself. The population produces a percentage of that population. Their next generation is closer to what we would call anatomically modern, like the members of our genus. And then it progressively gets to that point in the subsequent generation. This is all explained by genetics.
About this for a second, but let's think about it for a second, right? Remember, you've already agreed that human is a discrete category.
No. Homo sapiens is a discrete category from other members of the genus. You're talking about genuses, in which includes all members of Homo, which is Homo naledi, Homo denisovin, Homo neanderthalensis, Homo floresiensis, Homo rodensiensis, and Homo sapiens, and a number of others. Which all of us look extremely different.
You're confusing yourself. So AC Slims, right?
No.
AC Slims, AC Slims said these simple definitions.
Unconfused, and you are very confused, my friend.
Fucking hell. He's got a false premise that he's trying to force. He's got a false premise he's trying to force. Okay?
Yeah.
Like looking at the premises. Arbitrarily, like literally just trivially true. There was a point in time on the planet in which Homo sapiens, or the Homo genus, did not exist. In fact, I'm going to change the premise to that. There was a period of time which we will call T0, in which Homo genus did not exist. All the members of our genus did not exist. Good to go. At T0, there were no organisms, there were no genera. At T0, there were no genera that could directly produce a member of Homo genera. That's correct. There were no genera that could simply directly produce an anatomically recognized member of the Homo genera. So, but the evidence shows us is that the non-Homo genera, which by the way were still primates, still mammals, still vertebrates, still chordates, still primates, gave rise to other members that would eventually be identified by the kind of arbitrary marker where we say this is when this anatomically recognized species entered the fossil record. That's what we're talking about. Your premise is ignoring the vast swaths of time, because literally at T0 we're talking like 2 million fucking years ago, and all the space between 2 million years ago and when the Homo genera popped up. Actually, it was 2 million years ago was like when Homo habilis showed up. So we're actually looking at like 7 million years to 2 million years. 7 million years ago, different non-Homo genera. 2 million years ago, Homo genera. The primate genera gave rise to another genera that we identify as Homo because of certain morphological traits. That's what this is.
Yeah, but that doesn't help you here because ultimately, as long as you admit that there's a real distinction between what is a human and what is a non-human, which we've already went over, he
There's an
defined a human
arbitrary
to simply he defined simply a human was just a member that was part of the genus Homo. Hence why we're talking about this. So when I say a human, according to his terms, all I'm saying is a member of the genus Homo. So I don't know why you brought up all that other stuff.
That's fine.
Now, he also said that this genus Homo, which by the way is synonymous with human, had specific characteristics. He listed bipedalism as one of them. So there was a point in time where you would have had an organism that did not have those set of characteristics, hence they wouldn't be human, right?
No,
and then there's hold on, wait.
No,
So
no, you're wrong.
No.
You're fucking wrong on this.
And we've been over it like five or six times now.
I'm just pulling
and so
him down.
you're kind of just making an ad nauseum argument, which ad nauseum arguments are just inherently bad faith. And
Yeah, I'm pulling him down. He's not being intellectually honest. He's not listening to anything that we're saying. So I'm fucking done with it. And I'm not going to lose my shit over this. So this, like Costa Diem says, this is fucking elementary, dude. How are you this stupid?
No,
it's a very bad argument. It's a straw man at worst. It's a straw man at worst, an equivocation at best. And
the problem is we're arming him, and I was trying to stop both of you. You kept offering him names, and every name you offered was a mistake. That's the problem. No,
I tried to let you get your
I'm going to qualify that because I've cut out of that entire conversation. The whole point is there's no fucking line.
I said that multiple times.
I know, but every time you did, you also mentioned another thing and it came from, and then you're going to have to excuse the line of when one thing stops being one thing and another. That's the problem. Never offer the next name. You don't have to do that. The whole point is that human is not a fucking line. The next thing's not a specific line. You know what happens in between? I don't know what to call this fucking thing. It's so close. The whole point is we're talking about general groups as fuzzy, but he wants to have an idea of when a human came from a non-human. And anytime you offer him a species, he's going to kick the can, which is what he did in the middle of that. You offered another thing. Well, when was the transition to that thing? Every time you offered a name, you armed him. That's the mistake.
I've got one question for him. I was just see if he can fucking answer it.
Oh, they brought me up.
Baba, are all organisms on the planet related? Are all organisms on the planet related?
Wait, hold on. Can you repeat that?
Are all organisms on the planet related?
I'm agnostic to that.
What would the data look like if all organisms on the planet
can we go
were
back?
related?
Hold on. Can we go back to the...
We're going to hammer this out.
Wait, so you're just running away? At least
we're going to hammer this out. We're going to hammer this out.
Okay, I'll let you guys run away.
We're going to hammer this out because your intellectual dishonesty is not interesting here anymore.
By the way, I just want you to know
So just really quick, genetic relation. Are all organisms on the planet related? Genetically related?
I'm agnostic to that.
Okay, so you're just completely ignoring the entire field of genetics, which, by the way, is what fills the gap.
Well, genetics don't work because DNA can't arise. So like genetics.
Yes, it can. We know it can.
Okay. Are you familiar with the mechanism?
Let me double check something here real quick.
Are you familiar with the mechanisms that give rise to DNA?
What are the six? No, I'm going to ask you a question. See if you know what the fuck you're talking about. What are the 6 elements that compose DNA?
Yeah. I mean, there's a 5-pentose sugar. There's a nitrogenous base.
I said the elements.
Oh, are you talking about nitrogen, phosphorus, oxygen,
there you
carbon?
Go. Right.
Okay.
Do we see amino acids spontaneously forming in nature?
No clue, but that doesn't help you anyways.
Yes, we do. We find them in nature all the time.
Are the building blocks? That doesn't help you. But that doesn't help you.
Yes, it does. Because the
we not
formation.
Only find them in nature
do amino acids store information?
They can.
They do when you put them in the right arrangement.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. So I'm going to come down on this. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You have no business engaging in this discussion. You have these preconceived ideas as to what evolution is, and that are just flatly wrong. So I will depart with this. Get the fuck out of here and go get educated.
Yeah, what you deny is not evolution, and I bet you actually probably accept what evolution actually is if you ever allow yourself to, even for a split second, be aware of what evolution actually is, which is gradual change over generational time from common ancestry via the mechanisms of compounded generations of mutation filtered by selection, dude. It's really not that hard.
Well, here's what's fucked up, Austin. I asked him at the very beginning, what is your understanding of what evolution is? And he said the repetition of alleles over time resulting in changes.
Yeah, he gave the right definition, but he did it performatively. He doesn't actually understand what that means. Or he pretends not to understand what it means to make a bad faith argument.
Fucking hell.
Or he might just actually be that dumb. It's possible. There's a lot of dumb.
And to address what Van the Man is saying, he may be thinking of information like an actual like physical thing.
Yeah.
That exists and not something that we look at and we literally kind of like impose information upon it to try to describe linguistically like what we observe happening. So, but like information is like an inherent physical thing that exists and it's not. So
he thinks information is information juice that God has to pour into stuff.
I like what BM's putting, and also our concept of humans is made up. So I'm simply saying biological. So there it is. Our concept of humans is made up. So I'm simply saying biological configurations that form beings like us can happen elsewhere at other times. We have no universal evidence that we are the first instance of humans. Agreed. Yes, we are not the first instance of humans. We are I think technically by the fossil record, we are the most recent. We are the youngest members of our genus.
Commenter, I love you because you're operating at a level like 15 times higher than the person we were just dealing with. Like, bless your heart. You're absolutely right.
So information, host of the news is information juice. So when it comes down to it, his understanding, I mean, it may have been performative. He wasn't describing. It was like he described it the correct way and then proceeded to try to structure an argument that was completely misrepresenting what evolution actually is. Because he would understand, like, if he acknowledges that it's the repetition of specific alleles as a result of pressures over time, resulting in phenotypical and morphological changes, he'd recognize that's genetics.
Yeah,
and that one of the evidence is that the evolution is true that all organisms on the planet are related. We share genes. So how I'm agnostic to that? What the fuck?
Yeah, no, it's just a dodge. Just like he dodged the whale question, which they always do and always will. But
we're all fucking primates.
Yeah,
we're just different versions of primates. What the shit? Oh, I'm sorry. I let myself get really, really hot on that. I hate it when motherfuckers are intellectually dishonest. I really do.
Well, you know, if he's still out there listening, I would just want to ask if it worked. If poking us in the eye made him feel better about choosing mythology over science. I'm guessing it might have for a second, but you know, that's going to be a fleeting reprieve when it sets back in that, yeah, you're still choosing mythology over science, guy. Mythology, to wit, you don't have anything even remotely resembling sufficient corroborative evidence to warrant belief of, which you're choosing over, you know, science that's supported by verifiable independent lines of cross-supported evidence. We're talking about paleontology supporting genetics, supporting embryology, supporting direct observation. So, I mean, your syllogism was silly to begin with. We should call it a syllogism. We missed that opportunity.
I think that the issue was I should have used the term directly because he was trying to imply directly gave rise to him instead of gradually gave rise.
Yeah,
so,
he was strawman.
Right, exactly.
It was worse than that. The thing is that characteristics are fucking fuzzy. Any line you offered him was arming him. Every single one armed him. He wants a clear line of A giving rise to not A. And every line you gave armed him. You needed to fix that. The thing is that there's no such thing as a first human.
Okay. There's the problem though. But there's the problem. It may have armed him, but the answer is that but indicating those different deals is demonstrating that it's fuzzy.
No, you don't need to do that at all. It was all unnecessary for the process of fuzzy. The whole point is the title is fuzzy. You don't point to another title that's fuzzy to fix the first title that's fuzzy.
Well, it's showing that there is no hard fast line. I already tried to convey that to him multiple times. There is no hard fast line where it suddenly goes from A to B. that it's a gradual change.
No.
And that's why I should have used the term gradual and stopped him from using the term direct.
Well, it's not even a change, because it's the moment you apply a title in a way, you have to be so much more careful on where it fits attributes, because anything can be gray at that point. And that's the thing we need to be more like, the second they go for that, don't go for titles. It's just down to anything that you want to think is human. I'm not even sure to call it. We're just like, I'm going to take a group that's this far apart from this. Maybe there's fuzzy. I don't know.
It's kind of like a Venn diagram, is what it is. You have one circle, which you could say is Homo erectus, and one circle that's Homo sapiens, and then you overlap the two circles, where the morphological traits are beginning to show in Homo erectus, and then some of those morphological traits of Homo erectus are still bleeding out into what we would call Homo sapiens. But at a certain point in the timeline, they are distinct. But what do you call the space where the two circles overlap? Like, where do you draw the line between what is Homo erectus and what is Homo sapiens? And it's that overlap, which is where things are fuzzy.
It's a huge range, and you'll get two different opinions. Ask two people, and the inversion, it'll flip. Is it a dog bear, a bear dog? Aaron Raw had this with one of his things, taking down Kent Hovind, for instance, about where those lines are really, really blurry. Is it a bear dog, a dog bear? You know,
right? Like all of caniform, right? Exactly.
All of it. There's so many great examples of it. So that's the whole thing. We need to hammer on the term, because that's what he wanted to get. He wanted to get, from A to not A, and that's what we needed to never throw another name at him.
So, let me do this. I'm going to share this.
Andrew, I think you're making a valid point. What do you think about this? I had a friend who pointed out to me that sometimes with these kinds of interlocutors, it's better to be an idiot whisperer, to try and out-stupid them, if you will. How would you out-stupid that guy? By claiming that...
It's not out-stupid. It's not out-stupid.
Sorry, go ahead.
The line is invalid. It's like it's like I asked, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your favorite color of the alphabet? You see, you want to say a thing turning into another thing. See, the thing isn't a line.
Right. Okay.
It's a generality where if I want to take a group and compare it to a group that does have a visible difference, right? Now, I can't tell where the blending occurs, right? But if I was to take a human and a fucking bacteria, I could go, well, holy shit, those are different, can't I? Yeah, there you go. Where's the defining line? But when did the first one... There's your invalid question again. That's what's going to keep landing. That's what they want. They want to hear you say, when did a fish become a human?
Okay, so if I'm understanding, Austin, am I kind of right in this kind of presentation?
Yeah, I don't think... so human genomes are 99.9% similar to chimpanzees. Australopithecus africanus looks almost exactly like a chimpanzee, a Pantroglodytes, if you look at its skeleton. So I'm guessing all of these things have really close to similar DNA. We already know that Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthalensis interbred, so at least that part of the Venn diagram where they overlap is 100% correct. I don't know if Homo erectus and Homo sapiens interbred, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I know.
I would say population giving rise. Population is giving, because that would technically be them interbreeding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I use the biological species concept because it's the only one that's like even slightly parsimonious and makes sense and works somewhat, even though it technically is broken and doesn't really work, because just like Andrew said, the category of living things is a blended continuum of fuzzy lines and edges.
That's context for our conversation.
Yeah, it would be more like this.
Or just to try to give a sense of distance.
Which is exactly what we would expect from evolution and common ancestry.
Yes, but that's the problem, is every time we use a reference from A to B is an arming statement.
So it would look more like that.
in a functional sense, the thing that we would call each of those gets a little clearer the further from those edges. But that's it's all kind of vague.
Right, yeah. So, but here's the problem, is that you have this species, you have this species, you have this species. Genetics informs us that we are related where we came from. Yeah. Okay? So, but because population dynamics are not hard, fast lines, they are extraordinarily blurry. Then, not to mention the hybridization events that took place between our genus and the members of the last common ancestor that we have with chimpanzees and shit like that. So, in this respect, what would we call these areas?
Don't is the answer. Stop worrying about the title, because you're going to have to justify the next title after that the same way. Understand that when we talk about these differences, we're looking at larger differences because we've separated the gap a bit. We're not looking close to the gap. We're looking more towards the center of each circle and going, wow, the center of this area versus the center of that area looks different in these ways.
What's happening between whatever circles come before the Homo sapiens circles is that
fucking is happening. A lot of fucking.
Yes, that, but also a species that was very similar to humans was gaining more of a mental protuberance, more of an anterior foramen magnum as it walked more bipedally, gained more of a bipedal pelvis. What you call it, it's arbitrary. It's not really important whether you call it an erectus or a sapiens. It's in that area. So
so like what's going on in here is one population eventually giving rise to the next one, and hallmarks of this one still existing amongst that population, and otherwise it's like I said, this is what I was trying to convey in a very, very, very simplistic sense. Van the Man, have a good night. Thanks so much for being here. And was trying to basically convey what he was saying is like this one right here, or like if we trace this back to when we add to Homo habilis, and then add like the Australopithecines, and going back, Guts and Gibbon is so much better at this than I am. And so he was wanting to know, like, if you take this one, like if we said out here is the circle right here. Dang it. No, fuck it. No, stupid fucking thing. Make a shape. Thank you. Why can't I make this work? What the fuck is wrong with me?
Oh, you gotta change the color?
Why isn't it doing it?
Do you have
I don't want a line.
Select the brush first. You might have to do that. And then select the shape.
Hey, fuck this. Hang on a sec. Circle. There stupid fucking Perfect. Thing. And so if this is where like the Australopithecines are existing, he was asking, when did this give rise to this over here, or like these?
Well, any barrier. Pick any barrier, and that's the problem.
After whatever arbitrary amount of cumulative generations of natural selection filtering the mutations that selected for bipedalism, mental protuberance, anterior foramen, brain case size. Yeah, it's arbitrary. Andrew's right. He usually is, that motherfucker. I hate it, but yeah.
I'm sorry. Not sorry.
It's a curse. It's a curse. I understand.
You have no idea. Oh
so I'm gonna take this stupid fucking thing off. Like kindergarten time.
Defeated by MS Paint. JL, you're nemesis.
Hose of the Demon. I see you're trying to explain evolution to an idiot. You want some help with that?
Hosa?
Fucking clip me.
We are in reverse Hanlon's razor. I stand by my argument.
D to the dubs.
He will die on that hill. See, I don't die on hills. I make other people die on hills.
I see you want to make a shade. You want some help with that? This reminds me of the video that I saw. I think it was a Funny or Die. It was what if the Matrix ran on Windows?
Oh,
I see you're trying to bend the spoon with your mind. You want some help with that? Have you tried recognizing that there is no spoon?
Yes, I tried that. Fuck you.
I'm just waiting for the blue screen. Okay, that's me. Like, where'd the bus go?
Blue screen of death. Yeah. Neo crashed the system.
MS Paint
deleted deleted system 32. Yeah.
Oh fucking hell!
I'm gonna so help you out with software in the new system, JL.
I'm gonna remember that. I see you're trying to explain evolution to an idiot. You want some help with that?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not where he's going. This is a soundbite guy, and yeah.
Well, JR, you know what you're doing at least enough that you always ask them to just try and explain what evolution is to you first, because most of them can't even do that.
Right.
But the worst ones are the ones who do it performatively and then spew a bunch of bullshit like that one did.
No, it's a singular point. I've heard it before. It's the same. The thing is like a crocoduck. You know, it's like, when am I going to get A into not A?
Yeah.
Technically, it's so fucked up. He brings up the crocoduck when he is unironically identifying an organism that shared genetic traits of both, which would technically be the Raptorans, which would include Archaeopteryx. It's not like a crocodile head and a duck body, but it is an organism that has reptilian and avian features, that has that combination of their genetics. So it's like he's unironically identifying and cartoonishly identifying a species that did in fact exist. So
yeah.
Well, or at least had stuff that's blurry enough where somebody might say yes.
Right.
And so the guy next to him will say, it's not quite enough for me.
It had a tail like a lizard. It had feathers like a bird, unfused hip bones like a bird, etc.
Jaw with teeth, like a yeah. They think it's like Pokemon and X-Men.
That song slaps, motherfucker.
It does, as intros go. And the new X-Men series is pretty fucking fire too. Let's finish this one up. So, because I think it's about time to close her down. We're getting close to midnight. I know.
Number in all of physics.
We never did get Leo's. Oh, he was just flatly wrong on this. That's what Leo was saying. That he was just flatly wrong in his assertion. Okay, on to number 15.
29. 30 pieces of silver. Zechariah predicted the exact price of the Messiah's betrayal centuries in advance.
I'm sure that was totally a prophecy. Not just a thing that they created a parallel, much like they use Psalms, as if Psalms were, other than the lament they are, and call it a prophecy.
I mean, that's the general theme with prophecies, right? There's a naturalistic explanation for every one of them.
Hang on a sec. Zechariah. He's making reference to Zechariah 11. Okay, hang on a sec. I need to see that in context. Hang on a sec. Zechariah 11, 12 through 13. I told them, if you think it best, give me my... Okay, what's the... Hang on a sec. Zechariah 11.
12 to 13.
Okay, so... Oh, stupid fucking... Hang on a sec. Okay, open your doors, Lebanon, so that fire may... Open your doors, Lebanon, so that fire may devour your cedars. Wail, you juniper, for the cedar has fallen, the stately trees are ruined. Wail, oaks of Bashan, the dense forest has been cut down. Listen to the wail of the shepherds, their rich pastures are destroyed. Listen to the roar of the lions, the lush thicket of the Jordan is ruined. This is what the Lord my God says. Shepherd the flock, mark for slaughter. Their buyers slaughter them and go unpunished. Those who sell them say, praise the Lord, I am rich. Their own shepherds do not spare them. For I will no longer have pity on the people of the land, declares the Lord. I will give everyone into the hands of their neighbors and their king. They will devastate the land, and I will not rescue anyone from their hands. So I shepherded the flock marked for slaughter, particularly the oppressed of the flock. Then I took 2 staves and I called one favor in the other unit, and I shepherded the flock. In 1 month, I got rid of the 3 shepherds. The flock detested me, and I grew weary of them, and said, I will not be your shepherd. Let the dying die and the perishing perish. Let those who are left eat one another's flesh. Then I took my staff called favor and broke it, revoking the covenant I made with all the nations. It was revoked on that day, and so the oppressed of the flock who were watching me knew it was the word of the Lord. I told them, if you think it best, give me my pay, but if not, keep it. So they paid me 30 pieces of silver. And the Lord said to me, throw it to the potter, the handsome price at which they valued me. So I took the 30 pieces of silver and threw them to the potter at the house of the Lord. Then I broke my second staff called union, breaking the family bond between Judah and Israel. Take again the equipment of a foolish shepherd, for I'm going to raise up a shepherd. How are they connecting that to Judah?
They made a parallel, the same way that they took the my God, why have you forsaken me? They take a statement just being repeated as though that was actually a prophecy versus just a thing that happened in the story from Zechariah, and try to make it into a prophecy by just drawing a parallel. So if Jesus ever mimicked anything, then it's prophecy, is how they're trying to treat it. So if I start quoting Abraham Lincoln, I guess I'm a prophet of Abraham Lincoln. So.
Holy shit. Okay. So I could just go into this. According to the Gospel of Matthew, Judas Iscariot did not set a specific price himself. Instead, he went to the chief priest and asked, what are you willing to give me if I hand him over to you? The priest then offered and counted out 30 pieces of silver. The priests would be aware of what was going down in Zechariah. And that, so they would be aware of that. Throwing it to him would literally be a way of insulting what was going on. By essentially, it's kind of like by them throwing him 30 pieces of silver. If this were to actually have happened, the priests would be aware of what it says in Zechariah. They also know who Jesus is and who he's claiming to be. Throwing him the 30 pieces of silver would not be a prophecy. It would be them referencing that scripture as an insult to Judas, is what that would be. That's not a prophecy. That's people knowing what's going on and refuting that by basically being dicks. It was them insulting Judas by throwing him 30, because they also would know that Judas would also be aware of Zechariah, of what the words say. So it's not a prophecy of what will happen. That's post-diction. That's them using that knowledge to affect something towards Judas. That's not prophecy.
I remember talking about this in one of my Bible lessons.
Yeah. So Exodus 21:32 also makes 30 pieces of silver the amount that's required as blood money paid to a master. If their slave is
accidentally killed, right?
So I count this as the same sort of thing as, you know how conveniently every journey through the desert is like 40 days? 30, this is like the 40 days of money. 30 pieces is all you're going to see the multiples of, pretty much. It's an arbitrary amount.
Now, Sir Equinox brings up, or the gospel writer inserting it to make it seem like a prophecy. Yeah. I'm not even willing to hazard that was the writer's intention. I think that my position would be that given what we know, and given what the people that Judas betrayed, that the character of Judas betrayed the character of Jesus to, that they were aware of the same Old Testament books. They're still aware of those old Hebrew prophecies and shit like that. Because they disagree, they don't believe that Jesus is who he says he is, by invoking that would be an insult. Because they can use that reference to be like, to reference what God was saying. The handsome price there. So I would say that was the priest that he was betraying them to, basically insulting him by throwing him those 30, because they know what Judas means by that. Kind of like the kiss of death in the Mafia, where they give you that like this. That's the kiss goodbye. You know, it's the kiss of death. You get that kiss, you're going to sleep with the fishes. This was kind of their sleep with the fishes kind of thing. This was the shine on that they put. It's like, well, how much are you willing to pay me? 30 pieces, because it's a reference. They're referencing their own text as kind of an affront, which I'm saying would be extraordinarily human of them to do that. So,
yeah, Sorry, I was going to say, yeah, but JL, and I bet you never thought about this angle. When did a Habiru give birth to the first Hebrew? Checkmate, get wrecked, nerd. Bible disproved. Hebrews disproved.
Yeah, no, I was done with that conversation a while ago.
So I mean, I'm not saying that that's exactly what happened, but I can say from what I understand about the priests and what I understand about and how they had that knowledge, also knowing that like Jesus deliberately tried to make it look like he was fulfilling Zechariah 9:9, but because he had prior knowledge of the prophecy, and then he deliberately had them go and find a horse so he could ride it, or a donkey so he could ride it into town and make it look like he was fulfilling that prophecy. That prior knowledge also pertains to the priest as well, who would be aware of the shit that Jesus was doing, and it kind of falls in line that they would throw that at him as kind of like an insult to, it's like, here, you want to fulfill fucking prophecy? Here's some fucking prophecy for you.
Yeah, I think it was also a trope of contemporaneous literature. The 30 pieces of silver thing was a trope.
No, but like I said, this is not a stated prophecy. This is not declaring what will happen in the future. This is just drawing a similarity. It is not describing this will come to pass.
Right, yeah. We're talking about in Zechariah. In Zechariah, it doesn't say
similarity.
That. Yeah.
Oh, but look, he said a thing that also somebody else said, so it must have been predicted.
Right.
No, he's just copying shit.
And Tony Regime, they prefer they brews.
They brew.
No, men make the coffee. That's how it is. Men make the coffee. He brews.
Remember, Jesus said his body was bread, and then he rose after 3 days.
That's funny because all they take is unleavened bread for the host.
He's whole grain.
see, Jesus didn't rise.
Jesus didn't rise. Jesus was unleavened. All right, let's see.
Dead matter has never ever been observed creating life.
Okay, so this is a misrepresentation of abiogenesis, yes, but the use of dead there is problematic. Non-living would be more apropos because the organic materials, the organic compounds were never alive to begin with. Life is also a very fuzzy line as to what we ascribe. It's like where life began, but nonetheless, it's organic chemistry is what it is. And we're not saying that the elements were alive. We're saying that their interactions resulted in molecules that facilitated the emergence of what we would identify as life forms.
Non-living matter creates living things all the time. Water, salt, carbon, protein. All that is just chemicals. It's only when you get it in the right arrangement that you get something living.
Yeah. Well, Sirioko, non-living matter has never been observed doing... Oh, wait, non-living matter has never been observed doing fuck all. Oh, yeah. It's always observed doing something. That's right. I totally misread what you were saying. Has never been observed doing nothing. Right. You got it.
Yeah. Now, I'll give a caveat on this one here. Given the fact, using the Catholics again as an example, using the host, realizing that's functionally cannibalism. So they're taking dead matter, which they're taking it into sustenance, which we basically know is used to rebuild cells. So they are taking dead matter.
That's true. Yeah.
Through their spiritual cannibalism and creating life in themselves as they rebuild their own cells.
I also do it. I take the dead ass of a cow and I turn it into ATP, motherfuckers.
I turn cow into human by eating cow.
And Sir Equinox 42, humans even have a bit of silicone in them on more nights than others.
Silicon, not silicone.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
silicon. My bad.
You can kind of see how people used to have this problem. Like, there's nothing like a sugar mine anywhere on the planet. You only get sugar from plants doing photosynthesis for the most part. So we used to think there was like a distinction between organic and inorganic molecules, but there really isn't. It's all chemistry.
Host of the Demon would like to point out that spiritual cannibalism is not a defense in court, Dr. Lecter.
No. Don't try that one.
Guys, let's be honest, if you made it this far in the video, then you are an absolute legend. Please like and subscribe. It helps me out a bunch. And let's
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
I agree with
No.
that part.
Thousands of
Yeah.
people report seeing the same spiritual realities when they're pronounced clinically dead.
You saw Vishnu too? Cool, bro.
That's wild.
Thousands of people amongst the billions of people around the planet that often fall into clinical death, which is just a
You know what
cessation
lots of other people
respiration
experience? Nothing. They experience being dead.
experience being those who are and he says clinical death, which is just a cessation of
Right.
of respiration and of your cardiopulmonary system. So
Yeah.
cardiovascular system. So your heart stops and you stop breathing. You're clinically dead. But funny how he didn't bring up biological death. So yeah, the people hallucinate, and their hallucinations are often in line with their imaginations and their preconceived notions and the shit that they believe in. So yeah, but biological dead, yeah, they're gone. Yeah, they're gone. And Hose the Demon said, I saw Iggy Pop. So apparently Iggy Pop is Hose's god.
Lots of people see their grandma. They see their spouse that died before them. They see who they want to see.
The human eye is so complex that it actually baffled Darwin.
Oh my
No,
God.
it didn't.
Jesus Christ.
Wait until the next sentence where he says, but anyway.
Right.
Yes. I have heard so many
fucking
apologies.
sentence.
I've heard so many apologies like that. It's like just looking at the human eye, it's very difficult to intuit how this thing, blah, 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 blah. But anyway, we understand how this happened because of all these that's just like I know it can't be it's difficult to intuit it. That's why we go to the fucking evidence. And we see the evidence that it happened in nature. Is like I like that Darwin put that in there. It's like I know he's basically saying I know that certain evolutionary concepts are really difficult to intuit. Like they don't seem to like intuitively go together. But the evidence is this and shows that they do. Oh goodness, the universe is the universe is under no obligation to fucking make sense to you. So I like that. Darwin was ahead of his time.
Sometimes it isn't intuitive. Other times it's like really obvious in hindsight, and it just takes us some time to figure it out.
Right. All right. Well, that was it. That was his 18/25, whatever he was saying, and I can
arbitrary number of
right. It's kind of like so I will tag that video in the description, and so that he knows that we reviewed it. All right. Well, I think we're in good shape.
50 different ways.
I think we're in good shape. I think it's we're a little bit past the 6 hour mark, and I know I got to call it because I know that Angela's got to go to bed, and so do I to keep my sleep schedule in order. But yeah, interesting conversations today. I wish that I didn't have to get hot in the last two because that was really obnoxious. I hate having to do that with Phil Bros and intellectually dishonest douchebags is really, really obnoxious. But nonetheless, I think we had some decent conversations. And Tony, Tony Regime, I did see your message. So I did see that. But nonetheless, I think we're good. I think this is a good spot. So
right before we clean up, because I wanted to bring up something earlier before we were talking about physicalism and equating consciousness as emergent.
Mm-hmm.
We had that in one of our earlier ones. I just dropped a quick 1 minute of Canada Will Forgive You for airing 1 minute.
Let me see.
This is a piece from 1990 that every Canadian was subjected to on public television constantly. A little piece of heritage. So it's in the studio chat.
Yeah, let me see. Hang on a sec.
Yeah.
Where did it go? Where did it go? There it is. Wait, no, that's not it. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Last item in the chat.
And let me pop over here. Nope, let me pop over here.
That's a pretty looking frame.
So, toast is burning.
Toast is not.
Every time she has a seizure, she smells something burning. Now, if we can provoke that smell by probing the surface of the brain, we'll find the source of the seizures. Mrs. Gold, do you feel anything?
I can see the most wonderful lights.
And now what do you feel?
Did you pour cold water on my hand, Dr. Penfield?
Now what? What is it, Mrs. Gold?
Burnt toast. Dr. Penfield, I can smell burnt toast. Dr. Wilder Penfield. He cured my seizures and hundreds more. They say he drew the roadmap of the human brain. We just called him the greatest Canadian alive.
Heritage moments for you.
What the fuck did I just watch?
The Superman thing or the rest of it?
No, the
This is basically about a woman who's having seizures, and basically the correlation between that conscious self and the experience.
Okay.
The relationship between matter and experience.
Oh yeah.
I can poke the gray stuff, and doctor, I smell burnt toast. This is what every Canadian kid learned for decades. This came out in 1990.
Hose the names is the $6 million Canadian.
He's a cool guy.
That's about $4. That's about $4 in freedom units.
He might be the best Canadian ever, but I think best human ever still belongs to Norman Borlaug. Do y'all know Norman Borlaug?
The name is familiar.
He's kind of like an agriculture biologist. He's kind of an evolutionary biologist, kind of an autodidactic, self-made guy, and he directed many efforts in agriculture that fed millions, if not billions, of people. He saved millions of people from starvation.
Oh, okay.
Norman Borlaug.
Yeah, yes, he was the originator of dwarf wheat. But can he explain why kids love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
Of course,
I think not.
Can explain.
See, I got the deep philosophy questions that really need to be dealt.
You did. That cooked.
It's durum, mostly, and a lot of sugar. Mostly sugar.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And sometimes shrimp tails.
But not mine. We did not mind the sugar.
And then we can if he's the best, we can say that Thomas Midgley Jr. was the worst.
Oh, I don't know who that is. Tell me about what makes him the worst.
Thomas Midgley Jr. was the engineer, was a mechanical and chemical engineer who spearheaded the widespread production of tetraethyl lead in 1921 as an anti-knock additive to boost engine performance in automobiles. The invention caused lead to be spewed into the atmosphere from vehicle exhaust on a global scale for decades, contaminating air, soil, and water worldwide.
Yeah, he might end the world. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I was going to say King Ferdinand, but no, that's bad too.
Don't knock it till you try it.
It's like, dang, we got our engines knock. We need to stop it. Make it something that stops engine knock. You got it. Devastate generations of humans going forward is like brutal.
Ooh.
Oh wait, Sir Equinox, nobody got the reference. Did he invent quadrotriticale?
Triticale. Oh no, we've gone track. No, we've gone track.
Okay. See, anyway. All right, so I think we're in good shape. I appreciate everybody for being here. Thank you all so much for the super chats, and thank you so much for the membership milestones, and of course the new members. I appreciate all that support. If you'd like to support the channel, it's only 99 cents per month. It's about $1 a month, and it's pretty much how much I value my content. You can become a member of the Godless Army, get access to all the custom emojis and the channel badge for supporting. I do appreciate that. New content is coming up. Like I said at the beginning, I just scheduled an entire month's worth of content, so I hope you all enjoy those. Those will be dropping on Tuesday. I may drop something in between there, But right now, I just like that I just invented a bunch of shit, and then, or I put up a bunch of stuff, and now I just have to worry about live streams, which makes me really happy. Which is why I was pretty on. I think I was pretty on point tonight, better than I was last stream, because I'm not tired and everything. So, appreciate everybody being here. This was a pretty lively one. I think we had a lot of fun, and we're gonna be doing it again. We're doing it again next Sunday. So we'll look forward to seeing everybody then. And of course, anybody else? Austin, Andrew, got anything for us tonight, or anything?
No, now I'm gonna get sent down this dark rabbit hole of the worst person ever. I'm already learning things in chat that I can't unlearn.
Good times. All right.
Remember, today is not the day where apparently we have to reset that magic counter. Whose name I'm trying to remember right now, which I'm always lacking at the last moment. Oh wow! I'll ruin it if I mention the particular name that it's in reference to. This is terrible. Early onset Alzheimer's is a bitch. Yes, we haven't had to reset the Godwin's Law violation counter.
That's true. We have not.
Not today.
This is a good thing. When I get OBS, that needs to be a counter we put on the screen. Is like days since last Godwin's Law. So
we're gonna make that happen.
All right. So we've got new stuff coming up. I hope you guys enjoyed the Look at Lionel Lucku. It's a 4-part series. I spent a lot of time on it. I hope you guys dig it. And I appreciate all the comments, everything that helped to drive that in the algorithm. So good stuff is a coming. And other than that, I think we're in good shape. So see everybody. And of course, if you like the stream, hit the like button. If you didn't, hit the dislike button, but definitely leave a comment as to how we could do things better. I think it was solid. A huge thank you to Andrew and of course to Austin and of course to Leo Phileas and to PhD Tony for coming up on stage and having fun with us. Thank you to all the callers. I'm sorry that the last two with Hello and with Bubba or Baba or whatever the fuck his name was. I'm sorry that those got hot. I got hot on those because they weren't grasping it and they were doing their best to be as confounding as possible, which is really obnoxious. I have very little patience for that. But I think I was pretty good at the beginning. You know,
it was completely performative. They came into focus in the eye.
It has been X days since a creationist misrepresented evolution.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. we have to reset that to 0.
Yeah.
All right. So a huge, giant thank you to everybody. I hope to see you on the next one. I am JL. This is here at Bridge the Divide. This has been the Stage of Reason. Thank you all so much again. And as always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide. We'll see y'all. Say bye, everybody.
Bye.